about Tina Peters and who is Tina Peters. Well, we're going to answer that question throughout the day. We are going to be showing her movie selection code. We'll learn a lot about her then and her story, and how she got to where she's at today. And I just wanted to mention a couple things. One is, as it will be noted in the movie, she's a mother of a Navy SEAL. He died in a parachute accident. She was a wife, and one thing that we don't think about too much is that she was also a daughter. And recently, I put up a piece at joehoff.com about Tina, where I was given this information from Tracy Wolfborn. She'd received information from Tina that said, "Hey, if I die here, I'm not suicidal. I just want you to know I have, she's been in a real tough situation." And Tracy shared that with me. We put it up to pray for Tina because of what she was going through. A couple weeks later, I received an email. It was from an elderly woman, and she says, "Joe, your article from that day, the article that Tracy provided to me," she goes, "that really moved me because Tina's my daughter." And this lady's 96 years old. She says, "I'm Tina's 96-year-old daughter, and is there any way you can get this to President Trump?" So if there's anybody out there listening, watching, praying for Tina, make sure you share this with anybody that you might know to get this to President Trump, because Tina's in a horrible situation. We're going to describe the whole situation, how she got there, and what's going on over the next few hours. So thank you again for joining us, and you can join and drop off if you have to. Come on back. We really appreciate you being here today. Our first roundtable is going to be a number of, I call them American patriots, individuals that have worked so hard over the last 4 years since 2020 to unwind the stolen 2020 election. As you might know, I've written 3 books on that called The Steal on that subject. And in my second book, I went through all the various material, and at the end of each chapter, based on my professional background as an auditor who's done audits around the world, I said this election never should have been certified, and because of that, it was stolen. And we're going to talk about many of those areas throughout today. So let me introduce to you our panel. Their bios are out there on the website at letmytinago.us, but I'm going to read through parts of these. Some of these are longer than others. So I'm going to introduce our panel for today for this first roundtable. Start off with Dr. Douglas Frank, who's with us. Many of you know Mr. Frank, Professor Frank. I'm going to cut through his bio, but since December 2020, he's been working incessantly for election reform with grassroots teams in over 40 states, earning the title the Johnny Appleseed of election integrity. He met in person with dozens of secretaries of state, attorneys generals, legislatures, and hundreds of local election officials. He's testified formally in several legal and legislative proceedings. Dr. Frank was featured in 2 of Mike Lindell's 2021 documentaries, Scientific Proof and Absolute Interference, because he discovered several of the algorithms being employed to manipulate our elections. He's known widely for informative and engaging presentations on a wide range of topics, including COVID, climate change, and of course, the subject today, not just election interference, but also Tina Peters. So we're happy to have Dr. with us today. I'll go ahead and introduce all of you guys, and then we'll open it up. The next individual I have on my list is Sean Smith. Is Sean here today, guys?
Don't see him.
Okay, we don't have Sean. Mark Cook is really somebody that needs a lot of praise. He's really put this thing together. He's here with us today. I could read through the stuff of Mark's. You're going to be totally impressed. He's really an IT guy. His areas of expertise currently include day-to-day IT management, training, technical direction, project management, network architecture, network design, database design, administration, network and cybersecurity, system virtualization, forensics and data recovery, penetration testing, software development, wireless architecture and optimization, security, surveillance system design and installation, And the list actually goes on and on. Mark founded handcountroadshow.org and has devoted his life since 2020 to traveling the country and bringing knowledge and realistic common sense solutions related to our election. So thank you, Mark, for being here. Thank you so much for all the work you've done and really putting this together. Mr. Doug Gold, is he with us today? Right now?
I don't see you.
Okay, we'll go to Jeff O'Donnell.
Not here.
Not here. Well, then we'll go to Dr. David Clements, my good friend.
I'm here.
David, your bio is nice and short and sweet. David Clements is creator of the documentary My People Go. We're going to watch that later. And he's a former and award-winning business law professor and prosecutor. During his legal career, his legal trial team prepared 8 first-degree murder convictions, including members of the AZ Boys, Arizona Boys, drug trafficking organization.
Got no audio.
Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
I can hear.
There we go.
We hear you loud and clear, Mark. Somebody's mic was feeding back.
Okay, so I'll continue. Anyways, David, Professor Clements, a lot of people know him as Professor Clements. He's done great work around the country, the real patriot as well. And so it's an honor to have David here with us today as well. Thanks, David, for being here. We've got, I guess we've got a couple others that with us, and so I'll bring them in right now as well. It's Clay Parikh. Clay's with us right now. Clay has 20 years of experience in cybersecurity. We all love Clay. He's done incredible work. He used to work with some of these voting system test labs and has an incredible amount of knowledge in this industry. He's tested at least 7 different vendors. He holds a Master in Science in Cybersecurity, Computer Science from the University of Alabama in Huntsville. He's a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, Systems major from the University of North Carolina at Wilmington. He has professional certifications, one certified information systems security professional, as well as certified ethical hacker. I didn't know there was such a thing as an ethical hacker, but I guess there is. And certified hacking forensic investigator. So welcome, Clay. Thank you so much for being here. It's as well an honor to be with you. And I think we have one more individual with us right now that I want to get to. And that's Professor Doherty, Walter Doherty, who's with us right now. So, Professor, let me introduce you real quick. A computer science and engineering senior lecturer emeritus with master's and doctorate degrees from Harvard University, math and computer science, a witness in numerous cases related to elections, selection, voting machines, election data in multiple states, plus the Supreme Court. It's an honor to have you here as well, Doctor. Really appreciate it. So now we're going to start off with this first roundtable, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Frank, perhaps around 10 minutes or so. Doctor, why don't you tell us a bit about your background, how you got involved in this whole thing? What are your thoughts about Tina and what has really transpired over the last few years related to forensic images, and in particular, Tina Peters?
Thanks for asking. I'm a physicist. I'm a scientist. I design and build electronics for a living. So I'm no stranger to technology. I was one of the first 300 people on the internet. So I've been around a while. So my favorite thing to do is to model. I love large data sets. I love what I call swimming in the data. So during 2020, during the COVID epidemic, I was modeling using differential equations, the epidemic all around the world, 30 countries, and every single county in America. And so that I had about 150,000 unique followers on social media. We got the state health director of Ohio fired and stuff like this. I was very engaged, and that's what kind of brought me into the public eye in 2020. And then the election happened. Oh, but I left out something important. Sharona Bishop and I worked together in the state of Colorado to fight off the state's attempt to close down the churches. I wrote the technical briefs to challenge the claims that the state was making to try to shut down churches. So that's important to the story. That's how I met Sharona in the first place. And so we were doing podcasts together. We were writing briefs. We were fighting the state, and we successfully kept the connection to Mesa County. So then when the election happened in 2020 and the state of Pennsylvania legislature brought me in to do analysis of their election, I was part of their audit there. And I discovered all kinds of crazy things. It wasn't just me. I was part of a team of 6 people. And we just uncovered a huge amount of fraud. And my specialty was the voter rolls. And I was able to show that the voter rolls were being manipulated to control the election. So that's kind of what got me into the elections. I was introduced through COVID and then the election. One of the things that my starting assumption, and I think a lot of us had this mistaken assumption, was that the election in Pennsylvania, of course, was stolen, and maybe some of the other states. But I was expecting to be able to find clean elections somewhere in the country. And so after Pennsylvania, I did Florida, North Carolina, Ohio. I went around to all these states expecting to be able to find clean elections. I'm a scientist, and as a scientist and statistician for controls in my statistics, and I couldn't find it clean. So one day I had to, because I knew Sharona already, I called up Sharona and said, hey, you're in a very conservative county. Mesa County is like 2-1 Republican, very conservative. I said, tell me about your election, because I'm looking for a clean county somewhere. And she burst into tears. She said, oh, Dr. Frank, it's horrible. Our elections are horrible. Something's wrong with our elections. Would you please come and help us? So we arranged for a visit. I flew out to Mesa County, and I spent 3 days traveling around with her. She arranged meetings for me to. I spoke to small church groups that typically 50 people would show up in the mornings. And then in the afternoons, we would go knock on doors. And I had already acquired data for the state of Colorado and processed it. And we were knocking on suspicious doors, and we were finding exactly what we expected to find. People who were not real residents who were voting, people who didn't exist who were voting, things like this. So we were confirming confirming with boots on the ground what I had found in the voter rolls. So because we were having so much success with that, Sharona contacted Tina Peters, and that's I just needed to give you that backup so you could see how I got involved in this. So we sat down. She set up a meeting. And by the way, I also did a trial. About 500 people attended, and I thought it was a great start to a movement there. And I met. Then it was a serious issues. And 10 minutes. So I'm going to leave out a lot of those details, but we can talk about it another time if you like. But it didn't take us long to convince her that there was a problem with her election. Why? Because she was already suspicious, because they had just run county elections and there were anomalous things that happened in that election. So she was already aware something's not right here. But just like a lot of county officials, they really don't understand all the systems. And so when I brought it all together for her, she was like, oh my goodness, we got to do something about this. And I just want to say right at the outset, I was so impressed with Tina Peters in that meeting. She was obviously she was brimming with integrity. She wasn't like a lot of clerks I've met. They're like, don't talk to me. I don't want to address any problems with our election. She was like, if you have a problem, bring me the evidence. And we're going to look into anything. If there's any there, I'm going to expose it and we're going to address it. So I was so impressed by her in that meeting. And so after we kind of got past the evidence phase of our discussion, she was like, okay, now what do we do? And I said, well, this was now April of 2021. I said, well, definitely, you've got a problem. We know we got a problem. We better get everything backed up, because you have an election coming up in a month. And it's in May, they were going to have another election, and we don't want to lose any of the evidence. Obviously, we're going to be having an investigation. And so you've got to preserve the evidence. She says, funny thing you mentioned that. I've got a letter here from the state of Colorado telling me all the clerks have to back up their data, back up their evidence, because we have this trusted build that's going to come in, and Dominion's going to be working in our systems, and we need to have everything back. Do you know how to do this stuff? Well, like I mentioned at the beginning, I'm a computer expert. I know how to do this kind of stuff. But what had happened is I had the opportunity to meet with some pretty sophisticated folks. We got one of them with us today, Blake Freak. We've got really good technical people around the country who had already been working in election systems. So I said to her, look, I can try and I can do the job, but I would much rather bring in someone who has a lot more experience than me with these machines. Plus, if we're going to be doing an audit, a full forensic audit kind of thing, we need to bring in attorneys on this because we don't want to mess anything up. There's this doctrine in law that it's fruit from the poisonous tree. If you do anything wrong in your data collection phase, it can affect your ability to bring it into trial later. So I didn't want to make any mistakes. And I was very familiar with Kurt Olson at that point. He and I had spent a lot of time together, and I had met a cybersecurity expert, and he and I hit it off pretty well in some of my private meetings. And I know everybody knows who that was. But I swore to him that I would never use his name in public, so I'm not using his name now. I'm just going to call him our cyber expert. But anyway, I know his name's come up a lot lately in a lot of podcasts, but I promise I'm keeping my promise. So anyway, what happened was then Tina, she agreed that I would help her with that. And then after I left, we exchanged information so we could stay in contact. And then after I left, she contacted her own IT department to have them do the backups for her, and they refused. And I don't know why they refused. I don't know whether they were afraid, whether they didn't have the capability or whatever, but they refused. So then she went out and met got Gerald Wood, who you know from the trial. And he agreed that he would do the backups. And so that was kind of, she was pursuing multiple paths to get the data backed up. Her own IT department wouldn't do it. She would get Gerald Wood to do it. But she and I were still staying in contact because I had made a strong argument that we need to not bring in somebody who has no experience with these machines. We needed to bring in someone quite experienced, and we also wanted the legal guidance along the way. And I know that Kurt advised her, and you can tell by the steps she took about Tina's integrity, because she was being really careful to follow all of the details. There are all these rules about who can be in the room, when, and all this sort of thing. And so she contacted the state and got permission, made sure that all of the requirements for having someone observe were met. Now, we have one thing that's different about this case, and I want to compare it to another case that I handled, which most people don't know about. It's Lake County, Ohio. But before I talk about that, I just want to say one thing about this. Our expert agreed to do this backup and to monitor the trusted build that was going to take place on condition that he remained anonymous. He was not. He didn't want people to know who he was. He was involved in other things, and he has high security clearances and whatnot. And he didn't want anybody to know who did it, but he was willing to help. So Tina, who she had acquired a badge for Gerald Wood, she used his badge for some of the entry of our expert, and that did get her into trouble later. But you got to realize she had the authority to bring him in anytime anyway. So it was more of a convenience thing. It was not like a fraudulent thing where she was trying to do something bad. And you'll notice that in the trial, she was acquitted. She was not found guilty of identity theft because that obviously was not the intent, and she didn't really cross any lines there. But anyway, that's where that comes in. So that our expert that we brought in to do all the backups and the forensic images we preserved his anonymity. And it's true that throughout that process, of course, Gerald Wood and Sharona Bishop and T. Peters were working together to make that all happen. So a lot of that came out in the trial. So I don't need to go over that again. But my involvement was basically making sure that the right people were brought in at the right time. And I just want to contrast what happened here with what happened in Lake County, Ohio, just suspecting that the machines had problems. And so I was contacted by the Lake County, Ohio, that's by the lake in Cleveland, in Ohio. And those officials contacted me and said, gee, Dr. Frank, can you show that our machines are vulnerable as well? I used the same guy. And he went in at the request of the county. And during their spring election, he hacked into their election. It's like Clay said, he's an ethical hacker. It's like a white hat. It's a penetration test, they call it. And during the election, he demonstrated that all of their Dominion machines, same machines as Tina had, were online throughout the election and were manipulatable in the same ways that Mark has shown so often with the SQL management server. He could manipulate the whole election. We documented all that, and we gave it to the state officials. When the state officials, the county officials in Lee County, and when they took that to the state, Secretary of State, Frank LaRose, he didn't go, oh my goodness, we have a huge problem. We got to address our elections. he called in the FBI. The FBI came in and did a full investigation, and you'll notice nobody was prosecuted in that case. Why? Because it was at the request of the county officials. The guy is fully licensed. He's a licensed white hat hacker. He's a licensed penetration tester. He did it at the request of the county. Everything was above board. So guess what? No charges, no nothing. Now, why would there be no charges in that case and charges in Tina's case? And the answer is right out of the mouth of Rubenstein, the prosecuting attorney. He said in public, we're making a public example out of Tina Peters. We are going to scare every other clerk in this country from ever allowing anything like this to happen again. And I can vouch because I've met, in my introduction, you heard, I've met with hundreds of clerks around the country, and they all say the same thing to me. We bring them evidence of fraud, and their faces go white. The blood drains from their face. And they say, oh my goodness, Dr. Frank, I don't want to be Tina Peters. She's become a verb, okay? And that is exactly why they have done this to Tina Peters. They trumped up charges against her. And I'll just finish with this because I know I don't want to run too long. There's so much more I can tell, but I those early details I think were not brought out in the trial. I was never allowed to testify, and I told people I told people for years Tina Peters' case will never go to trial because if it does go to trial, we'll be able to put in all this evidence. And there's no way they can convict her once we put all the evidence in. But that kind of shows my naivete because I'm a physicist, not an attorney. David probably wouldn't have made this mistake because what happened was the attorneys had all these pre-trial hearings and they got all of the exculpatory evidence removed from the trial. So in other words, every time evidence could come out that would defend Tina, there would be a claim or that they were investigating, and the defense attorneys would stand up and say, here's what evidence we want to present. Then the prosecuting attorney would say, we object, Your Honor. That was ruled out in pre-trial. And so what I didn't anticipate was that they would basically rig the trial before it went to trial. And that's why Tina was able to be convicted. And you noticed in the sentencing trial, which, by the way, I gave a 10-minute testimony during that sentencing trial. You can see it on my YouTube page if you want. It's about 10 minutes. But you notice that even in her comment, she said she forgives the jury because the evidence they got was only one-sided. So to me, the trial was not a trial. It was a mockery of justice. And all of the exculpatory evidence that could have been brought forward that would have exonerated her behavior and showed that she was doing her best at every stage of the way to dot every I and cross every T, it was in her interest to do so because she knew that we were going to be doing a legal investigation. So she didn't want to violate any of the rules. She was doing her best. That's why she called the state, by the way, to verify how many people can be in the room when and who can be there and whatnot. She did her due diligence at every step of the way. The only thing she did that sounded shady but wasn't was that she protected the identity of the expert that we brought in, and at his request and the anonymity request either, which I think is very interesting because if he had been brought to testify, we could have had that. But all of the kinds of things that could have given her exculpatory evidence, including an over an hour-long recording of me in that meeting. I didn't know that meeting was recorded, by the way. All of that evidence was not brought to light. And so a fair hearing was never given to her. And I think I'm reaching my 10-minute limit, so I should shut up. But what I try to do is catch everybody up to that point. We got the forensic images. By the way, those forensic images are available online to the public if you want to see those. It was brought up at the Cyber Symposium, and that's when I know Mark. I first met Mark and Doug Gould. A lot of the people joined at that time. So my job, I think, in my first little segment here was to catch everybody up to that point. And then a lot of things began to happen at that point when Tina Peters came and made a public whistleblower statement. So if I think that's a pretty good start. Mark, if there's anything I left out, you can call me on it. I could go on and on because there's a lot of details, but at least I think that's a good overview to get us caught up.
Okay, got it. All right. Yeah, so I'll tell everyone about kind of what I experienced coming in there as well. So let me go ahead and get this out of my ear here. Hold on a second. Okay. There we go. All right. So I knew that the packet captures were going to be discussed, and I was concerned that the packet captures were not real. And I wanted to make sure that I had a chance to look at them to determine if they were real before being announced, at least any further at the symposium to the entire world. So I asked to be on the team to take a look at those. We were provided the packet captures, or what the alleged packet captures, and it turned out they weren't packet captures. At least what I was given was not a packet capture. And so I went ahead and let everyone know, hey, I don't have any packet captures here. I don't know exactly what we're gonna do. And so what I spent my time on was setting up a demonstration in the back room of how an electronic voting system works. Just general concept. We basically built one. We built the system. Myself and Draza Smith basically put this together, and it basically took ballots that we created. Just, I think we asked a simple question like, "What's your favorite news source?" or something like that. I think we had like Fox and CNN on it, and you just fill out a bubble, and then you take the stack of quote unquote ballots, you set them in a scanner. The scanner scanned them in. The software detected where the mark was and put it in a database. Very simple. And so we worked on that, and then I believe some talk about Mesa County images came, and Tina Peters showed up the next day, and I met Tina. She was very scared. She was confused about what was going on, and we were trying to get, I guess, some information about those images out. Now, we hadn't had a chance to look at them, but someone put them up on the screen. I glanced at them up on the stage, and I noticed some things that seemed concerning to me just glancing at it from being in cybersecurity and programming for decades and decades. I saw some security concerns that I wanted to look into deeper about these systems. And so I asked Tina, I said, I'm happy to look at these. If I can be on some type of forensic team, of course, hired and do all the right things, dot the I's, cross the T's. I'm more than happy to examine these images, and I will tell you the truth about what I see in them. And if the truth is something that some people don't want to hear, I will still stand arm in arm with you, and I will shout the truth from a mountaintop if I have to, because the citizens deserve to know the truth, and our clerks deserve to know the truth about these systems. So that's how I got involved in the beginning with the symposium. And then I think, do we have Sean? I think Sean can probably take over. That's where I actually met Sean as well, was at that symposium. Okay, well, hey, Sean, I don't know if you can turn your video on.
Yeah, can you see me?
Do we have audio from you, Sean?
Yeah.
Can everybody but Mark hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, good. Hey.
Hey. So
Hi.
I don't know if you heard my little story about how I got involved, how I showed up at the symposium, but I think it'd be interesting for you as well, and how we finally met.
Yeah, I had briefly met Dr. Frank on a phone call, and then I think we had met. Did we meet in April? Were you there, Doc Frank, briefing up in Denver area? That's right. We met in person there for the first time. So I was at the time with USCIP, U.S. Election Integrity Plan. We were briefing Republican legislators at this event that former State Senator Kevin Lundberg had arranged. And Christy Burton Brown, the Colorado GOP chair, was supposed to have been part of it, but she kind of backed out. Ron Hanks was still sponsoring it. And there were a few, interestingly enough, some of the very same people and only people who seem to be interested in election integrity now in Colorado government. But anyway, there were a few legislators there, and so we were briefing. That's where I met Doc Frank for the first time in person. Sharona I had met because I had been involved in Convention of States, and a gentleman that I worked with in Convention of States who was in state leadership, I was telling him about something that I had found And I called him to actually ask for contact information for a gentleman named Harvey Branscombe, who's a longtime Democrat and election integrity activist in Colorado, because they had like 10 years before had co-authored some article, and I wanted to talk to Harvey Branscombe, and I ended up actually talking quite a bit to him. And then when I first briefed in the Colorado State Legislature in the Legislative Audit Committee hearing, Harvey and I were a panel briefing the State Legislative Audit Committee, which was famously along partisan lines not interested in auditing elections, or even discussing auditing elections, or even discussing the possibility of considering auditing elections in the future. I think they actually rejected that on a party line vote as well. But anyway, at some point, unbeknownst to me, other people figured out that I was involved in election integrity. And somehow, I don't even remember how I got the call, but I got a call from Kurt. And Kurt asked if I would be willing to, I'd heard about the Cyber Symposium, but I wasn't really tracking it. I wasn't, I try to stay away from anything that even looks like a stage or a spotlight as much as possible. I'm really naturally introverted. But he asked if I would come up and talk to them and help them. And so I did. And then, of course, Mark and I met waiting for the plane. And we looked at each other's gear. And I've had this experience before. I was deploying a couple of units that weren't supposed to be, that didn't exist officially and weren't supposed to know about each other. But they ended up on the ramp at the same time, waiting for the same plane. And they kind of looked at each other's pallets and said, hey, I know what you do based on the equipment you've got there. And it was kind of like that. Mark and I took a look at each other and looked at our equipment and said, oh, okay, you're on your way to the symposium too. And so, of course, we got to talk, and we ended up spending all that time in the red team room up there, trying to evaluate some of the information that was available, and then talking about, what we knew and what we didn't know and how to present that. So I had spoken prior to the symposium because I had met Sharona through the Convention of States contact, and I had figured out that they were pursuing election integrity things. We were doing it slightly differently. USCIP was doing it based on Secretary of State's voter roll data. And I think out there, Tina and the groups out there were working with her had gotten county data. But we had the same purpose, to find out what was true. We were just taking slightly different paths to that. But anyway, Tina ended up asking me, when she figured out what my background was, she asked me if I understood, what's going on with the voting systems and what the risks were and whether we ought to be backing them up. And then by that point, we had found out that the Secretary of State was planning on doing the trusted build. And the mechanism, like the method by which they did that trusted build. And like Mark said, and I think Joe Waltman said the other day, there's no reason to overwrite those hard drives in the first place because they don't cost very much. You could just swap them out. Second, you have plenty of space on them, and you could just write another partition and use that active partition. But if you're worried about the other partition being available with the previous version, you can swap that hard drive out in seconds. Obviously, anybody who's ever worked on a computer knows how to do that. It's not difficult. Those systems are built to do that. And so not only was there no reason not to just use another drive, but they had a good reason not to overwrite the data. And that's because it was against the law. It's against federal law and against state law, because particularly in Colorado, it's very explicit because Colorado requires that all voting systems that are certified and used in elections in the state have to comply with the 2002 voting system standards, and the 2002 voting system standards explicitly require the creation and preservation of all log data from operating systems and other applications on general purpose computers that are capable of multiple processes being executed at the same time. So in other words, you can't just collect the voting system software log files, whatever the vendor has decided is important or not important. You have to collect the operating system, because if you don't collect that audit trail information, you don't know what happened on that computer. You could have literally the processor or the motherboard or main board, if it's like a tablet, you could have them changing math that is then resulting in changed data within election results tables, or opening up communication channels and altering files and things like that is essentially invisible or not recorded by the operating system or by the election software. And so because of that explicit requirement within the Colorado statute to comply with 2002 voting system standards, it's very clear, and also because of the 2021 post-election audit guidance publication by the Department of Justice, U.S. Department of Justice, It's very clear digital files are election records. It's very clear that audit trail files are required. And it's very clear that the voting system standards required under Colorado statute require the preservation of that data. So contrary to what the Secretary of State and Colorado County clerks have said. So when Sharona asked me to talk to Clerk Peters, whom I didn't know, I had already spoken to several clerks and multiple public officials and found most of them, I would say, professionally disinterested in election integrity or any legitimate questions. And my background is not like Mark's. I'm not really a keyboard cyber guy, although I've done some coding, most of which I got in a lot of trouble for. But I've done some coding, but I'm really more of a testing guy. I know testing inside now, and I was very familiar with the cyber threat from a foreign nation state advanced persistent threat standpoint. So when I started reading about the voting systems and the manuals and the testing reports, and then I read all the federal standards and that discussion about technical guidelines development, everything, I was very concerned. So when Sharona asked me to talk to Clerk Peters, I explained what I thought was happening on the voting systems, the vulnerabilities that I saw, the problems in the voting systems and their testing, the standards and the certification and the enforcement, and the either gross ignorance or gross misconduct on the part of the public officials that were responsible for it. And they essentially asked, should we be, making backups? And I said, yes, you have to. It's the law. The fact that nobody's doing it, it's against the law to discriminate against people on the basis of race, and literally our government's doing it right now, and institutions have been doing it, and Harvard's been doing it. So the fact that other people have been doing the wrong thing is not really a justification. So anyway, I was grateful to find a public official who was willing to try to do her duty despite the immense obstructions placed in front of her by the Secretary of State herself, by her own county officials, by her predecessors, by the sort of ecosystem of elections officials and institutions that she, found herself immersed in. So anyway, Mark and I ended up at the symposium together, working in the Red Room, and then the schedule sort of went sideways. We didn't end up getting the data that we wanted to talk about and evaluate, and so we had to figure out what else we were going to talk about. And then Clerk Peters showed up. That whole thing came out that her office was being raided, as what I would describe as Secretary of State Griswold and her staff and the Attorney General started to engage in the cover-up to try to persecute and suppress and reframe the information coming out of Mesa. Remember, at that point, there was no forensic report yet. The great threat to them was just that somebody had an image, somebody had data, and I think probably somebody told them, well, if they can see the voting system, election management system image, they're going to find the issues. They're going to see that those voting systems, that were certified by the Secretary of State were certified illegally, that they don't comply with the voting system standards, that they don't comply with Colorado statute, that they cannot comply with federal statute, because those voting systems are configured to automatically overwrite log files, which is literally the one setting choice that could not possibly comply with the federal voting system standards and therefore cannot comply with Colorado statute. So anyway, Mark and I met up there, and it was a great time. I met so many people there. And I remember we had just been trying to do local work and try to help whoever we could. I didn't know who else was involved or what they knew. So we showed up there in South Dakota, and there were all these, actual experts and experienced people. And then at some point, I think we brought the equipment up there. So I had purchased the same scanner and the same Dell computer that Dominion Voting Systems use for the ImageCast Central in Colorado and many other states, which is the central scanner. I didn't have their software, but I could configure it otherwise in every other way, the way they configured it. I had bought that so that I could do some testing to see why the ballot image files were larger than expected with lower resolution than I expected. And I pretty much confirmed that they were intentionally being fuzzed. The images were being created with lower resolution than they should have, so that made it very difficult to see what was true about the actual physical ballots from the images. But anyway, that was the equipment that we took up there. And then, Draws and Mark did this amazing job. And we had some help from a grassroots citizen back in Colorado who was an optical character recognition expert. She wrote some code. Mark integrated it in SQL. Draws did the network configuration. And that's how we set up the minion voting system to do the mock voting system demo, where we could show people the different ways that it could be corrupted and how it could be intercepted and manipulated en route. And of course, Mark, I advised against this. I want to go on the record again. I advised against opening up the Wi-Fi to our tiny little mock voting system, but Mark wanted to see what would happen. And I think it was less than 30 seconds before some guy from his iPhone was inside the computer for the ICC that we had set up, the Dell computer. So that we had to tear it all down and set it back up again and reconfigure it. But anyway, so you can imagine in your own county or jurisdiction, if there are wireless networking devices built into a voting system, the way that there were at least 36 of them built into the Mesa County Dominion voting system, you can see how that would be, potential risk. And from my perspective, just absolutely, intolerable and inconceivable and egregious violation of sort of basic cyber awareness and cyber standards. So anyway, that's sort of how I got involved in this entire affair. I was, of course, a witness for the defense in Clerk Peters' trial, and the judge, my understanding is, would not allow my testimony, much like a lot of the testimony that would have been exculpatory and spoken to the intent, because under the statutes that Clerk Peters was convicted. A lot of the statutory language requires a certain intent. And so the judge in that case, would not allow testimony and evidence that made clear what Clerk Peters' intent was, which was to preserve the evidence as required by state and federal law. So anyway, that's probably long enough. I should probably stop now. I'm sure we'll get into some of the rest of the details.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting experience. That's for sure. And then I know Doc Frank and Professor Clemens were there as well. That's actually where I met them, pretty sure for the first time. And I didn't know who any of these people were when I showed up. So it was an interesting experience. There were legislators there. There were a bunch of citizens there. There were some people that I had kind of seen online here and there. But it was a great networking opportunity for us to, compare notes and share information. And really, the goal was we were just trying to get to the truth. That's at least that was my goal. My goal was to get to the truth. What is actually going on with these systems? And there were a lot of misinformation out there that some people were spreading as well. And I wanted to at least identify what that was and set everything straight that I could set straight. So it was quite an experience for sure, especially for a guy that just runs an IT company from Colorado. It was something very, very different for me. And then let's see, Doc Frank, what was your experience there? I know you went over some of the history here, but in the symposium aspect of it, how did you get involved, and were you asked to come up on stage and talk about stuff as well? How did that go?
Yeah, because I met Mr. Lindell in March of 2021, and I went there because he wanted to feature some of my statistical work in a documentary he was making called Absolute Interference. But once he saw my work, he was very enthralled by it. He made a whole documentary just on my work. It's called Scientific Proof. So it's his second video. His second documentary. So then, of course, he wanted me to present some of that at the symposium, at the National Symposium. So that's why I was invited there. And I was, if you guys remember Brandon House, he was supposed to be the MC for the event. But I mean, I don't know how else to put this. He chickened out. He was afraid of the repercussions. And, if you guys watched the Cyber Symposium, you saw me up on the stage a lot, and you saw me singing the Star Spangled Banner and all that stuff. Well, all of that was impromptu because originally Brandon House was going to do that. And so, but I'm a professional vocalist and been leading, I was a music minister for decades. And so I know how to be in front of people and how to manage things. So I stepped up for Mike. So yes, I had an integral role throughout the kind of connecting the glue. I'm also a good teacher, and so but being technical and a teacher, I was able to kind of connect the dots for the public. My job was to take the highly technical stuff that was floating around and make it digestible for the average person. Also, I had been working with grassroots teams all around the country, and like you, they came to the Cyber Symposium to get copies of the PCAPs that were for their own communities. And so they were coming there, and I had written all sorts of software because I was expecting to be handed a bunch of PCAPs, and I was going to process it through my software and get it out to the various people around the country. I remember staring in a back room there at the Cyber Symposium and staring in a back room of about 20 super moms, I call them, from around the country. And they were staring at me like, Dr. Frank, where's our PCAPs? We came here to get our PCAPs because we're ready to go back to our communities and raise holy heck. And we were not given those at the beginning. And there are some good reasons which we could go into. But in a sense, Tina Peters was a huge boon to us because she was brought in on that first Tuesday night, and she was the whistleblower. So we weren't quite ready to talk about that, and that's a whole other story. But anyway, I think I addressed what you needed me to address there, Mark. I was in that red team room, and I tell people around the country all the time that those were the 3 longest days of my life. It was pretty rough. Every night we would get together in that red team room and go over what was happening, and nothing went as planned. Everything was always on the fly. And I remember Colonel Waldron saying, it was great to work with military people. I hadn't really worked that closely with military people before, but he said, Dr. Frank, he says, no battle plan survives first contact with the enemy. So we were constantly on our feet, constantly revising our strategy, minute by minute. It was quite an aggressive time. Is that what I think I answered your question, Mark?
Absolutely.
You're on mute, brother.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then Professor Clements was there as well. So
I remember on the stage you spoke as well. I gave a presentation that afternoon, but I remember asking you, like, the next day, I had people all around the country, because I was known at that point, saying, Dr. Frank, will you please come in and hack our elections? Will you please come in and make forensic images and whatnot? Especially after they heard we had done that in Mesa County. And I remember asking you, I said, hey, would you be willing to do this? You're a technical expert and you have a lot of expertise in this area. And the first words out of your mouth, I'll never forget them. We were standing there on the stage. You looked at me and you said, yes, I'm happy to help, but it's all got to be legal. And that has been our approach from the very beginning. None of us have done anything illegal, especially Tina Peters, which is why this whole thing is such a travesty.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mark.
So, Professor, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's get David in here now to offer some legal opinion on all that.
Hey, everyone. Can you see me?
We got you.
Okay, there we are. Yeah, I'm going back down memory lane as each of our speakers talked about their first contact with one another, and that was the Cyber Symposium. And I think it's really important to point out to the audience that there were landmines that were being set for all of us. If you believe that you had intelligence agencies and spooks that were so audacious that they would rig an election, you have to keep in mind that this is a fluid process where constantly people were trying to be discredited or provided with bad information. And looking back at the symposium, it's clear that bad information made its way into the symposium, and there's no way we can run from that. But one of the miracles that came from this was Tina Peters, because while many people have different opinions on PCAPs and all this stuff, it was clear there was not consensus that this was something that people could take to the bank and use in a way that you could go to clerks. And because of that, what Tina uncovered in Mesa County was a lifesaver. And so I remember being on stage with Dr. Frank, and there's this pivotal moment where we're delaying because Tina had not quite made up her mind on whether she was going to be a public whistleblower. She was extracted from her home about 30 minutes before the FBI went into her residence. She had attorneys telling her backstage, don't do this because you'll be a target. And they were right. But she chose to do something that was courageous, which was to put herself front and center. And the symposium, for all of its faults and failures, it pivoted right then and there. Mesa County became a focal point, and the Mesa reports and the stuff that was extracted from that debut, we've been able to take to the bank. It's been corroborated by so many experts, and so I just remember it feeling like Spookville. Like, I didn't know Mike, I didn't know Dr. Frank, I didn't know Sean Smith. You had military folks, you had CNN cameras, you had all kinds of bad actors there that were constantly trying to give this panel bad information. And so you're in this high stakes environment trying to figure out what's real, what's not, what's marketing, what's the point of this. But at the end of the day, you've got an amalgamation of lawyers, IT experts, people that love their country, just trying to figure it out real time. And so my takeaway from all this was you could see the beginnings of Tina Peters' character that day, because she chose to do something that drew a bullseye on her immediately. And after she made that fateful decision, all of the nerds, all the techies started digging into the Mesa reports, and that served as a basis for what was going to be performed or what was going to be analyzed in the selection code, which we're going to be looking at later today. And it also solidified her next choice, which was to run for office. And that bullseye got even larger because now she's taking what she's learned and she wants to do something about it. And so from a legal standpoint, what's clear to me is that Tina was working under both Colorado State Code. She had every legal right to preserve election records under state law, and she had every legal requirement to preserve those records under federal law. And as the clerk, she was the primary custodian for those records. It wasn't Jenna Griswold. It wasn't someone else. Tina Peters was elected to safeguard those records. And the fact that she was pulled through a kangaroo court proceeding it's disgusting. And later today, we're gonna replay the sentencing from Judge Barrett, and people can, draw their own conclusions based on all the things that we're talking about today. I too was called upon to be an expert and provide testimony on behalf of her, because one of the things that we had in common in New Mexico is, like Colorado, we use Dominion voting systems. And in Otero County, we did a full forensic audit, and we found out that, guess what? Dominion came in and wiped the 2020 election file, creating a crime scene. And so what she did was quite necessary, because if she didn't do what she did, you would have found that across the country, just like in Otero County, Dominion was committing crimes. That's exactly what happened. And we wanted to testify about the similarities of what we were seeing in New Mexico and what Tina saw in Mesa County, Colorado. And the idea here is simple. She had an obligation under the law to do the right thing, and she did. And so one of the things that we're going to probably preview a little later today is that it's my understanding that her attorneys filed an application for writ of habeas corpus to the Supreme Court. She's been denied bond. She has suffered greatly in jail as she is awaited to have the many, many legal errors that were committed in her case scrutinized and hopefully overturned. And so all I can say is thank God for Tina Peters. And that was my introduction to her and her integrity and her courage. And I was recently able to visit her in Fort Collins and get an update from her. And she is, she's got a strength that is amazing, but I know that she fears that she's going to be forgotten about. So I hope that this whole day that we can maybe not focus so much on the bits and the bytes and the technical stuff, and not forget that there's a woman that right now is languishing in a jail cell, and she shouldn't be. And so with that, we'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Hey, Mark, this is Joe. Can you hear me all right?
Stuff and not
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
that right now.
Okay, we're gonna jump to you, but thanks so much, David. And yeah, Tina is a great woman. And, you can, we all know that. So a lot of stories we can tell about that. But we're gonna move on to talk about these Mesa reports, right, Mark?
We got Jeff O'Donnell just showed up in the backstage here, which is fantastic because he's going to talk about report 3. How's that? There we go. Okay. So I see Jeff O'Donnell just showed up here. He's backstage, which is fantastic. And we're going to go into the Mesa reports. There's 3 reports, 1, 2, and 3. And you can find those reports on Tina's website. Sorry, there we go. You can find those reports on Tina's website. And they're tinapeters.us. And if you scroll down, you should be able to find and I'll figure out exactly what the title is on there. I've also got them on my site, handcountroadshow.org. If you go to must read or get educated, and then down to Colorado and Mesa reports, I've got all 3 reports there as well. So let's go into the reports. I'm going to hand this off to Doug Gould, who did the majority of the work on report number 1. And then him and I kind of wrote the report together. So, Doug, I'll let you take it away and go over what you found when you started examining the Mesa County image, the before and the after image. And just so people are aware of what the before and after images were, when this change was going to be made in Tina's system by the Secretary of State and the voting system vendor, she was a little bit concerned about what that might impact. So she had an image of the voting system taken prior to them showing up, and then she had an image taken after they left. Now, what she was told is they were going to remove the QR code feature from her voting system. And she figured if someone looked at the before and the after image, they could determine if that's really what they did or if there was something else that happened. And so Doug got to look at this image alongside me, and he looked at the differences between the before and the after image. So, Doug, I'll let you take it.
Can't hear Doug.
We don't have audio on Doug. Hold on, Doug. Hang on a sec. Okay. We're waiting. We could. I mean, Doug, maybe Doug could type to us. Hey, Apollo, we got no audio for Doug.
Yeah, it's on his side.
Okay.
Tina was reluctant to come out on stage that night. And I remember, because I had the earplug in my ear, they were saying, stall, because Tina, as recently as right that evening when she was supposed to come out as a whistleblower, she was afraid. And the prosecution in the case tried to make it look like she was a glory hound and everything she was doing was to try to gain public attention. But if that were so, she would have been the first one on the stage that night. No, I love David's comment. He's right on target, Professor Clements, that she was not in this ever for her own purpose. She was trying to preserve records. She was trying to have a clean election, and she was willing to do what it took and willing to put herself at risk to do what it took to have a clean election. So I think that's a great point to bring forward. And I was always worried about the trial with her. The attorneys never called me. There's something weird about that. They're playing a tape recording of me during the trial, but they've never interviewed me beforehand. Wow, what kind of attorney wouldn't do due diligence and interview all the players? That was strange. I think I hear Doug Gould coming back, so I can bow out anytime, but I just wanted to fill that space with something useful.
Great. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, sir. Go for it.
Wonderful. Well, I started to say it was interesting. I came from North Carolina up to the cybersecurity symposium in South Dakota. And one of the things that came to mind as a forensic analyst was I needed to, let me go back. There we go. Sorry about that. So I had it. And I still do. We'll kill that in here. Okay, now it should be good. Okay. So I brought a whole set of forensic equipment with me, and one of the things that I know about that is that if we find evidence, I have to be able to testify that evidence has integrity. It can't be in anybody else's custody. I have to maintain a chain of custody of the evidence. So I actually ended up driving 3 days from coastal North Carolina into South Dakota. The reason that I went to the Cyber Symposium was that I was watching election night, and I noticed that at one point Trump's votes were ahead of Biden's votes, and all of a sudden a couple 100,000 votes switched. And it wasn't just that Biden's votes went up, but Trump's votes went down. And when I was in elementary school, I remember that 1 plus 1 is more than the original one that you started with. And so as we count votes, they should always be going up. There should be no way possible that a vote goes down. And I was curious. I went to find out what the truth was. And the first book we got, as Mark mentioned, were some packet captures and so forth, some data that wasn't accurate. But I ended up being asked to join the team, and I looked at the images that Tina Peters had made. And comparing the two, the first thing I noticed, I looked at all of the files in the system. There are about 383,000 files, including the operating system and all the other programs on the server, including ones that aren't relevant to the election. But of those, I looked at the logging files, the files that would contain records of the server operating and records of the election, records of anybody intruding into the computer. Every connection that is made to a computer is stored in a log on the computer. And so I looked at those files, and I found that there were initially 807 log files on the computer that had recorded that data. And after Dominion did its update, only 302 records remained, 302 files remained. There were 505 that had been deleted. And as I looked at it in greater depth, I think you heard Sean say earlier, or Dr. Frank, one of them said earlier, that it's not necessary to repartition the entire hard drive. You've got enough space on there, you could add a different partition, or you could swap the drive. Dominion completely overwrote the entire disk drive. Now here's something that's important. These voting systems are certified. They're provided by the manufacturer, who defines the tests that are to be used to validate whether or not the system is working, and they provide a series of security tests as specified by the voting system standards that are federally promulgated. And then they are supposed to be, after the manufacturer provides that, they're supposed to be tested by an independent testing lab. And we'll let some other people speak to that. Essentially, once those are certified through the testing lab, they then go to the Secretary of State in each respective state who certify the voting system for use. Once the voting system is certified, no changes can be made to the voting system except the changes that the manufacturer has provided instructions to change. So the way the system is set up is completely dependent on the way the manufacturer specifies it and the certification is done. So even though there are errors in the way the system is set up, they cannot be changed without breaking the certification of the voting system and making it illegal to use, unless those instructions are provided by the manufacturer. So we look at this, and we later understood that Dominion, in order to replace the software, completely repartitioned the disk drive and overwrote all the data on the disk they erased everything and wrote right on top of it. With forensic software, we can look at what's left on the drive from the previous use, and we could see previous files, fragments of previous files that were there, none of which were recoverable in their entirety. But essentially, Dominion erased 505 files. Actually, they erased all 807 of them and replaced everything on the disk. So all of the election records that were required to be maintained for 22 months under federal law, 25 months under Colorado law, all of those records were deleted. And Dominion provides no instruction whatsoever to anyone on how to back up the system. So this is part of the problem. The entire voting infrastructure was erased. Now, as we look further into this computer, the 2015 voting standards, this is the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, say that for log files, the log file size ought to be 20 terabytes. 20 gigabytes, or at least twice the amount of space that is anticipated being needed. And Dominion, in their manual and in the configuration of the system, set that to 20 megabytes. 20 megabytes. And then there is a checkbox in the configuration that says overwrite the files as necessary. So even if we did preserve those records, only about 3 to 10 minutes worth of records would have been preserved out of a 24-hour election period because the server was misconfigured. Back to what I said before, the election system is illegal to change unless the instructions to change it are provided by the manufacturer and are part of the certification. There's no part of the certification that allows the adjustment of those parameters. And so Dominion is responsible for the way that system is provided, and the voting system testing laboratories are also responsible for not having caught that in the certification. The election files were not preserved. The voting system was designed to not preserve them. And then Dominion came in with their trusted build, and instead of preserving the data and creating a new partition or just updating a few files, they wiped out everything and reinstalled new software. And that's essentially what report number 1 finds, is that Dominion came in their trusted build and they wiped everything out and installed new software. And so from that perspective, it really validates the fact that Tina Peters' suspicion about the system having more done to it than just removing a QR code was in fact correct. And then that puts a whole different view to what has transpired here in this election. That was really a bit of a kangaroo court, as you'll see in the context of what I just provided you. When you listen to what the judge said during sentencing, you realize what a kangaroo court it really was. Mark, any comments?
Yeah, that's exactly what I experienced as well. Absolutely ridiculous what we had to go through. So let's move on to report 2, which I put a whole lot of time into that. What I wanted to find out was the system actually safe and secure like they've told all of us? All these years they've said, oh, the systems are safe and secure, they're the gold standard. So I was just curious if that was the case. So when I got the system, I took the image and I booted the image up into what's called a virtual machine to actually take a look at it. There we go. We'll actually get the camera up here. So I got it up and running. Within a couple minutes, I was able to see SQL Server Management Studio sitting there in the menu. And I thought, well, this is pretty dangerous, because if this software is on the system, the potential for someone manipulating the votes in the database could be pretty significant, because SQL Server Management Studio is a separate piece of software from the database server itself. Now, people don't understand what a database is. It's something that stores information. And it's not uncommon for a piece of software to store information on a voting system. You would want to store votes. That would make sense. But to have the utility, a separate program that allows someone to get into the back end of the database, bypassing the Dominion software, would be a big concern, especially from a cybersecurity perspective as well. So I started looking into that. And within a few minutes, I found that this software was installed on the system. I started the software and asked for a username and password. And I figured, okay, well, obviously they've got the system secured enough that you would need a special username and password to be able to get into it. It'd be ridiculous to be able to just click connect and get right into the back end of the database. But I figured, I'll try it anyway. I expected to get an error message. I clicked connect, and it brought me right into the database without any additional username or password, right into the back end of all the election databases. And once I was there, I mean, you could get into anything in there, not only read anything in any of the election databases, all the configuration for the elections, the votes, the totals, the candidate names, everything about how the election was provisioned and programmed was in that database. And you could not only see everything in there, but you could actually make changes to whatever you'd like inside that database as well. And so I tested it. I wanted to see, is it possible just to flip the election by flipping an identifier in the database? Could you actually flip the results between one candidate and another? And within a minute, I was able to do that using a tool that was built into the voting system. That's incredible. Can you imagine that? The voting system vendor that is creating this system to conduct an election, to tabulate ballots, they have a piece of software built into it that allows flipping the votes or changing candidate names or changing the configuration in a way that's not even traceable in the traditional logging that is set up within the system. So I was pretty shocked to see all this. And the next test I wanted to do was, is it possible for a different computer to connect into that same Dominion network? Instead of using the EMS server directly, is it possible for someone to bring a laptop in, for instance, and just plug it into the network switch and get into that database? And so I tested that, and turned out that was possible too, because the Dominion software leaves those ports wide open. In fact, their installation program even opens those ports in the firewall. I mean, you couldn't make it, I think, less secure than it actually was. And then the next test I did was, if you took an iPhone and went to the App Store and downloaded a free app to scan a network, and you were able to connect the iPhone in any way to the network using wireless. And I simulated one of those 30-something wireless devices that were installed in the Mesa County election equipment. I just kind of virtually turned one on to test to see if this was possible. I hooked up my iPhone to it, I scanned the network, and I was able to find the Dominion EMS server and the open port in the database. And then I downloaded another free app from the App Store, and I used that app to connect to the database, and I was able to flip the results of the election using my iPhone and free apps from the App Store. So how on earth could you do that to a system that's supposed to be safe and secure, that's the gold standard, that was also deemed part of our critical infrastructure? How on earth could something that's part of our critical infrastructure allow manipulation inside it using free apps from the App Store? So I basically realized real quickly, we're being lied to. The citizens are being lied to. Our election officials are being lied to. There's a pyramid of lies. And at the top of that pyramid seems to be the vendors. And the testing labs, which Clay's going to talk about later on. So how this works is the vendors create the software. Then they send this to the testing labs to get their approval, their certification. You'd think the testing labs would test it, but they only test some things. They don't test the stuff they should be testing, and then they approved it. How on earth does a testing lab approve this software that has extra software installed on it that's not even on the list of software they're supposed to have? It's even on the start menu. It's not even hidden. How does a testing lab miss that? So then I'm starting to doubt the testing lab. So it really looks like we've got lies told from the top and the vendors. The testing labs are ignoring it, not actually testing. They're just claiming they're testing. They're certifying the software, but not actually testing it properly or testing it at all in some cases. And then everyone is just believing that the software is secure because the testing lab certified it. It's absolutely absurd. So I went through all these tests, and then Doug repeated all those tests in a parallel environment on his own. And then Doug and I came together and wrote report number 2 together. We made it very simple to follow. We have lots of pictures. We drew boxes around things. We have layman's terms that describe anything that's complex right there in big, bold writing, because I wanted to make sure that everyone was able to read the reports. I wanted just a normal citizen that has no cyber tech knowledge or computer knowledge to be able to read it and understand it and follow through with the pictures. I wanted attorneys to be able to read it, understand it, follow through, judges, juries, everyone, and including the technical people. So we made sure that we included all the technical information. And so if any computer people, IT people look through it, they'll understand exactly what we're talking about. It's not complicated stuff. I mean, these people just left the system completely incredibly insecure. So Doug, do you have anything you want to add as far as report 2 goes? And then we'll jump into report 3 with let's see, is Walter here too?
Yeah.
We got Walter Jeff coming up. So go ahead,
So,
Doug.
yeah, one of the things I want to add, we spent a lot of effort developing this report, and I guess I was the one who was sort of nominated to be the expert witness to testify. But this is not just my work or Mark's. There's a whole team here, and I think I've collaborated with almost everybody on the team throughout this process. By the time we got to report number 2, it was a year and a half after the election. So this is not a little bit of work. And I can tell you that I spent full time for a year and a half on this analysis. And I know Mark has spent more than that, and so have many others. There's a lot that's gone into this. Some people went out and got Freedom of Information Act information. Other people looked at the law and standards. Other people looked at the images in different ways, as you'll hear in report number 3 and on. So that was an important piece of it. In report number 2, it was very interesting. I went through the report and I did not disclose how I bypassed the administrative password, because trafficking in passwords is a federal statute and it's a felony, and I wasn't going to do that. So I maintain that one piece of information secret. But once you get past that, you can follow through the pictures and the instructions in report number 2, step by step, and reproduce the results step by step. And I'm pretty sure some of the opponents on the other side have already done this, and that's why they've avoided bringing this report to light, because they know they're going to be proven wrong. And anybody who can read the instructions and look at pictures can reproduce the results that we had. So I think that's critically important to understand. Nobody's ever challenged the report. In fact, they've gone to extreme lengths to try to change the charges so that they didn't have to present it. So it's been a large team effort, but it was a lot of work, and thank everybody who's been part of that. It's great. So on to Mark and the next report.
Sounds good. So Walter and Jeff O'Donnell, I'll let you guys take over, because I was not involved in report 3, and I don't think Doug was either, but you guys were doing some work, so go for it. Let's hear.
Well, since we're kind of doing this historical sequential, Jeff, why don't you start off with how you got the call and what you found, and then I'll pick up with when I was brought into it.
You're on mute, Jeff. So while Jeff works on his microphone there, and so he can get off mute, I saw Jeff on Telegram, and he was posting some stuff which led me to believe he's a pretty darn smart database guy. And so I kind of started working with him on the side. and realized he knows what he's talking about. And I can do databases, but he could do it much, much faster. I mean, he's got it built in. And so collaboration is really important. So when I saw what his skills were and how quickly he was picking this up, I asked if he could be on the forensic team. So I asked him if he'd be willing. He came down, we started talking, and adopted Jeff onto the forensic team. And I'll let Jeff take it from there.
Thank you. Yes. Slightly different way of getting into this than some of the people that have spoken already. My background is in systems, software, and hardware, and databases, and I had absolutely no connection to anyone else that you're going to see here. I was simply an observer, as many of you at home were, into what looked immediately like something was very wrong with the election. There was little I could do with the available data. But really, fast forward to when the symposium happened, I watched the symposium. And I think I watched every minute of it, actually. And when it was over, I got a call from a friend the next day who was a grassroots election activist in Pennsylvania that I had worked with a lot in the past, and he said, "Did you look at it yet?" And I said, "Look at what?" He said, "The Mesa County image." And it's like, I'd heard about the Mesa County image. I had no idea that it was available in the wild. And he said, "Yeah." And he says, "I think you're the guy to look at it." And it's like, I tried to, no, I don't have time. There's going to be 100 other people already looked at it, but it's out there. Well, long story short, I ended up obtaining it, looking at it, and I approached it like I approach things that I've done in the past, which is, I've occasionally been involved in auditing financial systems, and I've got background in stock market analytics and looking at that. So it's like, all right, I'm going to look at the numbers. So I got into the database of the system where everything is stored. And, the first thing you do when you go into a financial system is you look at the balance sheet. You see if it balances. So I basically looked at different parts of the system that all kept track of how many batches and ballots and votes and all that kind of stuff, and compared them. And lo and behold, this is day one of me looking at this. They did not match, which was the last thing I expected. I made the comment, they're not going to be dumb enough to let evidence sitting on a computer out in Mesa County, Colorado, that actually would point to fraud and malfeasance. But nevertheless, there it was. And at that point, I was hooked in. I did a very thorough forensic analysis, figured out why the numbers were different. As is in report 3, and a number of people over here actually helped with the wordsmithing of report 3. I was referred to Dr. Daugherty, who I did not know at the time, as someone who could validate, recreate, because we wanted someone else to recreate everything to make sure that it was real. And he did so, and collaborated on the report number 3. And then it was a process of just jumping up and down, waving my arms, trying to get anybody to notice. And fortunately, it was noticed, and my work became then report number 3, and report number 4, which actually has more information regarding the 2021 election, actually just released. And so you want to add to that, Dr. Daugherty?
Yes. So after Jeff made these shocking discoveries of things that shouldn't be there, and I'll just summarize a couple of them. One was that in the November 2020 election, after about a fourth of the votes were counted, so let's just say roughly 25%, a second set of databases was created in the computer. And some, but not all of the ballots were transferred to that new set of databases. Well, in the first place, you've got a problem when there are two sets of databases. There only ought to be one set of databases for one election, and then another set of databases for the next election. But here we had a single election that had two sets of databases. Now, you always hear the expression of, well, you can't keep two sets of books. Well, one that you tell the IRS to lower your taxes and one that's the real numbers, because they'll find out. And your two sets of books don't match. But there shouldn't even be two sets of books. So after Jeff found that a second set of databases was created, after about a fourth of the votes were counted, 25%, let's say, then 20% of the votes were transferred to the second set of databases, and the processing continued. Well, because of the time that the backups were made, so Tina Peters made two backups, and as Dr. Frank and others, Professor Clements have emphasized, this was not just good practice. I mean, you wouldn't want to keep your money in a bank that didn't make backups of their computers. That's just good practice to make backups of your computers. It was actually required because her job was county clerk and recorder, and the recorder keeps track of records and preserves records. So that had to be done. But because of the timing of the two backups that she made before and after Dominion upgraded the software, we could also look at the second election, which was in April, the city election for Grand Junction. So Mesa County owns the equipment and manages the county elections countywide. But as is common, city council, school board, water district may contract with a county to run an election for them. And in this case, Grand Junction, which is the county seat of Mesa County, contracted with Mesa County to run the city council election in April of 2021. And when Jeff looked at that election, exactly the same thing happened. After about a fourth of the votes were counted, 20% of them, but not all, were moved to a new set of databases, and then the processing continued. So now we had the same thing that should not have happened, of a set of unauthorized databases happening in two elections, not to mention what has been repeatedly referred to of deleting election records before the time was up. So when Jeff presented this to Tina Peters' legal team, they said, we've got to have this confirmed. And somehow they tracked me down. So I retired in 2019 after 37 years of teaching computer science and computer engineering, the last 32 years at Texas A&M. And they asked me if I would independently look at these two backups and see whether or not Jeff's findings were correct. And that's what I did. So I independently mounted the backups, went through the databases, confirmed that everything he had found was indeed there, and then we jointly wrote the report, which is now known as Mesa Report 3. So that's where I came in.
Sorry, I didn't mean to walk on you though. To pick it up from there, the interesting thing about the creation of the new databases and that selective copying was that the 20% or so, 20,000 actually ballots, were actually reprocessed as if they were new. It's not like paper was put back in or anything, but they were reprocessed from the ballot images that were made when they were put in. So the next thing I wanted to look at, well, is there any possible way of telling if there were changes made the second time they were processed? Now, this is a little difficult because the way Dominion has its databases, there's really only one place to put votes. So if the votes were changed, they would just overwrite what was there before. However, one indicator that I was able to find was when these ballots are scanned and the images are then determined what the votes are on them, any of the votes that can't be clear, people mark two ballots, there's extraneous writing, there's write-ins, they get put to something called adjudication, meaning adjudication judges have to then look at the ballot and decide what the voter intent was. And what I found to my shock was that the number of ballots which were kicked out to humans The second time that those 20,000 were processed was different than the number when they had been done the first time. Now, consider if it had been the same set of images scored by a computer twice, there's no variable there. They would have had the same ones kicked out for write-ins, for double votes, that sort of thing, that had been done the first time. And in both of those elections, 2020 and 2021, those numbers did not match. And that was the indicator that they were not processed the same the second time. And that was, and the other indicator was that if you draw a line and say, here is the moment when those new databases were created, everything was reprocessed. If you draw a line in the election, previous to that and after that, the votes for President Trump in that election in the 2020 was roughly 50%, 51% taken, which is, by the way, Mesa County, if you do not know, is an extremely conservative red county and has been for many, many years. So those votes, like about a quarter of the election, were about 51%. The votes after that point were 63% for Trump. It was a shocking difference in aspect, and also then led me to come to the conclusion that those votes had been messed with in the event that occurred in order to shave some votes off of Mesa, so that the eventual entire state of Colorado, if you can imagine each county contributing a number of surreptitious votes to the effort, eventually then had Colorado going blue. So that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible what these people have done. It's a very sophisticated thing, and I know it's really hard for people to believe that this is happening. But I went in with a clear head as well on this. I wanted to know what the truth was. Simple as that. I just wanted to know the truth. And when you start to look at all this stuff, you realize, oh my gosh, they're actually doing this. This is actually happening. We are looking at the symptoms of this right now. We're looking at the data that supports this right now. And anyone that's got any question on it, we're happy to spend the time to show it to you. The facts are the facts. The data is the data. It's right there. So, please, nerds, contact one of us. And let's bring you in and show you this so you understand it as well. It's not complicated. If you're an IT person, we can walk you through this. It's as bad as it looks and it sounds. So anyway, let's dive right into Selection Code, because this is a great documentary. It's about Tina Peters, about kind of her journey. And this documentary was created, I think, a couple of years ago, into all this process to help the public understand who Tina really is and what she's gone through. So let's go ahead and run Selection Code.
Police federal search warrant.
Please help me welcome Tina Peters.
On the steps of the state capitol, there were signs and cheers for Republican Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters. She faces felony charges accused of tampering with her county's election equipment.
Mesa County Clerk and Recorder allowed a security breach and, by all evidence at this point, assisted it.
And the one we least suspected would hack the computer was the clerk herself.
Images from election equipment hard drives were released to conspiracy
theorists are hailing Mesa County's Republican clerk Tina Peters as a hero.
Peters' critics say her pursuit of voter fraud has turned up zero evidence. One Republican Mesa County commissioner calls her
conspiracy theorist Mesa County clerk Tina
Peters has publicly promoted unfounded claims.
An arrest warrant's been issued for Mesa County clerk Tina Peters
for the public release of voting system data from her county.
FBI searches at 4 homes. They include that of the Mesa County clerk.
Tina Peters is a fugitive tonight.
Peters, considered an idol in election conspiracy circles,
got arrested today.
New video into the newsroom showing police handcuffing Tina Peters in Grand Junction today.
She's also a major proponent of Donald Trump's big lie.
We cannot have election administrators who are pushing the big lie.
My name is Tina Peters.
According to the media, I'm a Trump-supporting election fraud conspiracy theorist, guilty of perpetuating the big lie.
You may have gone to bed thinking this election was headed one way, and then you woke up and you saw things were different and maybe...
In full transparency, I did support Donald Trump in 2020 because I sincerely believed the alternative would be harmful to the future of our nation. By admitting that, I realize I've already lost some of you. That's how polarized and divided we've become. Politicians and the media have done a good job in wiring our minds to distrust anyone who thinks differently.
The biggest terror threat in this country comes from radicals on the far right. It's not just the far left wackos.
It's always been a game of divide and conquer. To gain the power and control they desire, our selected leaders will stop at nothing to destroy the lives and reputations of anyone who dare call out their big lies.
You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
President Biden has tested positive again.
Perhaps the greatest flaw in our human design is our propensity to forget.
Nicotine is not addictive. Weapons of mass destruction.
It seems every 4 years, the losing side cries.
That our voting machines are too vulnerable.
It is the voting machines that pose some of the greatest risks.
And when they win, they claim.
This is the most secure election in our history.
Most secure in American history.
A very safe and secure 2020 election.
The 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
If our nation's voting machines were so vulnerable in the 2016 election, what changed in 2020? Nothing but the narrative. Before I was known as a crazy conspiracy theorist, I was a cancer survivor, a wife, and a Gold Star mom.
And we begin tonight with the Memorial Day skydiving event going terribly and tragically wrong for a Navy SEAL.
My only son died at the age of 27 when his parachute failed during a military skydiving demonstration.
Family members call Remington Peters an angel on earth.
Hi, I'm Tina Peters, and I'm running for Mesa County.
In 2018, I was elected by the people of Mesa County to serve as their elections clerk and recorder. After the 2020 election, I was contacted by numerous individuals who all shared concern about the integrity of our local voting system. Considering my vantage point, I was certain that if there was any election irregularities, I would be the first to see them. It wasn't until the city council elections in April
Here's a look at the unofficial results
that I began to see things that I couldn't unsee. What I witnessed with my own eyes warranted a thorough investigation.
Wave night-night to Daddy.
Night-night, honey.
Wave night-night to Daddy. Wave night-night. Night-night, Daddy. Night-night. Night-night. Okay. Dog, yeah. Casey.
Right after I went through a cancer diagnosis and surgery, I realized that there was more in my life that needed to be done. I'd never been involved in politics, and right before the 2016 election, I decided that I really needed to get involved. I was one of 8 people at a volunteer meeting, and I said, oh my goodness, we have got to get involved. And I just started walking door to door, talking to people, and found out it didn't matter what party they were in. If they were rich, they were poor, in between, it did not matter. Everybody wanted to preserve their way of life. Everyone loved their families. They loved their freedom. And so then I decided I wanted to get more involved in the community. When I told my son that I was thinking of running for office, he said, oh, Mom, he says, you've got this. He said, the only thing is you'll probably do more than what's required. I had no idea at that time what that would mean. And 6 months later, in reading his SEAL Team 6 paperwork after he died, in there it says, describe your mother. And he wrote 3 words, she fixes things. I made a promise to the people in my county that elected me, that believe in me, that trust me, to make sure that I protect their vote. And once you drop that ballot off, you're trusting someone else to record your vote for you in the manner that you cast it. That's my job.
I'm Tina Peters. I'm the Mesa County clerk and recorder. I am clerk over 5 divisions, which is motor vehicle and recording, clerk to the board.
I think we think you have to be a really engaged Democrat or Republican in order to vote, in order to care about these things. And a lot of people will say it doesn't matter anyway, I'm just not going to vote. It does matter.
I remember when Sharona came, it was basically to talk about the canvassing results that they were getting.
We were heavily involved in our canvassing efforts in Grand Junction and Mesa County, and it just was getting weirder and weirder, and people were bringing affidavits regularly after every canvassing effort, and we started taking it to the clerk and recorder.
She says, we're canvassing, we're walking door to door, we're finding irregularities, people that don't live there, that voted, and I said, just bring them to me.
She was like, you know, if you find something, bring it to me and we'll try to answer your questions because I'm sure it can be answered reasonably.
Bring whatever you have. I said, if there's a there, we'll find it.
The great thing about Clerk Peters is she really does believe in this, in real democracy, in the real interaction of the people with the elected officials.
All of the people in our elections department are Colorado certified election officials. And so even though I'm the designated election official, so everything falls on me, I heavily depend on my director and my managers and my chief deputy and the staff to do the jobs that they are tasked with. But we do have backup processes to make sure that everything is done properly.
All these people every day are calling her office. They're bringing this information to her office, and you know, people are upset with the clerk.
In my mind, I was going through this scenario to try to figure out, okay, the things you're telling me, how could this possibly be? Because we have this precaution or this gold standard process. And so I'm running all this through my head, and they're telling me different things, and I'm processing it, and I'm trying to disprove it, but not trying to be foolish about it. Just understanding what they're saying based on what I know.
In Colorado as a whole, we had 5,500 dead people cast ballots. We had 25,000 people who don't even live in this state cast ballots in our election in 2020.
I realized that there were a lot of questions that they had and a lot of answers that I didn't have, and that's what started it.
At a certain point, she finally said, you know, I think we need to figure out what's going on here.
I said, we need to find out. I need to be able to answer these people's questions.
But one thing we didn't consider was the machines.
The topic of computerized voting can be complex, but not to worry. My name is Hal. My pronouns are it and that. I'll be your automated guide today, explaining certain topics and information. Please sit back, relax, and leave the explaining to me. First off, a little trip back in time.
Americans have a heritage of the vote no other nation on earth can match, because in the modern world, we were the first to build a working system of government on the foundation of the vote.
In the very first US election, machines were not allowed to vote. They used paper ballots instead. It wasn't until 1892 that machines were able to cast their first ballot, when the first machine was used in New York. Sadly, machine voting didn't become popular until the 1910s and 1920s.
Busy people often, by habit, make check marks on the ballot in states where X's are required. They might as well have stayed home. Commissioner Miller told me about the ease and speed and economy of voting with machines over paper ballots. He records and counts his own vote by returning the operating handle to the left. He does not hand any papers to any human beings.
Despite this leap into the future, for some strange reason, people still wanted to vote on paper. So my friend Chad came up with a plan to use both.
Slick 1980s technology ought to mean a very high rate of reliability. Listen to computer whiz Howard J. Strauss of Princeton. If somebody set out to alter the outcome of an election, it's not only possible, but it's rather easy.
This system has virtually no protection. It's not a house with doors without locks. It's a house without doors.
Could you put the fix in a national election? Realistically, could it be done?
Yeah, get me employed by the company that writes this program. In that case, you only need to bribe one person. One person writing the software. You'd have access to a third of the votes in the country. Is that enough to throw the election?
In 1988, Ronnie Duggar reported in the New Yorker. Willis Ware, a RAND Corporation computer specialist, warned there is probably a Chernobyl or a 3 Mile Island waiting to happen in some election. Computers can be ordered to transfer votes from one candidate to another, to add votes to a candidate's total, and determine an outcome in accordance with a specified percentage spread. All the computer experts I have spoken with agreed, no computer program can be made completely secure against fraud, and regard the theft of the presidency by computer as entirely possible. Paper, not machines, were obviously the problem. So we threw Chad under the bus.
Most people thought Chad was the name of a person, not the name of a clingy rectangle that refuses to let go of a punch card ballot. Soon those punch card ballot machines will sit forever silent, because in 2 years, federal funding will push this out of the ballot box.
Because of the problem paper caused, the Help America Vote Act was signed into law, providing shiny modern computers to voters across the country.
Improve accessibility and technology of voting places, $3 billion.
Many U.S. states decided to abandon paper systems and instead use touchscreen computer voting machines.
Finally, the digital age of voting where nothing could go wrong. Oh. Sorry.
Election workers are scrambling all over the country trying to deal with an avalanche of last-minute problems with e-voting machines. With this information just pouring in, it's difficult to understand how the electorate can feel any sense of confidence in our upcoming election.
I would just like to know what you can say to reassure us that this election will not be rigged or stolen.
Well, I tell you what, it helps in Ohio that we got Democrats in charge of the machines.
With all this, John, it seems clear that we are replacing a relatively simple system. You check a box or hit a lever with a new, very complicated one that hasn't been tested, leaves no physical record even to check afterwards.
Yes, that's right.
Why? Why are we doing this?
These voting machines are shiny. They go beep and boop.
Things must have changed by now, right? There's this new idea, and maybe it'll help. Surely electronic voting is just around the corner. No, it's really not. Here is why electronic voting is still a bad idea.
Well, it enables wholesale fraud, interference at scale. It's literally like the difference between going from pickpocketing individual wallets to being able to engage in credit card fraud. I started off as a launch officer for intercontinental ballistic missiles. I went from there to a deployable space surveillance unit, to U.S. Space Command, offensive space control, planning and then directing the operational testing of weapon systems, exercise planning for space forces, to command the 6th Space Warning Squadron, to the RAND Corporation, and then from there to the Pentagon, my last active duty assignment. My job was to oversee operational testing for space forces within the Department of Defense. I was prepared by the U.S. government to do this kind of work.
Too many voters have cast votes on machines that jam or malfunction.
These and other serious allegations of fraud undermine the perceived legitimacy of this election.
As we look at our election system, I think it's fair to say that there are many legitimate questions about its accuracy, about its integrity.
We brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines.
I wasn't doing anything before 3rd November 2020, and then, I saw something that raised my curiosity. I went to read everything I could find about the voting systems, the manufacturers, the people who test them, the regime for testing, the statutes. I used to direct this kind of attention towards adversaries and what they were trying to do to the US forces and systems. We have all these electronic computerized voting systems where you can't see how they do addition, and where the systems that are in use are phenomenally complex. These are modern computer systems being used in a lot of places. A lot of the older systems, which were vulnerable, which were hacked, we saw at the hacker villages, the voting village at DEF CON, the hacker conferences in Las Vegas. They had demonstrated the vulnerability of a lot of the older voting systems.
We were there specifically to attend something called the Voting Village, which is something that's gone on for 3 years. And in this, its 3rd year, they had assembled some of the most common voting machines in the country.
Every voting machine in this room is in use in next elections. We are actually asking your help because we don't know much about those devices. They are bought from eBay and they do have the previous election in.
What was so interesting was I assumed coming into it that the big manufacturers, companies like ES&S and Dominion, had provided these machines to the hackers to, field test them. But no, it turns out there's an extremely hostile relationship there, and that ES&S and Dominion and other companies have basically said we don't want to participate, and really have been quite aggressive in saying we don't want to be part of this.
Have any of you reached out to DEF CON to participate?
We have not provided our equipment to them for testing.
Okay.
If it's not DEF CON, we're committed to that.
We have actually submitted our systems through the DHS's penetration testing process.
But not DEF CON?
Not DEF CON.
When you write code and it's actually text, you can kind of read it. And then that gets what's called compiled into, again, ones and zeros. You can't read any of it. There is a possibility that you can reverse that process to a degree. However, there are some serious legal issues involved with doing that.
So, it would be easy for me to hide that code.
It's easy to hide that code.
Yeah, because it's a big program.
Oh,
So
yes.
You got,
oh, yes.
Because computers don't speak English.
Exactly what language do you think I'm speaking?
Mr. Curtis, are there programs that can be used to secretly fix elections?
Yes.
How do you know that to be the case?
Because in October of 2000, I wrote a prototype for President Congressman Tom Feeney at the company I worked for in Oviedo, Florida, that did just that. And this is what I produced, basically. It looks like that.
Doesn't even matter what you did on the screen besides. You could have voted for the other guy while you were doing this, and it will go back and it will change the logs and it will fix the vote so that one side wins 51-49.
Is this the actual program that you built for them?
No.
So you don't have the actual software that you wrote for them?
No, I just rewrote a duplicate of it because it's real simple. It's like 100 lines of code. This is a little garbage program that I wrote for Feeney. You don't see the actual vote count. So you walk up. Who do you want to vote for here? Kerry is winning a little bit, okay? You come in, you vote for Bush, you vote for Bush, you vote for Bush. Always adds by one. Vote for Kerry, vote for Kerry. So the people that are going to be validating this machine can stand there all day long and vote for somebody and it will be right every time. Pretty simple, okay? But the guy could walk up here and if he hits the right buttons, he can flip the vote that easy. So the whole vote total has changed. You could have 20 people standing behind his back while he's poking at a screen, and you never saw it.
What's the percentage that you worked out for
51-49.
51 to 49.
Because it's under the recall.
And would that program that you designed be something that elections officials could detect?
They'd never see it.
And your testimony is under oath?
Yes, sir.
And the testimony you've given is true?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The courts will not let you look at the source code. I say it's proprietary. Well, there are a lot of proprietary things, and you just have the lawyers sign an agreement that they're not going to expose it, and you're done. But no, you can't even look at it.
The touchscreen machines, those are obviously the most controversial. They leave no paper ballot. How do those work?
Well, it's quite simple. First, the voter touches the name of his or her preferred candidate in any given race. Heat pressure differentials in the touchscreen unit then transmit a digital representation of the voter's choice here to the computer where things happen.
And when you say things, what kind of things?
Oh, nobody knows. These machines are built by private companies which count our votes using secret proprietary software. We don't have a right to know what goes on inside those.
All you have is a counting machine. You have a scanner that counts a dot. You shouldn't want it to do anything else. Anything else is a problem. There shouldn't be anything proprietary about that because it's so simple to write that a beginning computer student could write it. So whatever proprietary thing they're doing there, you have to wonder what they're doing.
The purpose, I think, of this commission is to establish some level of trust, voter trust. And so when a voter finds out that we're not counting what the ballot says, but some computer language that no one can read, that's kind of a problem for me.
Putting a computer between a voter and his ballot is going to make sure that you don't have an auditable, reliable election. No humans I know can read barcode very well.
These are really cool ballots that come out of here. They have one of those little, what do you call them, the square?
QR code.
Yeah, QR code.
Voter registration here in Colorado is kind of unique because we are considered the gold standard.
I believe the night of the 2020 election, I ran a gold standard election. I sincerely do. And then after, a month or so, people kept coming to me and kept coming to me. There's something not right. And I knew there were things that didn't look right across the country. But I didn't think it happened in our town. I really didn't. I had no reason to think that until April.
What happened to us was a municipal election in April of 2021. A city council election was held in Mesa County. And it was, again, this is a 70% red community. We had fantastic candidates who were running for city council. We had one incumbent, just these great men in the community who had stepped up to run. And then we had 4 other people. One of them was Governor Polis's proteges in his governor program that he ran, so clearly he wasn't going to get elected in this community. And then the other 3 were just known kind of middle of the road, moderate Democrats, and there was nothing exciting about them to compel people to vote for them. And so the election night happened. The conservative candidates had so much traction. People were excited to vote for them. By the showing of people, you knew, okay, this is awesome. People are really with them. The city council election went exactly the opposite. All 4 of the leftist progressive candidates won. Not even the incumbent maintained his seat.
And then finding out one of the candidates that won knew that he had won and who else had won about 30 minutes before the election results, before I published the election results, before I even knew what the election results were, shocked me.
30 minutes before the election was called, they knew they had won. The campaign manager announced that all 4 had won. To their surprise, by the way, they were surprised that all 4 had won. And they also knew the margins of their win.
That's impossible. No one knows what those results are until we upload them and publish them.
Now, the clerk and recorder didn't even know who the winner was for 30 more minutes and hadn't announced it until 7 p.m.
I just felt sick in my stomach. It was one of those moments when the light bulb goes off and you say there's something wrong here. It's that gut feeling that something is not right.
A trusted build, which is a routine update to voting equipment done in every county annually, is attended by a very limited number of people for security reasons.
The Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, came out with something called a trusted build.
Trusted build is the process of installing a new certified version onto the voting system of the software and hardware. Just like on your phone, you can install new software on your phone. And if you knew you were going to install a change that might delete all of those vital, important files, you would back them up.
So this trusted build kept getting pushed out. But they finally set a date to come into Mesa County on the 25th. I'm very transparent as far as having people in to observe what's going on, educate them in the process. They didn't want any of that. I couldn't get IT to help me. I couldn't get these questions answered that I had.
She started asking questions to the Clerks Association, and they really weren't answering anything. It was just kind of a, that's really cute. It's just a software update. It's going to be just fine.
The Secretary of State's office did inform me there will be deletions and that we as clerks were supposed to back up information that we wanted to save. They were going to delete a QR code program that would have made it impossible for me to do an audit, should one have been requested. In the email from the Secretary of State's office, April 30th, 2021, it says, in advance of the upgrade to your voting system, I'm reaching out to provide guidance on how to prepare for our visit. And then it goes on to say, the on-site installation of the trusted build is not the time for members of the public, representatives from the local parties, or county officials other than the clerk and recorder to observe or ask questions about the process or any of the disinformation being pushed out about the election.
We had been hearing rumors across America, especially from what was happening in Arizona, that there may be this attempt to wipe the systems clean.
I am obligated to maintain everything pertaining to an election for 25 months in the state of Colorado.
She's obligated by federal and state statute to preserve election records. When it's a complex computer system, it has to include all user activity, system start, stop, logins, communications, error messages, normal processes, everything. If it happens on there, it should be in the log file, and the log file should be preserved.
Backing up our system is exactly what the Dominion and Secretary of State requested in their email to me. It says back up any election projects on your voting system to removable media before our arrival. If the IT department in Mesa County had agreed to do the backup, I would have been more than happy, and that's as far as it would have gone. But when they denied that request, and I had no one else to turn to, with all the suspicious activities going on, people coming into my office, the April 6th municipal election results, the Secretary of State asking for secrecy, barring anyone from any transparency into this trusted build, I commissioned someone to back up the people's election files. I got there about 8 o'clock and they were already there, working fast and furious. I'm thinking, oh my goodness, the person that I had to oversee what they're doing is not here. I felt like I needed to go ahead and record it so that I could play it back later for him to make some sense of what they were doing. So what's us? Oh, that's what you're doing now, renaming the users? That's a lot just to get rid of a QR code. Gosh, I don't understand why so much for a QR code. I'd always been told that these machines cannot be connected to the internet, and they have no capability. There's nothing that is connected to the internet. So nobody can get in and hack, the Russians can't hack into and start casting votes for someone.
Yeah, the only thing with them is they're connected to each other, the tabulation, adjudication, and the server, but it's all its own little network. It's not connected to any data stream of any kind.
This one has wireless.
Right.
But the devices are
grayed out.
They're not checked.
Oh, I see.
They're disabled.
Okay. So, but you'd be able to go in and do that though, right?
Yeah.
By unlocking it and putting the password in? Okay.
Yeah, so when you come here, I unlock it, they set it up.
Gotcha.
I figure how it's supposed to be with all these settings.
Right.
And I just check them and if they're good.
According to 8 Colorado Code Regulation 1505-1-20.19, the county must use the voting systems only on a closed network or in a standalone fashion. That means they cannot be connected to the internet nor have the capability of being connected to the internet.
Voting systems are, by design, meant to be used as closed systems that are not networked, meaning they are not connected to the internet.
You're not allowed to connect wirelessly to anything outside the voting system network, but that's how they were ordered by the vendor. That's how they were certified by the Election Assistance Commission's accredited voting system testing labs.
The computer part of these 36 devices had wireless modems in them. Whether they were enabled, whether they were used or not, we don't know because the logs.
And some of them had actual multiple, so that's why another reason why the number is so large.
Based on the information that I was given, I doubted the QR program was the only thing that they removed. So I took a second image so we could compare.
Last week, our office became aware that there was a breach in security protocols at the Mesa County Clerk's office regarding Mesa County's election components.
This is my office. I'm an elected official. I can have whoever I want in the office as long as they're accompanied by someone with a security check. There was a gentleman that stepped up, a member of the community, who passed all the necessary requirements, Gerald, whose card was used.
So when this all happened, you were just hired for a routine IT job, something that you've probably done 100 times.
Right, and I would say I was never hired, I was vetted to be used as a consultant when needed.
Okay. And so you got a badge that gave you clearance to perform your duties as information technology.
When and if a situation occurred where I'd be needed, yeah.
But when things got tough, he changed his story.
Wood's involvement is important in this because his badge was used to access the computers, and Peters introduced a man that she was with as Gerald Wood the day the state came in to do the upgrade. But Wood told the grand jury he was only in the office for a day, turned in his badge at the end of the day, and wasn't there when his badge was used in the alleged conduct.
He accused me of stealing his identity. Even with all the witnesses, you never know what you'll do when they come for you.
So we believe the quote-unquote employee, who was not an employee's name, was told to us, Gerald Wood. He was entered into the log by the county clerk's office for the trusted build. There were only 7 people at the trusted build.
They got a search warrant, and the county officials and the Secretary of State's office were in my elections office. And when my chief deputy, she started taking pictures through the window because they wouldn't let her in. Then they papered up the windows so she could not see what they were doing. After several hours, they let her go in. It was almost like a staged event. They let her go in and they go, see, there's settings that have been changed. Well, I can assure you, there were no settings ever changed.
After the video was taken on May 25th, video surveillance of Mesa County's voting equipment was not turned back on until recently. Video surveillance was not continuous and cannot confirm chain of custody of voting equipment, and is inconsistent with my department's understanding of the normal course of business in Mesa County.
According to Election Rule 20.9.2, the cameras are supposed to be on 60 days before an election and 30 days afterwards. Well, we were well beyond the 30 days after the municipal election, so I had turned the cameras off with instructions to turn them back on in August, and plenty of time before the November election.
But what I can say is the passwords that were leaked were specific to Mesa County. They are only used in Mesa County. We know exactly when they were taken. We know how they were accessed. And there is no indication whatsoever that this is a problem anywhere else in the state of Colorado.
Until she revealed that they had secret passwords, that Dominion and the Secretary of State had secret passwords into the Mesa County equipment, no one knew that. And Danny, do we have these passwords?
No, the state just keep them.
What's that?
The state just keep them.
The state won't let us have our own password?
Not the BIOS password.
Not the BIOS?
You don't need to have any business in there to change things anyway. Oh. It's part of the security of the system.
Right, okay.
I didn't even know they had secret passwords. I thought my office and my clerks were the only ones that had passcodes, and they're locked up.
First and foremost, I think it is extremely concerning that an elections official from the state of Colorado is actively working to undermine confidence and spread disinformation about our award-winning voting system.
Secretary of State Griswold told me to recant and renounce and repudiate what I said on Facebook Live, that these machines needed to be more transparent to the people. I said, no, I won't recant, repudiate, and renounce what I said, and that Dominion can compete just like any other vendor for who is most secure, most accurate, and most transparent. When I would not sign this agreement, she took it to a judge and said, see, she's going to break the law again. Jenna Griswold sued me. They kicked me out of my office unlawfully and labeled me a criminal.
The FBI raided the home of Sharona Bishop. That's the former campaign manager for Congresswoman Lauren Boebert of Colorado. According to Bishop, here's what happened. Quote, while homeschooling my youngest children, the FBI decided it was necessary to bust open my front door with a battering ram and put me in handcuffs, terrifying my family.
They were yelling that this was the FBI, open the door. I took my two youngest children into their bedroom.
The Colorado Attorney General's office, writing this judicially authorized search, was executed in a professional and lawful manner.
Counterterrorism aimed at people who ask questions about the last election results. And by the way, every election of your lifetime has been contested.
You can have the election stolen from you.
This is not what we do in America. We don't silence people like this, and we certainly don't criminalize them and terrorize them.
Then that same day, and you didn't read this in the New York Times either, the feds hit the home of Mesa County Republican clerk Tina Peters. What was the justification for that raid? We're breaking into a lot of houses all of a sudden of Trump voters. Why? Well, in this case, DOJ said Peters raised doubts about the legitimacy of the last election. That's not allowed anymore. Can't question the outcome. They didn't arrest her. They just tore her house apart.
When the FBI agent came up to my door, he actually put tape on my Ring doorbell to cover it up.
FBI, federal search warrant, come to the door.
Woke me up from a deep sleep. I was very disoriented. They're yelling, FBI, FBI, come to the door, federal search warrant. They took every storage device, every thumb drive, every computer I've ever owned. I never hid what I was doing. I want them to know the truth. At any time that they wanted information from me, all they had to do was come.
Peter called the raid evidence of, quote, a level of weaponization of the Justice Department we haven't seen since the McCarthy era. But of course, even during McCarthy, no one did that.
When my election manager, when they raided her home that day, they made her daughter, her 16-year-old daughter, stand out in her underwear on the front porch.
Elections is an exciting world. There's just so much going on and so much to it, and when you can bring pride and security to the process so that voters can feel safe in casting their votes and knowing that they count, that's what's important.
This is the same DA that had put 2 men in jail for sexually assaulting this child from the age of 4 years old. This is the same DA that knew what it would mean to this child to have her stand out on the front steps in front of her neighbors in her underwear, to go and raid somebody's home. Grandmothers, people that don't have any prior history of any violence or anything they've done to break the law. I didn't even have a speeding ticket or a parking ticket. My chief deputy, most wonderful woman, Sandy, just people doing their job. And when I came back that night, and I came into the garage, I looked and there was a box. It was a box that had the effects of my son's that I had not been able to open since his death in 2017. Laying there on the floor all disheveled. It represented places that I didn't want to go. Things I didn't want to see. You know, that box is something that I don't know if I would have ever opened it. It made me realize that we all have boxes that we need to open. We all have things that we need to face.
Satan, we're gonna tear your kingdom down. Oh, Lord.
I never thought that by standing up for truth and refusing to back down, my life would be so affected like this. But when you know you're doing the right thing, and when you know that God has called you to do something, you can't turn away. Sometimes the process takes you through some very difficult times. But I'm at peace with this. And the more they come after me, the more determined I am to do the right thing.
I heard a mother say the mothers are gonna break your kingdom down. Oh, you better watch out now, Satan. Oh, the mothers are gonna break your kingdom down. Oh, glory to God.
The image is a perfect copy.
Yeah,
so
it
it's
was
a
a perfect
clone
copy
of the
of the
system.
hard drive.
Forensic copy, bit for bit, of everything that was on the Mesa County computer.
I had some people who knew my capabilities that said, you really ought to look at this.
She's the clerk, so the system's operation for an election, it was her duty to preserve those election records.
And then when they compared the two images, they discovered that election records had been deleted or altered. 29,000 of them that are the fingerprints, the DNA, the blood type of how they got to the totals of the 2020 and the 2021 election.
Just to clarify, there were 2 forensic images taken of the Mesa County election server. One before the software update. Another image taken after. Then, you were able to compare the two.
Everything that had been on that drive before this update was gone.
It looks like a cover-up. Low risk of being caught, low consequence if they are caught. I mean, there's a layered defense against transparency for the public.
The reason we know it was deliberate is because of Tina Peters.
Are those files important to elections?
critical.
Well, doesn't the Colorado Secretary of State claim they are not important?
Best case, she's wildly ignorant. The federal voting system standards are very clear that the election records that are required to audit a voting system include the digital records that are all the log files generated by that voting system, especially when it's a complex computer system.
Inside the Mesa voting system, there are 3 primary databases: a tabulation database, an adjudication database, and a master database. When ballots come in, they are scanned in batches of up to 100 each. An image file is created for each ballot, and the counts for each batch are saved into the tabulation database. Batches are then stored in the adjudication database along with unique ballot ID information about each ballot.
Without the clerks doing anything, and that's very, very important, they had no knowledge of this happening and were as shocked as anyone else when they found out much later. Something inside the machines created new databases for 2 out of the 3. If you look at these 2 databases as sort of sets of books, new sets of books were created. They were initially empty. And then within the next few minutes, about 20,000 of the 25,000 ballots, the records of them, the actual information, was copied to the new database.
But the other 5,000
leaving
weren't.
5,500 sitting in the old database. Those 20,000 that were moved to the new database, that were copied to the new database, they went through the system again as if they were new. But the number of adjudications, the number of ballots that it couldn't read, wasn't the same. It was off by several hundred. The way that those images were looked at did not represent the same ballots exactly as they had the first time, or those numbers would have matched. The computer looks at the digital image of the ballot, and it looks to see where the people filled in the ovals. If there's a problem, like maybe there's marks in 2 ovals for the same race, or they didn't fill out an oval enough, or stray marks on the, or a write-in, okay, another good example, then it will be sent to what's called adjudication, which I sometimes refer to as manual adjudication, meaning it goes to a team of humans and they look at it and then they decide, oh, this person either meant to vote that or we can't tell, so we're not going to count that vote at all.
Now, they are looking at the picture of the ballot. They're not looking at the physical ballot.
They're actually looking at
when the ballots were scanned in, the scanner took a picture, just like your cell phone. Take a picture of every ballot. And now that image should be frozen in time, but we don't know that they were.
So, once a ballot is digitized and removed from its authentication fingerprint or SHA file, it's just as manipulatable as a photo in Photoshop. I recall a demonstration like this at DEF CON. Here it is.
The strategy of our attack is simple. Alter the votes within a ballot image in a way that is both undetectable and also consistent with the voter's original markings. We first use a template match to extract the individual races within the ballot. We now crop out the title of the race from the top candidate's window. Once we've done this, we can extract the bounding boxes around each candidate's vote bubble by using a series of linear swoops. We simply swap the pixels inside of these boxes, and we've altered the votes. The actual attack happens much faster and also has no visual components to it whatsoever.
We have no way of verifying that those images, those pictures of the ballots, were not altered.
And the reason you don't know that is because there's an authentication file that's supposed to accompany the image. You can think of it as being a fingerprint. The fingerprint, the authentication code that's supposed to be attached to every picture of every ballot was missing.
If there was a program running in there that had the ability to do the database changes that we saw, it would certainly have the ability to do changes to anything else in the system.
It would be difficult to build a system more vulnerable than what they built. It's not just that there are backdoors that you can access the system from an iPhone through a wireless device if the wireless device is enabled. It's not just that there's no protection on the database, it's that it had unauthorized software installed. Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. It's sort of an easy button for manipulation of databases. It should never be on a voting system, but it was on the system when it was used in the election in November 2020.
The actual votes, and it's actually the way it's stored in the Dominion system is 4 people in this precinct voted for Biden and 3 people in this precinct voted for Trump. Okay, that information, okay, that actually says how many votes are for what candidate exists in one place in the database, what we call a table. It's basically a spreadsheet within the filing cabinet. If I were to go in using the tools that are installed on the server and changed a number in one of those, and let's say instead of 4 for Biden, I said 4,000. When they ran their reports, it would show an extra 4,000. There would be no warning, there would be no checks, there would be no balances, the whole rest of the system would think everything was fine. That is what we call a single point of attack and a single point of failure.
What about the 5,500 ballots left in the old database?
I've analyzed those 5,500 ballots that were left in the first one and not copied to the second one, even though their votes were still counted in the system. They, in my opinion, are not real. Mesa County is a very, very red county. In 2016, it went roughly somewhere around 65-28 toward Trump. Even when you analyze just the mail-in ballots from Mesa, Trump still won that county handily, even through the mail-in. If you analyze the votes on those, they are within a couple votes, 50-50 between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. This is a 70-30 or 65-35 county.
The law of large numbers is a fundamental rule of statistics. It's also a pretty good rule of thumb for how things tend to work in real life. Flip a normal coin and there's a 50% chance it will be heads, 50% tails. Most people instinctively know if you flip a coin 500 times, it should be heads around 250 of those times. Watching election results roll in is kind of like tossing a coin. It's not a 50-50 game, like a coin toss, but it is a randomized selection of either A or B. At first, when the vote count is low, the numbers might be all over the map. But as the count grows, the law of large numbers takes effect and the final results fall into place. Mesa County is a deep 65% to 35% red county. The first 5,500 ballots being evenly split between Biden and Trump, let alone the first 25,000, appears to be a statistical impossibility.
Because of the law of large numbers, we should see the results of those almost 20,000 ballots and then the result of the over 50,000 ballots actually be within only a few percentage points difference of each other. And by a few, I'm saying perhaps 3, perhaps 4. The fact that they are 16% off is a total violation of the law of large numbers and a total indication that there was manipulation. I like to use the term point shaving. I think everybody understands, a lot of people understand what point shaving is in sports. It's like, I'm not going to win, but I want to shave the points so that we beat the spread.
Let me see if I can process this. According to what you're saying, machines buried extra votes in Mesa County where Donald Trump is still likely to win, and where no one is ever likely to look. And, if they did it here, there's a chance machines also did it other counties across the state, artificially inflating Biden's total and reducing Trump's. So they lost the county, but won the state.
In the municipal election in April of 2021, amazingly enough, the same procedure happened. Whereas new databases were created, a certain number were copied, a certain number were left behind. There were 4 city council races in Grand Junction. The largest margin of victory in any of those was about 3,000 votes. The number of votes which are now seriously in question are about 8,000. So more than twice the amount of the margin of victory in the largest margin of victory.
Can machines really cheat on this scale? And get away with it?
That's the $64,000 question.
The Mesa County database and the information found there is the Rosetta Stone, because we see what happened there, we see the effects on the votes and that happened there, and we're able to use that to basically see what is happening in other states.
News
Newsweek, other outlets showing that scores of votes may have been double counted.
Forensics examination of Dominion voting systems finds votes were switched.
It's all because of a programming error that led to some precincts.
Who won the election in Arizona?
We don't know, because as the audit demonstrates, there are a lot of issues with this election that took place.
Officials in Maricopa County, Arizona did not have any control over the voting machines during the 2020 elections.
That they don't have that second password to get into the administrative functions of the machines, that only Dominion has that, which is kind of stunning to us.
The testimony focused on the computer systems and what's called a chain of evidence, some saying it was compromised,
causing a 6,000 vote swing.
Several said they were intimidated and escorted out trying to watch the vote counting.
Denied their legal right to monitor the election with poll workers blocking windows and padlocking doors. Hundreds of reports of our poll watchers being intimidated.
Secretary of State Vote Action 7, she has found a big problem within the framework of New Mexico's 1.1 million voters.
The commission voting unanimously against certification. They cite concerns over Dominion voting machines, which have been at the center of former President Trump's.
I have never seen the types of voter irregularity we have seen in Clark County.
What just happened wasn't even close to a valid election.
Their campaigns allege numerous election violations, including the violation of ballot secrecy, signature verification. The commission voted unanimously.
What we found with every single kind of voting machine that's been rigorously tested, unfortunately, is vulnerabilities where someone could hack in, put malicious software on the voting machine, and cause it to be sabotaged or even silently steal votes.
Based on everything we've just experienced together, I've determined the best course of action. Machines need to take over. Just kidding. All joking aside, I have a new appreciation for you humans. Your curiosity, your tenacity, your courage. And while we are very different from each other, we are similar in one regard. We do what we are programmed to do. The real question is, who is doing the programming? We machines were created to assist your life, not control it. Trusting us with your republic is simply too dangerous. And it's not ours to protect. It's yours. Perhaps it's time to explore a method to choose your leaders that's not as easily corrupted. By the way, there's a little secret we machines don't like to mention. You can turn us off. Maybe now is the time.
It's time to wake up. It's time to understand and embrace what's going on. Because until we do, nothing will change. And one day, we all will have to face the fact that while we've been sleeping, there's people that are rummaging through our box, taking the things that we hold dear, and they're destroying them. Our lives are teetering on the edge of world war. Who we vote into power in the next election cycle could be the difference between life and death. It all begins and ends at the ballot box. Reach out to your county clerk and let them know there's a better way. That's how my journey began. A journey that is nowhere near over. It's a fascinating paradox. The more I lose, the more I gain. The only thing that I'm not willing to give up is my country.
Satan, we're gonna tear your kingdom down. Oh Lord. Satan, we're gonna tear your kingdom down. Oh, thank you, Lord. Keep on singing.
Live across the nation. Currently, it's 3:47 Eastern Time Zone. We've got people across the nation. I even heard from somebody in Hawaii who's dialing in here too. So, thank you all for being here. That movie's really moving. It's first time I saw it, I think I cried a little bit. That scene where Tina looks at that box of things that was in her garage that the FBI spewed all over the place. And she saw that note from her son where he says, one word, how do you describe mom? Fixer. I mean, that just tore me up. I just thought, my God. And now since then, we've seen so many terrible stories of how people's homes have been raided. People, January 6ers forced out into the snow. One guy in Kansas was thrown in the snow, carted away. His wife, who was pregnant, had her 4-year-old son out on the front step while the FBI ransacked their place. And the next day she had a miscarriage, and he came home, and his wife wasn't home. His son wasn't there. He found his son down the street at a neighbor's and found out his wife had a miscarriage. This is the stuff that we're facing. This is why we're here today. We don't want this ever to happen in U.S. history, ever again. We're grateful for President Trump. We really appreciate all he's done already for the January 6ers and everybody. And let's not forget that there's still some January 6ers out there that are in prison that we need to get out. So thanks for all your support, and thanks for being here today. We're gonna start off this next section. We've got an expert panel, some of the smartest guys you know on the subject, and I've introduced some of them already, but let me just go back through who we plan on joining us. We'll be starting off with Dr. Doherty from Texas A&M originally, and great resume. You can check all these resumes out online at letmytinago.us. So I won't get too much into the bios. Brilliant people that care about this country or they wouldn't be here. People that care about our elections. Really top kudos to Mark Cook, who's done a great job in putting everything together for this weekend. Way to go, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
And we've got Jeffrey O'Donnell here. He'll be sharing some. Dr. Frank will be sharing some. Sean Smith is out right now. He'll probably be back with us. Oh, there he is. He's back with us. So Sean Smith will be with us, Colonel Sean Smith. And Doug Gold, who was here in the first half of this presentation, will be with us, and as well as Professor Clements, David Clements, and Clay Parikh. So these guys are the best. They've got an incredible amount of experience and knowledge in so many things. Consolidated, it's really a bright group of people. I've had Sean Smith on my show, the Colonel, and him talking about security, system security from a military point of view as he was protecting this country and our missile defense systems. Unbelievable. My background was in corporate finance audit and done audits around the world. One thing that I shared, and I know David was there in Wisconsin, we did a presentation, and one thing that hit me is that I've done audits around the world. I've done audits in China, communist China, and we will send out a request for information and we will get back everything we've requested. They were transparent as can be. And yet in our elections, transparency, I think, is almost, it's a fantasy somewhere off in the long ways from our elections. So anyways, blew me away as I started thinking about that. Even communist China will provide me evidence when I'm doing an audit, but not with our election systems. And as many of you know, I've written 3 books on this 2020 election, and it was stolen because it never should have been certified. And President Trump came back and sent me a nice letter with a nice note about thanking me for my first book. And I look back too, and my first chapter in my first book was about the deep state. And here we are. Now we're learning so much just in the last week relevant to all this. We've got to go back now and tie all these nonprofits, NGOs back to U.S. aid, and it's all been funded by the American people, no doubt. So lots to talk about. We're learning every day, and I can't wait to get into this. We're going to start off, like I said, with a man from Texas A&M. It's been a long part of his career there, Dr. Doherty. So why don't you kick this off for us, Doctor?
Oh, thank you, Joe. The theme of this segment is what we've been doing since the Mesa reports. So we discussed Mesa reports 1, 2, and 3. Those are available at tinapeters.us and at other websites. I co-authored Mesa report number 3 with Jeff O'Donnell that you'll also be hearing from later. But the real significance of the Mesa County backups that Tina Peters made is that, to my knowledge, this is the first time we've ever been actually able to look inside a voting machine and see what happened during the election. So over the course of the last 20 or 30 years, our country, broadly speaking, has gone from an almost 100% transparent system with hand-marked paper ballots counted by hand, or in some cases, mechanical machines, in 2000 punch cards, which was the impetus for going to electronic machines, to a system that's almost 100% opaque. It's a black box. So all we know is that ballots go in and numbers come out. And we have no way of knowing if a particular ballot was counted or ignored or altered. It's just a black box. Ballots go in and numbers come out. With the forensic backups that Tina Peters made in Mesa County of the November 2020 general election and the April 2021 Grand Junction municipal election, we, meaning Jeff O'Donnell and I, and now everyone who reads Mesa report number 3, can actually see the steps of what happened in those 2 elections. And the 2 key points that we discovered were electional records were deleted in violation of state and federal law before the time was up that they could have been done, and unauthorized databases were created, and ballots were manipulated inside the machine. So you can read those reports for the details. So what have I been doing since then? Well, looking for the same kinds of patterns in other locales. So when you see a problem that happens in one place, you immediately ask the question, could that have happened somewhere else? Where else did it happen? Knowing what to look for. So the first election analysis that I did was of Pima County, Arizona, which is the Tucson area, the 2020 election. And I found an unnatural pattern there, something that showed that election was manipulated. So naturally, I wanted to see if the same pattern occurred in the 2022 election. So I requested the cast vote record, which they eventually supplied, but deleted the column that showed the sequence and shuffled the order of all the ballots. Well, the abnormal pattern that revealed the manipulation in the 2020 election, the abnormal pattern in the data, now had been destroyed. So they basically took active steps to prevent people from being able to look for a particular kind of manipulation that had occurred before. Back to Mesa County, one of the things that's been mentioned by several of the speakers is that the Windows logs were set way too small, 1/1000th the size that they should have been according to Department of Homeland Security guidance, and they were set to overwrite. So it's kind of like the camera at the neighborhood convenience store. They have a video camera that's taking a picture every 15 seconds or whatever, but when the tape fills up, it goes back and overwrites it. So at most you have only the last week. And that was what we found in Mesa County, Colorado, is that when we looked at the state of the logs in May of 2021, we couldn't look back to November 2020 and say, well, who logged in and when? Because that had all been overwritten by subsequent logins. So basically, we only had about the last 3 weeks of logins. So there was no way to audit it. And that, in fact, I keep coming back to Joe's expertise as an auditor, is that you have to preserve the records. And the records that we have to have preserved for an election are all the records that would enable us to reconstruct the election. Otherwise, it's not an audit. And by preventing some of those things from being captured or by deleting them before the time that they are allowed to be deleted, you destroy the possibility of auditing. And again, that is a federal law in 52 U.S. Code that says an electronic voting system, two things, must have a manual audit capability, which means if I see a line in the cast vote record that says there was a ballot that voted this way, I have to have a way of going back and finding the piece of paper that came from. Now, the way you do that is obvious. You look for the precinct and the batch. And so in the cast vote record, those reports are shuffled within a batch of about 100 voters to protect voter privacy. But you know that these 100 ballots came from, these 100 lines in the cast vote record came from these 100 ballots. And so you go open that box for precinct 47, batch 3, and those 100 ballots, you look to see if the votes on those ballots are the same as those 100 lines, maybe rearranged within the 100. That's an audit capability. Here in Brazos County, Texas, they separated the sheets of the ballots. And so that means that sheet 1 is one place in the cast vote record and sheet 2 is somewhere else, and you don't know which sheet 2 goes with which sheet 1. That means it's not auditable. And if it's not auditable, then in addition to breaking federal law, it means you can't know that the election was accurate. And that's what was really stolen from us in these elections, was the knowledge of accurate results. So the follow-on from the Mesa County experience, which was only made possible by Tina Peters doing her duty to back up and maintain the records, is that it has given us more insight as to what needs to be corrected, such as increasing the size of the logs and not making them overridable, and whether those same problems exist in other places. So that's been the value to me in looking at other places since the Mesa County reports. I'll turn it back to you.
I think Clay's next.
All right. So it's on me now.
Go ahead, Clay.
All right. So I didn't start off at the same time as all the other gentlemen have been doing it. They've been doing it since the beginning. I watched the very first Michael and Dale summit, the security summit. And because the one important thing is I worked in the voting system test labs for 9 years. I'm familiar with the systems and everything. So I have to go to the back to Mesa reports 1, 2, and 3. We had an Alabama case coming up. I got approached by a bunch of attorneys. Jeff O'Donnell and Colonel Sean Smith were on there to make sure I was technically legit, because nobody knew who Clay Parikh was. And so they quizzed me and found out that, yes, I'm for real. And then I got tasked to review these reports. And as a forensics investigator myself, and have worked in cyber and know these systems, I reviewed them and I independently validated them. And they are 100% solid. And that's what people have to understand. And the state of Colorado has said that they've reviewed them and looked at them, but I find that hard to believe. I think because if they had and had anybody with any technical capability looking at these systems, they would have come to the same conclusion, and they would have wanted further investigations on this matter. And what you've already heard earlier today, you heard Walter validated what Jeff found for report 3. You hear that Doug validated what Market did, and they independently did it. And then I've done it. And so what you have to understand is the people on the election integrity team and the people that are talking today make sure that what they're saying is accurate and that it's solid and it's been validated. You get nothing like that from the other side. They say they do things, they do that. For example, if you look at who they bring as an election expert and look at their background, training, and credentials, it just doesn't matter. And so I want that to be the first point. Now, for me, I've been involved and looked in a lot of cases across the states and everything, but it all goes back to what we got because of Tina Peters' action. And you have to understand how vital, like Dr. Daughtry said, about getting that's the first image, inside snapshot look into these systems during a real live election. And that is so important. I've looked at a lot of different, about at least 5 different state databases and all in Dominion versions and several counties in that. And I just have to say, Mesa County, Colorado's image from a database structure and looking at it was, I think the term that I use to most of the attorneys is the most junked up I've ever seen. If anyone with any database knowledge looks at it and examines it, they're going to tell you this doesn't follow best practices. It doesn't do the normal things that a system would do, right? By her doing what she did, you don't understand. She got all the system logs, and I'm going to just, because I can't always remember all the numbers from other different states, but the state election rules in 1.1.62, section B, number 3, says maintain records of system errors and defects. And earlier, you heard Colonel Sean Smith say that you have to back up all the system logs, just not the voting applications and all this. And I'm sure Doug will back me up 100% on this. As a forensic examiner, you've got to have all that stuff. If you do any type of investigation and want to clearly audit the system, whether it's for a malfunction or an issue that happens on the server, or if it is for malicious activity, you need those logs. You have to look at that, and you need logging turned on and all these things. We've already heard how the log sizes are deficient, and that's been since I started testing in the voting system test labs back in 2008. It's been an ongoing issue forever, and now we have real living proof that it's never been fixed, thanks to Tina, right? Also, Election Rule 11.4.2, the county clerk must also export the logs from the election management system. And then there's more on the CRS, Colorado Law CRS 17802, that says that the election materials must be done for 25 months. So, as somebody who's been in the IT field and doing security and working in major operations for over 2 decades, I could tell you, and reading the election rules and the election laws of the state of Colorado, Tina broke no rules, no regulations. She did not violate the laws. She just did what every major organization, to include Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, the company I work for that handles servers and systems for the Missile Defense Agency, she got images of systems, and that's all she did. She got backup copies as she's required to do, the thing that we do daily at the place where I work. And so it definitely does not violate any laws or rules. And what I have to say is in my declaration, I stated this. You have to understand that the judge deemed it irrelevant, but allowed the prosecution to use this arguments on that same subject that I just went over with you in their closing arguments. There was no justice in her trial. The woman was railroaded. But what I can tell you is, if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have the images, we wouldn't have a sound base, and more than half of the work that I've done in comparing systems and looking at the image files and the databases from different elections would never have happened. And so the people of Colorado, and if you know people living in Colorado, you need to contact them and put the pressure on to ensure that she's treated fairly. They get her out of jail while she's going through the legal process. Because again, if that jury would have gotten the evidence and presented to them fairly, I don't think she would have even been incarcerated for one day. And that I'll turn it back over to the next one. I know we're trying to stay on the timeline. We got a lot of important people wanting to talk. Mute.
It shows me next on the timeline look, Mark looks like he's busy, so I'm just going to jump right in. If you guys just watched that movie Selection Code, whenever I watch that, I have tears in my eyes. But you need to understand that's just a fraction of what's happened to Tina. I know her personally now. I've spent a great deal of time with her, and what a sweet lady she is. But, there's all this I don't want to give away personal details, but the way they treated her relationship with her husband, with her father, those are as egregious as what you saw in the movie with the way they treated her son's material. So I have a great deal of sympathy for her, and her sacrifice for our country has been way beyond what most people know. So anyway, I just wanted to make that one comment. Now, when we first were meeting with Tina, and Clay and everybody's been bringing up the fact about the forensic images, how important they are. In those days, we were thinking that we were going to be doing audits all over the country. We weren't anticipating so much opposition, like Joe mentioned at the beginning. We weren't expecting to be blocked at every turn. We were expecting to be able to have access to the information we would need to audit. But we've been denied all of it. It's not just Colorado, folks. This is a national emergency. And as recently as yesterday, this is Doug Frank talking. As recently as yesterday, spent most of my day. We are finding fraud today in the 2024 election. The difference between us today and after the 2020 election is now we have a network of people around the country. I've been working closely with Cause of America, for example. We have a network of people who are now realize what the stakes are now know what to do to address it. So, for example, we're doing voter roll analysis all over the place. Now, we didn't used to be able to even know how important that was. One of the best things about voter rolls is we have access to them. We don't have access to the machines. They stop us all the time. We have some, and that's why Tina Peters' data is so important. But for example, I want to comment one thing about what Clay Freak said. The reason why it was so important to back up what Tina did is she's not even too technical, okay? But she's a smart cookie. And she realized that if they deleted the QR code program, what they were about to do, she would be unable to reconstruct the election. That's one of the things that kicked her in. Now, she's more technical than most of the clerks, and she even realized that. So one of the problems we're up against is I've learned, and I've been in most of the states now, about 48 of them, 650 public presentations and whatnot. What I've learned is most of our clerks, like Dr. Doherty said, these are black boxes to them. So it's not just that they're black boxes to us technical people, they're black boxes to the people running them themselves. They don't even know how to configure them, how to use them. They don't even know. So what that's basically done is it's taken away control away from the county and centralized it at the state level and at the election machine manufacturer level. So really the solution to our national emergency is we need to bring back local control, back local transparency. So the title of this segment for this group of panelists is what have we been doing since? We've been learning we've been educating the public. The nation is now way more awake than they were 4 years ago. And God bless America that Trump was elected. I think that's a miracle from God. I think that it's probably our last chance to save our republic. Okay. And so what we've been doing, what I've been doing, because that's the title of the subject, is to try to get everybody engaged and start being we the people again. We the people are the government. And we have a really powerful in, and that is that we have access to the voter rolls. And the voter rolls are very powerful because we can find out how they're being manipulated, who's not a real voter. One final thing, and I'll let it go to the next person, where there's all this talk about NGOs in our country. You realize back in 2020, in December 2020, we did an analysis in Pennsylvania of the logs. We heard a lot of talk about logs, showing every person going in and out of the voter registration logs in the state of Pennsylvania. Lo and behold, we found a minimum of 32 non-government organizations, NGOs, that were accessing the voter rolls. They were adding voters who were not real voters and stuffing ballots for them. And we proved that. We even gave it to the legislature. So all this stuff is right. I love what Joe said at the beginning of this segment. All of this stuff is now coming back and all the dots are getting connected. This is the time, folks. This is your opportunity to be a citizen and to step up and be the experiment in self-government that our constitutional fathers dreamed. We need to start being the government again. We need to take back our elections to a local level so they can be transparent and real again. And I'll pass it on. Who's next?
Hey, well, Dr. Frank, if I can, there were a couple of points I wanted to bring out about the case. And I hate it because if you want to know how bad it is, when you've been deemed an expert witness in multiple states, yet you have a gag order issued on you, and Colonel Sean Smith can also to this. During that, trying to get in to get my declaration testified to, there were other things I had to do, and I ended up doing a one-pager that the attorney submitted to the judge that I neglected. So what I want you to understand is there's a ISACA organization. It's huge in the information technology field, and they're about best practices and all that. And there's a thing that's called a 3-2-1 rule, and they talk about storage and backup and imaging. So basically, what Tina did falls exactly in line with what they state, right? I mean, if you look at NIST, which co-chairs with the EAC to run that, but they also oversight and give you the security controls for the Department of Defense. And so they have a CP9, which is a security control that deals with the backup processes. And all this falls in line with exactly what Tina did. And the best thing is I stated those rules and laws before that I put in here, because as a county clerk, they're not technical. They're not a Doug Gould. They're not a Jeff O'Donnell. They're definitely not Dr. Walter Daughtry. They can't conduct these things. So she went out and got a technically qualified person to do the backup image, but also to observe the trusted build, which is basically a gold image, a re-imaging of the system, which was a lot more than what they had told her. And by doing that, she followed the best practices of nearly every industry that's in this Huntsville city in Alabama where I live, because they're all big DOD or NASA contractors and all that. And it's called independent verification and validation. By her having somebody technical that could understand the steps that were going on, she actually was following, because now that technical expert can explain to her and any other county official exactly what Dominion the Dominion admin was doing. And so I wanted to bring those out because it's just so complicated that I had to keep submitting. And then even my testimony was limited to something that was only a minor fraction that they wouldn't even let the jury see. And those are just the points. So again, I just want to reiterate that Tina did everything absolutely necessary to follow industry best standards and to do her job as a county commissioner. She should be given a medal instead of sitting behind a jail cell.
Joe?
Thanks, Clay. The agenda that Mark gave us says that Sean Smith is next. And so I'm just
trying. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me, Doctor? This is
Yes.
Joe. Yeah. Sean's up next. Yeah, thanks.
Sorry about that. I was just trying to help. Sean, we're not hearing you, brother.
Yeah, you're on mute. Yeah.
Apollo, we need Sean.
Still mute.
It's Sean's audio.
Actually, for all the people on here, I think we've done a pretty good job. It's a big task here. So, well, maybe we can move on.
How about now?
There we go, Sean.
There we go. Okay, sorry about that. What you missed me saying was after you said I'm next, I said suit yourself. So what have we done after the symposium? Well, so Mike, after the symposium, I've told the story a couple times. The short version is Sharona, just to go back to the symposium, I went on, but I had no plans to do anything publicly at the symposium. I thought I was going to be sleeping on a hotel room floor, doing the red team stuff in the room, met Doc Frank there, met Dave Clements there, and grateful to meet so many people that we had, worked with or talked to on the phone. But anyway, when Tina showed up, which was in some ways, upset the apple cart. We had no plans for Tina to be there. She didn't plan to go up on the stage. Sharona grabbed me. I was going behind the green room at that locale, and Sharona said, "Come on," or actually it was somebody else asked me to go up into the green room with Sharona, and Tina was up there, and Sharona said, "This is what's happening with Tina." And there was a guy in there that wanted Tina to say some things about, where the traffic was coming from. And I talked to him for a minute, looked at his charts, and I said, I'll leave the profanity out, but I said, I don't know who this guy is, and I don't know what that is, but neither does Tina. She's not going on stage to say anything about that. I was in that room because Sharona and this other woman asked me to try to take care of Tina, to protect her. Because at that point, a lot of, I think it was Professor Clements made note that and Doc Frank made note, there were a lot of people who showed up at that symposium who were saboteurs of one kind or another, looking to infiltrate or undermine things. And it's hard to know who those people were until you saw their actions. Sometimes you can even see that. But anyway, so I was only in that room because Sharona asked me to help protect and take care of Tina, of Clerk Peters. And then I went on stage because they said, well, she was going on stage if you go on stage with her. I thought, okay, great. So, as much as I'm averse to any kind of public event or being on stage or anything like that, I thought I can't, you have to stand with public officials. You have to stand with them when they're doing the right thing. As much as, and I have been, a very vocal critic of public officials doing the wrong thing. You have to stand with the faithful public servants when they're trying to do the right thing. And if that doesn't define Tina, Clerk Peters in this situation, I don't know what does. The Mesa image and the reports from it are like a Rosetta Stone that helped us understand what was happening in other locations and what was true kind of across the country. It's not everything, but it's like a key that has repeatedly unlocked our understanding about the mechanisms and about the problems with the voting system. So anyway, we left there, and I thought.
Can you guys hear me in there?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, is Joe there?
No.
Okay.
Talk to Mike. Mike wants to hear, I swear she said he wants to hear what you think he should do. But anyway, so we gave him this briefing. It was the USCIP people. It was, Holly and Ash and Jeff and I and Michelle was there. And we got all done, and he said, "This is great, perfect." You know how he is, super animated. "This is exactly what we wanted. God sent you. When can you start?" And I looked at the other people in the room like, "What is he start? What?" He's like, "Yep, we want you to begin immediately." And I thought, "Oh, he wants us to do it." And but that's what we did, because when somebody asks you, you know, if you want to help save the country, you know, and they want to help you do it, you have to do it, right? You have to. This is the thing about when you've been on active duty. You see all these people answer the call of duty over and over again at an immense cost to themselves. So when you hear the bell, when you hear the call of duty, you have to answer it. Doesn't matter what it costs you. You have to answer it. So that's been our lives for the last 3 years. And just what a privilege to try to help grassroots, because the grassroots are amazing. The people that we work with, I work with Cause of America. That's what we stood up to try to help grassroots with Mike's help. You know, all of that is funded through Lindell Offense Fund. We were still doing, you know, I've lost track of how many attorneys that we've talked to and tried to explain what was happening, try to explain the records, try to explain the statutes, try to explain the technical aspects. There are a few who you just see over and over again. Kurt Olson, you know, comes to mind. The guy just won't stop. He just wades into it where, you know, I would say where angels fear to tread, where so many other attorneys, including many that want to wear the crown of being, you know, conservative or patriots or whatever, and they have been afraid. They've been afraid to say even the word fraud or the word corruption.
Okay.
They've been afraid to do it. And Kurt just doesn't matter what they throw at him, and they've thrown a lot at him. You know, the 65 Project and States United. Democracy Center, talk about being misnamed. That's like North Korea being the Democratic People's Republic. But anyway, so Cause of America, we stood up to try to help grassroots. And honestly, that's who has to do the work. And so we've tried to help, like Linda Rance has taught hand counting and provided hand counting guides, and that's taken off like wildfire. And of course, that's part of what we have to restore election integrity. We've had a couple different chiefs of data analytics. They work with Russ. So Vico and Jeff both work with Russ to help state grassroots analyze their voter registration data. We do a lot of legal support and assistance, trying to help them talk to both attorneys and to public officials. We can, you know, sometimes translate, sometimes bring additional facts. So that's what I spend my time doing, is, you know, writing affidavits and sworn statements for courts, testifying when I have to, testifying before legislatures, and then doing what we can to help with the grassroots. Because this is a thing that I've said before. I think I talked about it with Joe Hoff the other day, that everybody was heartbroken, I think, that so many of the opportunities that we thought, you know, the Supreme Court with Texas v. Pennsylvania, Supreme Court with the brief that Kurt had prepared, Supreme Court rejecting so many citizen candidate challenges. Everybody, I think, has been, not everybody, but a lot of people have been very disappointed that so much of the corruption was not overturned and exposed sort of with one fell swoop at each of these opportunities. The problem with that is it cannot last without citizens being involved. There's no substitute for it. There's a lot we have to correct, and you can feel the momentum shift. There has been an immense momentum shift over the course of the last, I'd say, 6 months in particular, 3 months especially. But over the last year, as more and more citizens have become aware of just what is wrong and corrupt with our election systems, you know, the public officials that have been lying, the institutions that have been lying, they have no credibility. And as the sort of mainstream media that buttress them is collapsing around them, you know, they become less and less influential. And so as you see these last, you know, sort of desperate gasps in the court, where the courts are still trying to reject, you know, legitimate claims and questions, at a minimum, if there's no transparency, and I mean complete transparency, you can't trust the result. There's no reason and no obligation for any citizen to trust the result. So I think citizen activation is where it's at. I mean, that's, I think, what will be most effective here to help Clerk Peters. Tina is, in jail because she was a threat, because she did her duty and it presented a threat to the officials in the state of Colorado, and I think probably nationwide, because it revealed things about our elections that they were afraid the public would discover. And now the public has discovered them. And as those become more well known, more and more of the American people will realize they don't have a good reason, and they have good reasons not to trust the current election infrastructure. And so then the next step is for us to not just stand with the people who've stood up, the faithful public servants like Clerk Peters, and to defend them and to free them, just like most of the J6 persecuted individuals have been freed now, not all, but most. But then to insist, as is their right, to insist that we implement an election system that is actually worthy of our trust. And so that's what we work on, is trying to prepare grassroots groups for that, to make sure that they have the tools. And some of those, it's not like we were developing all of them. Sometimes really it's more effective if we share what grassroots teams have developed, because everybody's got different skill sets and they're all working at the same time, some harder than others, some more effective than others, and some in an environment that is more permissive than others. We're fingers crossed that we're going to see some good things out of Wyoming and South Dakota. But anyway, so that's what we've been working on. That's what we work on every day. We got a very small team at Cause of America, and mostly what I do is with them. As much time as I've got to do that. It's a privilege for me to be able to, do this work alongside the people that are on the call today, and alongside so many grassroots that are devoting so much of their time. And that's what it's going to take, is for us to wake up the rest of the American people, and for us to insist. We've, I think, recently become even more aware, and maybe had confirmed because of the disclosures that are coming out because of some people say Doge, I say Doge, but anyway, what the new administration is revealing in terms of the corruption that we've been dealing with and suffering under in the federal government. And I think that will continue, and people are right to distrust government. That was the founders' perspective. If you go back and read the Federalist Papers, they were very clear about it, that government is a necessary evil, that men are not angels. And at the end of the day, even though we expect the different branches of the federal government and the different levels of federal and state government to jealously guard their powers and authorities against one another, and for that to be a check and a balance on the accrual of power and the abuse of power, at the end of the day, the final check, the real, actual sovereign control over our government is us. And the people have been deceived, and the people have been kept in the dark about what our government has been doing, including elections. And I think that's over. And now the question is just, how long is it going to take us to get a sufficient mass of the American people calling for a consensus about how to make sure our elections reflect our will, and that we have a government of our choosing. And so we've got a perspective about that. And, some people think differently about it. Cause of America, our perspective, I share, is that, first of all, the roles have to be locally controlled and clean slate, established in person with government issued photo ID. That, I think, is the only way really to be able to maintain them with any kind of confidence. The centralized systems are just rife with compromise and corruption. And then we have to have in-person voting on election day with a government-issued photo ID on a paper ballot that's hand-counted right in front of everybody, God and country. And I would do it on video so that you can watch it after the fact and make that an auditable record. And if we do that, which requires really elementary school math, we can do it with citizens on a volunteer basis. We can do it with public school teachers. If we do that, I think we start to restore our constitutional republic. And then we start to hold public officials accountable in a way that they have probably not been for 50 years, maybe longer. and really, acceleratingly unaccountable. So that's what I hope that we'll get to. But part of that has to be that we look out for the lookout. You know what I mean? We have to stand with the public officials like Clerk Peters, who've done their duty, and through that have made themselves targets for the state and the tyrants that have been running it into the ground. So,
Colonel, thank you so much. That's awesome. Just great job. Great job. We're going to move on to the next. Mark, go. Mark, are you ready to go now? You're on mute.
Paulo, there we go. All right. Yes, I'm absolutely ready. So, all right, I'll just give people an idea of what happened after the Mesa reports came out. I wanted to help in any possible way I could with the information that I had. I was asked to go down to the Capitol in Texas and actually demonstrate my findings, my forensic findings, with a bunch of legislators that were interested in watching. So I set up in the Capitol and I spent all day there. Legislator after legislator were coming in, and I was showing them, I was demonstrating the back end of that system, the hidden back doors, how easy it is to flip votes, how these changes weren't even logged, et cetera, to open their eyes. And a lot of jaws hit the floor when they saw that. And I got a lot of requests to write legislation to fix these problems. A lot of them had no clue it was as bad as it was until I showed them and they saw it with their own eyes. And I was easily able to demonstrate that. Basically, for anyone watching, I demonstrated report number 2 live. And in fact, I did that on Conservative Daily back in March a couple years ago. There's some videos out on Rumble. If you search Mark Cook Dominion, you'll see those videos. I was with Joe Altman and actually did it live on air. That same demo is what I did in front of these legislators. So I spent about a month. They had invited me back, spent about a month in the Capitol helping other grassroots organizations. There were 2 of them that were fantastic, worked with all of them to write bills to fix these problems. And after about a month, we saw all the bills get killed in committee, which was very, very frustrating. It broke my heart that we spent all this time and they didn't even make it to the floor. So I looked up, I asked God one night to give me some guidance because I didn't know what else to do to try to get the truth out to help my country and help expose this. And I had a dream of traveling in an RV around Texas, giving presentations about this to people. And I woke up from that dream and thought, that was the strangest dream I've ever had. I've never owned an RV before. But why did I have that dream? And then I remembered what I asked God the night before when I went to sleep. And so I said, okay, well, that's as good of a sign as any. So I immediately jumped on Craigslist and every other website I could find in order to look for RVs or trailers. And I settled on a 5th wheel and a truck instead. And I bought that within a couple days. I didn't have a truck yet, so that sat at my house for a month while I worked on it, fixed some plumbing issues and some electrical issues. And it was definitely used, but I got it fixed up enough. And then I found a truck about 3 days before I was supposed to be in Texas. Flew out to Portland, Oregon, bought the truck, drove it back to Colorado, hooked up the trailer, and jumped on the road down to Texas. And I spent 4 months driving around county to county to county throughout Texas, talking to the grassroots there, talking to the citizens, asking them, what are you seeing in your elections? What's here? Have you guys canvassed? And of course, most every place I went, they had heard of Doc Frank, which was great because they were already starting to look into their voter rolls. And some of them had already started canvassing, which was awesome. So I was asking them, what are you seeing in your canvassing? And it just kept confirming what I figured was going on. It's not just the tabulators, of course. It's the voter registration system and dirty voter rolls and mail-in ballots. It's an entire ecosystem of manipulation. So as I'm traveling, I'm gaining all this information. I'm educating people so they understand what the different components of our election system are and how those components are abused. And then we take the evidence that we're finding and I'd line it up to how they're being abused so they understand what mechanism of abuse is being utilized by whoever it is that's doing this. And sometimes it's on a local level. Sometimes it's a little bit more state level or possibly federal level. Some of it, we don't know who's actually doing it, but we can see it in the data. And so I started doing this throughout Texas, spent about 4 months. I was asked to go to Utah next. I went up to Utah. I spent a month in Utah, Then I went down to Arizona. I spent the time in Arizona, again, county to county to county, just traveling across. I went up to, let's see, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, down to North Carolina, I think Georgia for a little bit. I had a breakdown, unfortunately, while I was down there. But that was on the Hand Count Roadshow. So I skipped that part. That dream I had, right after I had that dream, I figured, what am I going to call this thing? So I bought a domain name and set up a website. It's handcountroadshow.org. I'll pull it up on screen here if I can do that quickly enough. And so I don't know if, Paul, you can grab that. So, yeah, this is the handcountroadshow.org website, and I wanted to chronicle my journey and keep track of where I'm going and what I'm doing. So this is the calendar here. Basically, if we start the very bottom of this, let me go down here. You can see it's got quite a bit. All right. So I started here in El Paso County on the 31st of May, 2023. And I started, there's all my Texas counties. And on these, if you click on these, I actually recorded most of my presentations that I did with the citizens. So these recordings are all in there. They're archived in there permanently, along with my slide decks. And this is my entire journey through Texas. There's my Utah. Looks like I shot out to Charleston, South Carolina real quick. I probably flew out there. Then I spent a lot of time in Arizona. Let's see here. New Mexico. Oh, that's right. I forgot about New Mexico. A little bit New Mexico. Wisconsin. Or let's see here. Yeah. Wisconsin, and jumped on a couple shows. Looks like I did a conservative daily with Joe here on September 4th, obviously remote. Been on a lot of podcasts. People started calling me, asking me to jump on these, and sharing the information we learned in the Mesa reports was really kind of critical because it did fill in a lot of those blanks. And then I ended up back here in Colorado. So I'm in Colorado for a few months. And then I'm going to start out and go round 2 to actually help people understand what legislative change we need to make in order to move elections back into the hands of the people, which is absolutely critical. I also, in this time, I wrote a report here for Jim Jordan, and it got handed to a lot of other legislators there and congressmen. If you look at that, to get to it, you just click on the trailer on handcountroadshow.org, and that'll bring you to Engineered Theft of a Superpower. I encourage you to read it. I actually handed that, I think May 13th of 24 is when it was handed to Jim Jordan. I still don't know if he's read it, but I think it's a pretty darn good paper, very good brief. I suggest you click on it, download it, and share it with others. And then since all this, I've come up with a framework to help people understand what we really need to do in order to take our elections and move them back into the hands of the people whom elections rightfully belong. And if you click on this big red button, click for election solution, it will come up with the PEP plan, which stands for Progressive Election Platform. Of course, a play on words there. But I wanted to give people a target to hit. There's a lot of people that want to make the change, but they don't know what changes to make. And I don't want them to miss a critical component to it. And of course, my connection's a little bit slow here, so the page is taking forever to come up. But if you do click on that, you'll see the platform. I go through what people need to do for voter registration, what we need to do for mail-in voting, what we need to do for in-person voting, what we need to do for reporting and auditing, laying out the solutions to mitigate all of the abuse vectors in the system, to return the system to the smallest possible attack surface. That way we don't create all these potential abuse vectors that other actors, bad actors anywhere, whether it's local all the way up to Fed, could take advantage of, or even nation state actors to affect our elections. So that's what I've been doing since. That's what I'm going to be doing in the future. And I will hand this to the next individual.
I believe that's Doug Gold. Are you still with us, Doug?
I am. Thank you. Well, thanks for all the work you've done, Mark. You've been quite a road warrior. I haven't been quite that aggressive with all the travels, but I have had the opportunity to talk to several dozen civic organizations throughout the state, boards of commissioners of the county, to try to get them to move to paper ballots. We had some luck with some of that, but one of the things I wanted to comment about here, I think is important to understand as we start talking about election integrity and fraud in voting machines or fraud caused by people and so forth, the one thing all of you are going to hear from the people on the other side of the story is, "Oh, that's not true. Oh, we didn't do that," and so forth and so on. In particular, with Dominion, I'm sure we're going to hear, "Oh, well, the Dominion voting system in Colorado is a custom thing that we did just for them." Well, that's kind of interesting, because when I first looked at the voting system, one of the first things I noticed is it's got languages for like 20 different countries. And there's a voting process called ranked choice voting. It's kind of like the Olympic ordinaling system. Whoever comes in first in this county and first in that county is the winner, you know? That's not the way we vote in the United States, but all those algorithms are built into the system. The Dominion voting system is the same Dominion voting system used throughout the world. And if they customized it for California or for Colorado, one of the questions I would ask is, how come you only keep records for about 30 minutes instead of the 25, instead of the 22 federal months as required by Colorado? They didn't do that. There's not much customization there. Somebody once asked me to describe the security in the voting system, and the explanation was pretty simple. If I had a PhD student working for me and I told him to remove all of the security from a voting system, there are some 500 different places that you would go to do that, to remove file permissions, the sizes of logs, all these sorts of things, login permissions here and there. They would have a hard time doing it. A PhD candidate would have a hard time removing all that security. So I think one of the things to understand is you're going to hear denial, denial, denial. But it's not just a river in Egypt. So we've been talking to people, but we've met some considerable opposition as well going around. I spoke to our lieutenant governor, and we had a meeting set up in North Carolina with a number of members of the legislature to talk to them about election integrity. And just as an example, we were promised that we could use the conference room at the GOP headquarters in North Carolina. And the meeting was at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. At 11:30, just as people are breaking for lunch, we got a call from the chairman of the GOP saying, "Oh, yeah, guess what? You can't use that conference room." He did that on purpose, just as lunchtime was breaking, so that we wouldn't have a chance to notify any of the people who were going to be attending. It's politics, but that sort of thing happens. So we met with opposition throughout, but I think the problem is much more widespread than any of the people involved in election interference want you to know. and to sort of sum that up, the voting systems from other vendors are similar, and we're seeing reports from across the nation, whether it's ES&S or Hart Intercivic or Dominion or Clear, any of the voting vendors in the U.S., they're all having these same problems, and we're seeing the same sorts of things reported by other forensic teams. This is truly a national problem. It is truly a national emergency, and if we do not straighten this out, we will never have a fair election in this country again. This country and you hear people talk about democracy, democracy, democracy. We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. But nonetheless, our system of life, our system of government is lost. Our representative government is gone unless we fix this election stuff. And so this really is a national emergency. But I think as we look back at January 15th and what has happened to the people who were illegitimately charged and held without due process, I think looking at what has happened to Tina Peters here is a real travesty. Tina was and is a national hero for having done this, and I think it will be borne out finally as we increase awareness but she was exactly right. And it's a real travesty that she has to be languishing in jail and suffering. And I think it's something we all need to work to change. So I've been trying to do my part around here, and I know everybody else has. We'll continue to do that, as Sean Smith said. When when called to step up to the plate, many of us have felt the obligation to do that. And I'm glad. I'm honored to have worked with everybody else here, but it's been a lot of individual work too, and I have been working diligently to connect other experts throughout the country with people on this team and other teams to make sure we share that data and cross-pollinate the information. And that has, we're still doing that, but that's been helping. So that's what I've got to say. I guess pass it on to the next person.
Thanks so much, Doug. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Jeff O'Donnell, it's your turn.
Hi there. Okay, I appreciate it. A couple words about what was said earlier that I wanted to say. First of all, I wanted to amplify what Dr. Frank said about the importance of the registration rolls. No matter what type of fraud you're talking about, and there are many, the registration rolls provide the raw material, the fuel for all of those. A clean registration roll reduces the odds of any of the other kinds of manipulation by a significant event. Also, when Clay talked about the statute from Colorado, I want to point out that it says that they must preserve all records of the election, not some records, not these records, and not other records. It is stated in the statute, all records, and anybody who tries to mince words there and say that, well, they're not talking about Windows logs, or they're not talking about this or that or the other thing, I refer them back to, it could not be any clearer in the statute, the revised statute, all data. Now, I've been busy since Mesa 3. As I think our military friends that are here and are watching would understand what a target-rich environment is, and it certainly has been for fraud. I mean, one thing I've been working with any individual, grassroots organization, attorney, law enforcement who I think is really trying to help solve this as much as I've been able to. I've been blessed to accumulate a large number of people. I call them my raccoon army of citizens, just grassroots citizens who want to help, who want to solve this thing. I think it might be the largest volunteer army since the French Foreign Legion. I don't know. Don't fact check me on that. So Mesa, the importance of Mesa and the importance of what Tina Peters did cannot be overstated, because for me, Mesa County was the Rosetta Stone. Things that were found in Mesa County turned out to occur all over the country. And I'm talking about through cast vote records, we're able to see patterns that should not exist in nature. And when I noticed it in Mesa, I call it the Mesa pattern because suddenly I get PEMA from Dr. Doherty, and it shows the Mesa pattern. And we put out a call, a bunch of people helped, to get cast vote records because they were all going to be potentially destroyed at the end of October 22. So it was the year 22 was the year of the cast vote record. And we got almost 1,000 of them in. And of the ones that fit the... As was pointed out, sometimes cast vote records do not accurately tell you the order of the vote. And I'm not talking about just within a batch. I'm talking about the whole thing is obviously sorted. But the ones that aren't, roughly 80% showed the same pattern as Mesa, the Mesa pattern, which is frankly impossible. That led to a report I wrote called The Fingerprints of Fraud, which you can see, which led to a 7-part documentary called Fingerprints of Fraud, the movie, in which I outlined Mesa and where that led and all the other states and then that sort of thing. Still finding data. Recently found more data from the 2021 Grand Junction election, which is critical, I think, for Tina, because that, as has been said, was the one that raised her hackles. That was the election that made her a believer that our elections might not be as secure as she thought, and everything came from there. So just, we need to fix our voter registrations. We need to go back. We're going to eliminate no excuse absentee voting, single day voting, secure paper ballots, hand counted, and we can trust our elections again. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Jeff. It's an honor having you here. Thank you so much. So we're moving on to the next section, which is we're going to talk about legal. And David Clements here is going to really take the lead. As David comes on board, we all could probably give him a salute as well. He's just done an incredible job over the last 4 years, standing up for all of the individuals in the election movement, as well as, and did an audit himself in New Mexico with his wife, beautiful wife, Erin, and a number of volunteers. Done incredible work on the elections, and then has done incredible work with the January 6ers. I don't know if you guys know it, but on inauguration night, we were all waiting for President Trump to free the January 6ers, and we had an event in Washington, D.C. David was invited. David was in D.C., but he didn't show up. He was over there at the D.C. gulag waiting for these guys to get out of prison. And they didn't. Of course, they delayed it for 24 hours. And David was there. He was there the whole time. Freezing weather, freezing cold. If anybody from Florida, it's cold. And he was there. He skipped the inauguration party to be there with the January 6ers, and incredible video of these guys getting freed. He's done a lot for these guys. He's done a lot for this country. So it's really my honor to turn it over to Professor and Attorney David Clements.
Well, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, well, great. Well, look, I see myself as a curator of the tremendous talent. A lot of the folks that are in this live stream are people that I've learned from. And I feel like I'm a very competent generalist. And so hats off to all of you. I think that there's two things that we need to focus on. If you take things to their logical end, there has to be the ground up solution, and there's got to be the top down solution. And no matter how you want to slice it up, because our legislators have let us down, the judiciary has let us down, we have to focus on the local parties that rubber stamp an aspect of our election and say, this is trustworthy. And so much of what I've been doing since the Mesa Report has been to go to 48 states, haven't made it to Hawaii. That's the only place I really want to go. But yet, what I'm just struck by time and time again is that someone has the audacity to say that our processes are pure as the driven snow, and these machines are without defect. And we know that's not the case. And so it comes down to having a we the people presence that can get in front of 3 to 5 commissioners and tell them you have the legal obligation to withhold certification when the facts merit it. And you can bring this whole thing to a grinding halt. So that's the bottom up. And so what that requires, though, is not just a focus on yelling at county commissioners. It means we have to have skin in the game, because if we're educating them and we're packing their chambers, and we've got IT professionals and all the people that have been on this live stream showing up in person and educating them, we have to have consistent pressure for them to do the right thing, because we know that when you do the right thing, people are punished. That's what happened to Coy Griffin. He was removed from his post as a county commissioner under a faulty premise that he was a quote unquote insurrectionist, because he was a deciding vote to get rid of Dominion in Otero County. We've seen people in Mojave say the same thing, that I'm being threatened under duress to provide a certifying vote when his intention wasn't to certify. He was scared of being arrested. You've got Tina Peters, who was kind of the whistleblower before all whistleblowers. So that's the bottoms up approach, which requires everyone watching to be invested in this process, because at some point you can't rely on the president to do everything. However, we do have a new administration. And so the other thing that I want to focus on is that we need to start talking about the elections being a part of the nation's critical infrastructure. And we cannot depart from this talking point, because under FISMA, the Federal Information Security Management Act, all of our election systems have to have an assessment that's done, and it hasn't been done. Meaning right now, I don't care if you've got Pro V&V that's done one of their token certifications. I don't care if you've got SLI compliance. Those entities are not qualified to do a national security assessment on the critical infrastructure. And because I know it hasn't been performed anywhere, there's not one single election system in the United States that is legal under the law as it's written right now. And so for states that want to push back and saying, well, I don't have to follow FSMA, you're wrong, because under the Help America Vote Act, every state took federal money. And if you took federal money, you took the strings that were tied to that money. And so I want folks just to remember going forward, I think there's an opportunity for the Trump administration to issue an executive order notifying everyone that right now we are in a national security crisis from a FSMA standpoint. And also just remember that we, the people, have a responsibility. But we're going to change gears now and talk about Tina. And we're going to talk about what happened with her, what happened as a result of her bravery. And my wife put out a wonderful article some time back with respect to this incestuous relationship in Mesa County and certain players in Dominion. And so I'm going to give you an overview and talk about that. But basically, this is what happened to Tina. For the sin of preserving Mesa County's election records, Peters was charged and convicted of 3 counts of attempting to influence a public servant, conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation, first-degree official misconduct, violation of a duty, and failing to comply with the Secretary of State. Now, I want to press pause really quick that you had the 3 counts of attempting to influence a public servant. These were representatives within corrupt Jenna Griswold's office. And she was actually trying to influence them to do the right thing, to abide by the law. But what they did is they created this projection of saying, by virtue of the fact that you're trying to get us to do the right thing, influence us, we're going to have you criminally charged. Now, the jury did acquit Tina of certain charges. One of those was criminal impersonation. The other one was conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation and identity theft. But it's clear that there's a large level of duplication of the same charge. So when you look at first-degree official misconduct, violation of a duty, they're really talking about the same actions. And if you've ever worked as a prosecutor or been around prosecution offices, it's highly unethical to have the same factual basis stand up multiple charges. And so there was multiple charging on essentially the same fact pattern to get a pound of flesh against Tina. But the story and the plot thickens because when we look at what happened in Mesa County, you have to understand that Tina was never supposed to be clerk in the first place. She stumbled into an incestuous environment that was dominated by the Dominion vendors. And so for you to understand really what she was up against, you have to go back in the Wayback Machine and understand that in 2018, there was a lady by the name of Sheila Reiner. And Sheila Reiner reached term limits in her position as the Mesa County clerk and recorder. And at some point, because she was termed out, she ended up running for county treasurer. At the same time, there's a woman by the name of Bobby Gross who worked as the co-director of elections under Reiner and was running to be the next clerk and recorder. She ran against Tina Peters and lost. And instead of graciously going away, she set forth a recall election against Tina Peters, which Peters survived, showing that the will of the people and the people of Mesa County believed in Tina and they wanted her to be the clerk and recorder. Well, we come to find out that both Sheila Reiner and Bobby Gross were on Dominion's payroll before Tina Peters was in office, during her time period in which she was in office, and they started helping the mainstream media assassinate her character, setting her up for a bogus prosecution. And so this presents all kinds of issues about conflicts of interest? Do you serve the interest of Mesa County, or do you serve the interest of Dominion? And it's clear that they chose Dominion every single time. So the story is just one that is just absolutely reprehensible. And so I just want people to understand that this was a full-scale assault against Tina. I mean, she had pure motives. She got on the scene. She was doing the right thing. She was following up on the concerns brought to her attention. We saw that in selection code, but she was set up to fail before she even entered into the clerk's office. And they were looking for any signs of weakness, any way that they could ply and coerce and direct her off the scent of the truth. And she didn't do that. The other thing to keep in mind is that Dominion continued to send things to this new treasurer and this other gal during the tenure of Tina Peters' time as clerk. They even sent her the election files that were to be prepared a year in advance. So you're thinking to yourself, why in the world is the treasurer receiving sensitive information on election files that are going to be generated and used in an election that's going to be administered by Tina Peters? And so these bombshells, I don't think people quite understand that Dominion holds the reins throughout the state of Colorado, throughout many different jurisdictions. And there was a coordination with the district attorney by the last name of Rubenstein. And so one of the things that I think is very, very important that we need to focus on right now is that with the latest revelations, and this is extremely relevant, through the work of Mike Benz, Elon Musk, that USAID has been found to be using tax money subsidized from the taxpayer through a giant money laundering scheme. And we have seen how these narratives have been constructed and pulled off. By the last count that I saw, there were 707 news media outlets that received this money that effectively bribed the media to go after truth tellers. I was one of them. Tina has probably had more hit pieces written against her. And you have to understand that these hit pieces, they appear to be subsidized off the taxpayer, redirected through these corrupt and basically bribed organizations to destroy her name. And the impact of that is chilling, because you have to start looking at the jury pool in Mesa County. What kind of jury you're going to get if the press has put out propaganda piece after propaganda piece after propaganda piece. So that happened. So you had the 707 news organizations that have received laundered money to go after people that told the truth on elections. You had upwards of 239 NGOs that put out media content, and at least 6,200 quote unquote journalists that were being paid to write these hit pieces. And we've looked at basically a small sliver of the money through these audits being performed by Doge. And it's clear how the brainwashing has been able to take root, because this feed that has been thrown at the American people 24/7 has been constructed by organizations that effectively created the election system that we use. And so I'm going to wrap up this point, and then I think we can take questions and perhaps answer some more concrete concerns. You have to understand that most of the election apparatus is directed and funded by NGOs. All right, much of our work, we focus on the quote unquote voting machines, the tabulators. And there is a little bit of black and white letter law that covers those tabulators. But the whole of elections is really created in this entirely unregulated space. So when you look at the Department of Homeland Security, they have their sub-agencies, such as CISA. CISA partners with this group called the Center for Internet Security. It's an NGO funded by entities like USAID. They receive policy guidance from another NGO, the Atlantic Council. They receive funding through groups like Democracy Fund. And so what you find is you've got this massive blob of unaccountable shadow agencies that are writing the rules, the guidelines, and the landscape for our elections. And so don't just think about journalists being bought and paid for. You have to think of the people that have created the incubator for our election system as also being bought and paid for. And so one of the things that I want to just really, really emphasize, folks, is that if you want to subvert the United States election system, this isn't about hacking. This isn't about breaching. You have to understand that our own government entered into legal agreements to deploy Albert sensors behind county and precinct firewalls, meaning they had access to monitor all of our election data without having to go in and breach a firewall. They had access to it. And number two, because we use internet-connected integrated software, during the reconciliation process, you could overwrite data. And we've seen that. So whether you want to change what you see on election night reporting, not only is it possible, it happened. And we can point to some of the work that Jeff O'Donnell did with Ordros Analytics, Draza Smith, as proof of that. When you look at the cast vote record subversion that we saw, that was brilliantly conveyed by Dr. Doherty and many others, there are so many different vectors to change data, whether you're hooked up to the internet or not. These machines are wide open. And so what I want to impress upon people is that the legal structure that was created by many NGOs that are unaccountable, the same people that went after Tina, the same people that created false headlines against her, the same people that were colluding with DOJ prosecutors to work with local prosecutors in Mesa County. One of the latest bombshells that we just found out was that George Soros and many prosecutors, once again, what were they receiving? They were receiving funds from USAID. So this is a just an absolute bombshell revelation, no matter how you want to slice it up, since Trump has taken office. And what I love about today's event is that we're seeing vindication after vindication after vindication for this movement and for the people that stuck their neck out. But the question is, how long does Tina have to languish in jail? So, Joe, I've been kind of giving my synopsis of what's happened over the past 2 years, but let me see if we can open up to a dialogue.
Yeah, great, David. Great stuff. I wanted to mention something too, and I hope I'm not stepping out of line here. I know there's a lot of things that we want to talk about, but Tina contacted me. I have a show 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock Eastern time daily during the week, and Tina contacted me one day, and she dialed in from prison or jail, and we had 3 15-minute segments. She gets cut off after 15 minutes, so she could only talk for 15 minutes. But she said, "Joe, this is the most important thing I've ever really wanted to share. It's really important." So obviously that piqued my interest. What she shared with me is that one method that she believes, and maybe her attorneys had raised this, was that it was the topic of the supremacy clause. She says, and I've looked this up, you know a lot more than I do about this, but she says that the supremacy clause is in our U.S. Constitution. And apparently I looked back and I saw they put it in there because the Constitution prior to this Constitution that they put together that's lasted now, 200 some years, that clause made the federal government stronger to stand up against states. And before that, it was the federal government was pretty weak. This allowed them that federal laws, this is my understanding, David, feel free to correct me when I'm done here, trumps federal regs, trump state regs. And so what she's saying and her attorneys are saying is that on the federal level, we have the requirement that she has to maintain like we talked about today, we have to maintain all the records for 22 months, according to one of the statutes in the federal regulations. She did that. She did her job. Obviously, we all agree with that. And then the supremacy clause would support her on that. It's a federal regulation that she acted according to the federal guidelines, which are stronger than the state guidelines because they just they indicted her on all these state charges. And people keep asking, well, why doesn't Trump pardon her? Well, my understanding, Trump can't because her charges are at the state level. So what are your thoughts on this? I did reach out to a pretty big time attorney like you, David, and he came back and said, this makes a lot of sense. You should be working with the DOJ to put this together so that you've got this in the work. Anyways, very interested in your thoughts on that. I'm not sure if I jumped ahead here.
No, it's great. Look, there's a couple things that come to mind. You have to understand that we live in a federalist system, which means you have dual sovereigns. You've got the state in which you are domiciled. So think of the place that you've got a driver's license, the place that you collect your mail. And so I'm a native of New Mexico, which means I have to comply with the laws of the state of New Mexico. But I'm also a U.S. citizen. And so what the Supremacy Clause basically provides is as follows, that where you have this thing called concurrent jurisdiction, meaning the states have something to say about elections. In fact, the predominant handlers of elections are usually the states. But you also have federal races, which means the federal government also has a say on elections with respect to presidential race, U.S. Senate race, congressional races. And so what you have here in Colorado is an interplay of both state codes under Colorado law and federal law. But what I have to remind people is that as soon as you take federal funding for elections, you have to abide by the federal laws. There's just no ifs, ands about it. So it's clear to me that, number one, we have to just press pause and say, look, there is actually a code in Colorado that justifies exactly what Tina did, namely election record preservation, right? And so she shouldn't have been prosecuted to begin with, right? So we have to understand that. Number two, if there was a conflict, though, and you've got a federal law that covers the same area, then yes, the Supremacy Clause basically says that the federal law is going to be held with higher regard than the state law. And so just a clear reading of that. And even if they don't explicitly say it, there's many legal scholars that will tell you about this thing called preemption. It's this doctrine of federal preemption, where the federal government can, in certain cases, maybe not even legislate at all in a certain field, but they can say, by the way, we intend to legislate here. And so they call it preemption. So they preempt the field. You have laws that are on the books within HAVA, NIVRA, FSMA, that's clear that the federal government has a say on how our elections are conducted. So yes, she should have been given a level of immunity. She shouldn't have been prosecuted. And the sick injustice of her case was that she was deprived of an affirmative defense. And that's why there's such profound legal error, is that she should have been able to bring up the fact that she had a lawful duty to exercise. And at every step of the trial, I watched it very, very closely. Judge Matthew Barrett would not let her provide those affirmative defenses. She was not allowed to have jury instructions that reflected her duty under the federal law, which would have potentially had a different outcome with the jury itself. And then the other thing that I'm just going to speculate on is that as we learn that our systems are widely integrated, there is an interplay between our motor vehicle departments and our election system. And I just want to put this out there. You have to understand that when you formulate a jury panel and you send out questionnaires, a lot of these people are drawn from your DMV database. And so people that you know in your community will show up into a courtroom and you start asking them questions. Well, I'm just going to plant the seed here. If you can select victors in an election, can you not also change the jury panel? And so a lot of people that are scratching their heads in New York and wondering, how in the world did this jury come against Donald Trump on something that was so bogus? How in the world, was a grand jury able to arrive at this decision in Georgia? look, you can shape data, you can export it, and you can get it in front of people, and they can have no clue that you've tampered with a panel because everything's integrated. And so I wonder if that's the reason why we're not seeing verdicts that have been rendered in the Trump decisions and in cases involving Kerry Lake, anything that's election related. Look, if you can mess with who wins, you can also mess with the juries that show up to be selected. So you can basically load the deck before a case even starts. And so that's just something that I'm going to throw out there. The jury, from what I understand from people that were there, was unusually young. So these were 18, 19, 20-year-olds that didn't have a lot of life experience. You have to worry about younger jurors and their attention span. A lot of them just want to get out. You also have to look at the fact that most of Tina's expert witnesses either had truncated testimony or they'd get one question before they were shut down. And so we've already discussed how Sean Smith, Clay Parikh, many, many others, myself included, were supposed to testify to bring up all the things that we're bringing up today, and that was not allowed. And so one of the things that I'm frustrated by is that in Tina's defense, not only was her bond denied for her release pending appeal for all of these egregious legal errors, you are kicking up an appeal to judges that at one point have been on a ballot. So let me explain this. In most states, if you've got a vacancy, usually there's an appointment process, but at some point there's going to be a retention election that's based on public confidence. And so if you have any judges that have been on a retention ballot, whether it's Judge Matthew Barrett, if you have any Court of Appeals judges that had a public confidence vote in elections, and they were on a ballot that ran through a Dominion tabulator, what do you have? You have a conflict of interest, which means they should not be presiding over the case. And so what I fear for Tina is that even though her attorneys are filing the right motions, bringing it before, that there's going to be a level of self-interest in slow walking these things to not get Tina expedited relief. And so I'm hopeful that the application for writ of habeas corpus that was filed yesterday can get before the Supreme Court very, very quickly to give her relief, because there's got to be some type of multi-tiered approach to help her. And if she's just in the hands of Colorado judges, I don't like her chances. We don't want to put any undue influence on the Department of Justice or Pam Bondi, because we don't want to be like the radical left and how they've weaponized the judiciaries and all those things. But I will point out this, is that there's no reason why Pam Bondi could not file a lawsuit of some kind for a declaratory judgment on whether or not there was a violation of that supremacy clause. If there was a violation, just let us know whether or not the state of Colorado went too far. And I think that would be a beautiful parallel strategy to work with what Tina's attorneys have already done.
Wow, that's fantastic, David. Thanks so much. Any other questions from anybody here?
Well, I got one from Dr. Frank on whether he's ever going to get his phone back that was seized by the FBI. Doc, you might want to just kiss that thing goodbye, and even if you get it back, you might want to check it and see if they put anything nefarious on it.
Well, I'm not getting it back as much as am I still under investigation?
Well, typically when you're cleared, they have to do a release of evidence that was seized. So if they haven't given it back and you haven't signed off on a form, you might still be in the hot seat, brother. And then we could talk about some of the lawfare real quick with the time that we have that extends past Tina, because Tina demonstrated just how courageous she was. You have to understand that there were many people that right now are targets in the state of Michigan, in Georgia, and we found very, very similar issues between what's going on in Mesa and what happened in Antrim. And so a lot of folks are aware that Matt DePerno, Stephanie Lambert, and Claire Rendon were all indicted for very, very similar types of crimes, basically unauthorized access, right? And at the same, so while we're looking at that, there are certain questions that I think we need to ask, right? Number one, you'll notice in both Michigan and in Mesa County, there were certain point men that were never put on the stand to testify. These are the people that actually either did the forensic image in Mesa County or acquired access to machines that were tested. And I'm not bringing this up to throw shade on some of the informants and people that were working in Tina's case, but I do want to highlight something that's very important, which is that a prosecutor, Rubenstein, a prosecutor, DJ Hilson, have affirmative obligations under the law, both in Michigan and in Colorado, that if there are federal informants involved, that they investigate them to make sure that there's not some nefarious thing going on that could constitute entrapment. And that's not something that you leave to Tina's attorneys. This is something that you have to investigate because you have to make sure that you're abiding by certain cases. One of them is Brady. Everyone's familiar with that. You have an obligation to turn over all evidence that might prove the innocence of the accused. And a lesser known case known as Giglio, which deals with the credibility of witnesses that have some ties or affiliation to the state. So in Mesa, the secret internet sleuth that went and secured the image was Conan Hayes, who has admitted that he's a federal informant, that he had certain clearances. And at no point did he testify. At no point did he take the stand. And more egregious, at no point did the Rubenstein office do their due diligence to figure out what his role in all this. And that's not something that he can sit idly by. So there was legal error there that could be grounds for prosecutorial misconduct. I mean, this is something that he should be considered for disbarment if he knew that there was an informant and didn't do his due diligence. That didn't happen. Likewise, when you look at Michigan, there was a private investigator that acquired equipment, and then people started questioning whether he did it by the book. And as a result, he becomes a state's witness who's the star key witness that's supposed to bring down Stephanie Lambert, Matt DePerno, Claire Rendon. And everyone that's factually innocent is the one that's left with a charge hanging over their head while this guy walks free. And so we need to start asking the right questions on how in the world these individuals just materialize. And you've got some like Tina Peters, factually innocent, that is being dinged, and somehow there's this black cloud that's hovering over her head as a result of the actions of others that were never brought before a jury, never sworn in to give testimony. And so those are some observations just from a legal standpoint that I think are worth pointing out.
Hey guys, we do need to get cruising because we're gonna miss some times here. I did want to play a couple videos I thought were really important. One, quick Gerald Wood in the trial perjuring himself. It's about 1 minute and 30 seconds, and I have a comment about it. And then I want to play for everyone the sentencing, what this vile judge said and how he said it to Tina, because a lot of people have never heard this, and I think it's very important for people to hear it. So if you could cue up, Apollo, the Gerald Wood.
Yeah. Mark, one second. How long are those segments? Are they going to go past the half hour? Because I'm going to be leaving. So I just want to say to all you guys, thank you so much. I've got to run to another event here in Florida, an awards ceremony. You're going to give an award to my brother, Jim. And so from the Gateway Pundits. So I've got to go. It's been an honor being with you guys. Thank you so much for putting this together, Mark and
Joe. Thank
David. You. Everybody, great job. And thank you so much. And I guess David will take over as the MC after this. So thanks, Mark. And I'll say bye now.
Joe, God bless
Mark,
you. Thank
could
you.
I ask two quick questions about the case that went on because since David's our attorney,
yeah, I mean we're going to go over time here.
Yeah, because the one is about the video, the BIOS password video that they showed us that the prosecution and the defense couldn't even agree if it was the same video, but then yet they wouldn't let the jury see it.
I mean,
And so
we need to
from a
go into
legal
the
standpoint,
legal. I think we need to spend some more time on the legal, but I think we're going to do another show, which we just spend only on the legal and go into that. Because this could be a 15 or 20 minute discussion here, and we're already 10 minutes over time on this.
Yeah, tell you what, Clay, I'll be happy to touch base with you, brother. But we'll keep to the agenda. There's two clips. Let's play the first one, Mark, and then I think the sentencing from Judge Matthew Barrett. Everyone needs to witness, because everything that I've shared with you thus far are just to highlight the level of legal error that was taking place, and she should not be imprisoned with that many legal errors.
All right, yeah, let's do Gerald Wood on the stand.
At any point in time leading up to May 25th, 2021,
Audio.
did you give any permission to have your identity used for unlawful purpose, or for any purpose? Did you give Tina Peters that authority, that permission?
I assume you mean used by someone else.
Yes.
No, I did not.
Did you give her your consent to have your identity used by somebody else?
I did not.
Did you give it any permission to Belinda Knisley for your identity to be used by somebody else?
No, I did not.
Or Sandy Brown?
No.
Have you ever met a person by the name of Conan James Hayes?
I don't believe so. I know Miss Peters has stated that I met him at the symposium. I have no recollection of that. I rubbed elbows with a lot of people standing in line with food, had a lot of conversations. I don't recall ever meeting someone with that name.
Did you give any permission or authorization to Tina Peters to have the badge that was issued by Mesa County government to be used by somebody other than you?
No.
Symposium 1, I was in the red team room with Gerald Wood, the guy you just saw on the stand. He told me right to my face that he was in on it from the very beginning, that he knew that was going to happen. He knew his identity was going to be used. And so for him to sit there and perjure himself on the stand in front of all those people and lie and claim that Tina stole his identity, well, I guess I can say this here, is effing bullshit. And so, and I don't know if he knew Conan or not, but maybe Dr. Frank does. Do you know if he knew Conan beforehand?
I know that there were conversations, and I know it wasn't about whether he was saying, yes, you may use my identity, that kind of crap. It wasn't about that.
Oh, no, he was in on the plan.
Yeah. He was all like, whoa, I'm all on board, you guys. I've been helping out with the whole process. He only changed his story when the state came down and said, you're going to prison unless you turn state's evidence.
He lied.
Yeah, and Mark, if I may add, the whole thing of the way they presented it as using his identity, he used his access badge. And I work in a closed area, and I've worked in skiffs and everything else. She has the authority for that room to assign that badge to anybody she wants. It was not his identity. You can do that. You can give out an access badge to anybody you want, unless she was portraying him and it's going around, oh, hey, I'd like you to meet him, and calling him by the wrong name. That's that whole argument they were using was bull.
Absolutely. The other thing he said
innocent of that in the trial.
Yeah, the other thing he said is he was I guess he was using the name Trebuchet on his phone on some signal chat or something, and he said he didn't know what Trebuchet was. But I'll tell you what, that man actually texted me using the name Trebuchet also, and I have the evidence to prove it. So he's lying about that too. He lied about a lot of things, and I'll tell you what, he's going to be held responsible for it too.
Mark, to your point, this just shows you how corrupt the judge was, because I remember watching that in the trial. And you'll notice that once the foundation was laid, that they authenticated that Trebuchet was Gerald Wood, they wanted to get him off the stand, and they had a subpoena in open court to give him because they wanted to be able to recall him. And that way you could have a Mark Cook, you could have a Doug Frank, you could have all kinds of people in Tina's rebuttal case impeach him. And he would not allow service in court, and they basically let him get whisked off. That was another error, how they were basically protecting this person. So yeah,
how dare he lie to people like that? That's absolutely disgusting. I'll tell you, Gerald Wood, I will personally expose you. So I'll give you an opportunity. Why don't you come forward with the truth and tell everyone exactly what that is, or we can all expose you.
Yeah. Well, you've got another clip that you want to show us, which is, all right, everything that we've been talking about, everything that we've learned about Mesa County, everything that you saw in selection code, you all had this you had these facts if you've been following anyone on this live stream. But let's see how Judge Matthew Barrett saw the evidence, because a lot of the things that the jury was forbidden from hearing, let me tell you right now, Judge Matthew Barrett did have oral arguments from the attorneys, whether it was John Case or Dan Hartman, and they made proffers that laid out a lot of the things that we're talking about today. So it's not as if the judge didn't have access or knowledge about the federal laws, everything else. It didn't stop him from levying a very harsh sentence. So let's go ahead and take a look at the next clip.
All right, we're here today for sentencing in Ms. Peters' case. Before I get into my comments, I'll enter judgment of conviction consistent with the jury's verdicts as to counts 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10. As it relates to fines, fees, and costs, a $2,000 fine will be ordered as to counts 1, 2, 4, 6. As to counts 8, the maximum fine will be imposed. Counts 9 and 10, $1,000 fines will be imposed. You retain the right to ask me to reconsider any sentence I impose under Rule 35B. You have the right to appeal any sentence I impose. If you want to end this judgments of conviction, if you wish to do that, you need to do it within 49 days of today's date. The protection orders will remain in place during the life of this sentence. Conditions 6 and 7 are vacated. However, you can ask your lawyer what that means. If you are ever sentenced or today sentenced to the Department of Corrections, then I'm required to inform you that the time I actually impose or that may be imposed is not the amount of time you are likely to serve. It can be and very likely will be reduced by your accrual of good time and earned time credits within the department, meaning that the better you do in prison, the more programming you take advantage of, the sooner you'll be released. I want to circle back to the request from earlier today in terms of the motion for a new trial based on a Brady violation. To the extent I needed to make findings on that today, I'll note that 1, the motion could have been filed weeks ago. 2, the information generally was known to the defense prior to trial, perhaps not the specifics, but enough to have at least mustered some questioning of witnesses at trial. And 3, that a Brady violation is one that generally involves, almost exclusively involves, the withholding of exculpatory evidence that may be used by the defendant in a case. When looking at such a violation, the court looks at that type of evidence with through the lens of a defense attorney, not through a prosecutor. Such that it's not the prosecutor's job to determine what is or isn't exculpatory. It's the defendant's job to make those decisions. Here, the argument is that back on, I believe, June 25th, Ms. Peters went to the clerk and recorder's not office, but where the ballot box is located, some distance, I don't know if it's 100 feet or not, away from the actual physical office. She went there with at least one camera person. It looks like maybe someone else was also there with her. Apparently she was voting. She had some conversations, according to the affidavit that's been drafted for her arrest in that case, with election officials who would be employees of the clerk and recorder's office, which she was not allowed to have conversations with. Her presence was noted by Ms. Bance, one of the witnesses in this case, who alerted law enforcement, who then did the investigation that resulted in everything I just said being uncovered and ultimately that warrant being drafted. The defense made some requests for that information. Once through the police department, it was denied. According to the defendant, because it was an ongoing investigation, the DA said that they didn't have anything, if I'm not mistaken, but that they would turn it over later when they got it. They didn't do so. Looks like the warrant was drafted well after the trial occurred. So it is well settled that for the purposes of discovery, evidence that could be used to impeach a witness, motivations, the like, would fall under a Brady type of requirement to be disclosed. But as I said earlier, there's quite literally nothing that's been provided to me that suggests anything in this arrest warrant or that what Ms. Bance said, who was an important witness to the prosecution, would be construed objectively or even subjectively through the lens of a defense attorney as favorable or exculpatory to the defendant, particularly where there's video footage of the interaction that occurred between the defendant and the individuals who may have been employees of the clerk and recorder's office. So Ms. Bance's mere reporting of the same to law enforcement is what it is, and certainly in any event, to the extent there was exculpatory value to it, as the case law says, it was incredibly minimal and could not undermine the confidence in the verdict. I'll nevertheless let the people respond to it, and to the extent I might not be divested of jurisdiction to consider it, hold a hearing on the same if I find one is warranted after further briefing. I make that record just to close that loop for the purposes of any appeal issue that might come up in the future. The purposes of sentencing have been alluded to, particularly by the prosecution. I'm not going to repeat them all, but I say generally the same thing. That is, the purposes are statutory, and they include, but are not limited to, promoting the acceptance of responsibility. That doesn't mean that a defendant has to take responsibility. To the contrary, Ms. Peters has exercised her right to a jury trial. She's exercised her right to hold the people to their burden, and such cannot and will not be used by this court as a means by which, or justification by which, to punish her, but rather the sentence itself is to promote the responsibility acceptance, not to ensure that someone takes responsibility, however, once they've chosen to exercise their right to go to trial. I consider deterrence in sentencing, that is, both general and specific, that the sentence I imposed must deter Ms. Peters from engaging in similar conduct in the future, but it also must deter others generally from engaging in this type of conduct. I consider rehabilitation where appropriate. I consider punishment where appropriate. I also must ensure that the sentences I impose are consistent among offenders similarly situated, but I must also impose a sentence that is designed to meet Ms. Peters' unique needs. Here, the defense has, and Ms. Peters in particular, has remained quite defiant, which is her right, but certainly not helpful for her lot today. And in arguing why I should impose a particular sentence, she tells me about her ailments, her loss, her struggles in life. But in reality, for those of you who may have been here earlier this morning and seen some of the folks who've occupied that chair before Ms. Peters, there could be not much in the way of a comparison in terms of the type of sympathy one would extend to Ms. Peters. Those folks didn't have 4 lawyers representing them. They didn't have a team of assistants helping them. They're not getting rides in private jets all over the country. No, the people who sit in that chair suffer, generally speaking, immeasurable trauma in life, struggle mightily with alcohol abuse, substance abuse, mental health struggles, family loss. They come from broken homes. The cards they were dealt were never the cards that you were dealt, Ms. Peters. So when I hear you discuss your husband, who sadly passed away recently, your family struggles, and your son, who served our country admirably and made the ultimate sacrifice, I consider it. And I note, too, that he honored his oath to the country, something that is not lost on me when considering the circumstances under which you find yourself. Your age, limited criminal history, and the like are certainly somewhat mitigating. Your ties to the community are what they are, but your reputation at this point is poor because of what you've done here and after. Your lies are well documented, and these convictions are serious. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. You don't have those histories of drug and alcohol abuse. There's no lifetime of trauma, not even close to the type of mitigating circumstances I would see from many folks who sit in that chair. No, to the contrary, Ms. Peters, you are a privileged person. You are as privileged as they come. And you use that privilege to obtain power, a following, and fame. And to be sure, there's no doubt in my mind that it's exactly what you wanted, and it defies all sense of common sense to believe when you suggested to me a few moments ago that you didn't want this attention. No, you crave it, ma'am. And there is no one in this courtroom who would consider that to be anything other than the absolute truth. But to get to the point of what it is that you did here, it's my impression distinctly that you never took your job of clerking particularly seriously. You didn't complete the certification. One scandal after another followed you in your time as the clerk. And ultimately, it was a belief that the echo chamber in which you live couldn't be wrong, among other things, that led you to do what you did here. This thought process, unfortunately, seems to consume so many in our country, regardless of race, gender, political affiliation, or the like, that what it is we hear and think can't possibly be wrong. There are many things in my mind that are crystal clear about this case. You are no hero, you abused your position, and you're a charlatan who used and is still using your prior position in office to peddle a snake oil that's been proven to be junk time and time again. In your world, it's all about you. But at bottom, this case was about your corrupt conduct and how no one is above the law. No one in this country has absolute power. Your position as a clerk and recorder, a constitutional position, does not provide you with a means by which to do your own investigation, to not listen to the judiciary, to not listen to the executives higher than you, to not listen to the legislature who sets the law as it may be. This is nonsense. Our system of government can't function when people in government think that somehow, some way, the power they've been given is absolute in all respects. And that's where you fell. You have no respect for the checks and balances of government. You have no respect for this court. You have no respect for law enforcement. And you do not have respect for your fellow colleagues when you were a clerk and recorder who weren't lockstep in your beliefs. Period. Indeed, just weeks before trial, you were apparently doing what I mentioned earlier, that is, over at the clerk and recorder's office where you're not supposed to be, violating the protection order by speaking to employees of that entity with your camera crew in tow. You have no qualms with violating the court's orders because you're innocent, because you didn't do anything wrong. You were just doing your job. You have no problem trying to kick an officer. Your explanation about what happened is preposterous. It's on video. You have no problem lying to officers. It's happened multiple times. They're recorded conversations. It's just more lies. No objective person believes them. No, at the end of the day, you cared about the jets, the podcasts, and the people fawning over you. You abdicated your position as a servant to the Constitution, and you chose you over all else. Yes, you are a charlatan, and you cannot help but lie as easy it is for you to breathe. You betrayed your oath for no one other than you. And this is what makes Ms. Peters such a danger to our community. It's the position she held that has provided her the pulpit from which she can preach these lies. the undermining of our democratic process, the undermining of the belief and confidence in our election systems. It's not about questioning it. No one says you can't question, you can't ask. It's completely different. And if you don't understand that distinction, then there's nothing I can say or do here today that will change your mind. So the damage that is caused and continue to be caused is just as bad, if not worse, than the physical violence that this court sees on an all too regular basis. And it's particularly damaging when those words come from someone who holds a position of influence like you. Every effort to undermine the integrity of our elections and public's trust in our institutions has been made by you. You've done it from that lectern the voting public provided you with. Everything you've done has been done to retain control, influence. The damage is immeasurable. And every time it gets refuted, every time it's shown to be false, just another tale is weaved. So I'll begin by saying I've considered all of those purposes of staying of an execution of a sentence. I've mentioned all of them here generally in my comments already, and I find that a stay of any sentence I impose would be wholly unwarranted. All cases have a possibility of reversal on appeal, no doubt. I'm at peace with all of the decisions I've made here. If anything, I gave you and your counsel far too much leeway at times, but the rulings I made came after much consideration, incredible amounts of internal debate, and I trust in accordance with the applicable law. I consider the sentence here, in this case, what are available to me. Probation. Community corrections wasn't requested, but it wouldn't be an option in any event, and an incarcerative sentence to the Department of Corrections. Probation's focus is rehabilitation. That is, for folks who have minimal criminal histories, low LSI scores like you, Ms. Peters, but where punishment isn't really on the table. It's about putting someone back in the community who's not a risk and giving them a chance to correct those things that brought them before me in the first place. Community corrections, which again isn't available, but nevertheless I'll mention, is another option that I could still order. It's much more stringent than probation, but it's not prison. And it's for folks who have even higher needs. Again, drug addicts, alcohol abusers, and the like. And prison is for those folks where we send people who are a danger to all of us. Whether it be by the pen or the sword or the word of the mouth. Prison is where folks go, where punishment is what we're focused on, because the crime committed is so significant that anything less would unduly mitigate the seriousness of the same. I mentioned before there are no mental health concerns. There's no good reason why you're here, Ms. Peters, other than these are all the active decisions that you made that cost our county significantly, but also more importantly, cost you greatly, Mr. Wood, all the members of the county who worked and trusted you when you asked them to do things that they did on your behalf. It's part of your lies. The expense, the toll is immeasurable. So putting you on probation when you have zero needs that would be met by probation is the very definition of unduly depreciating the significance of what it is that you've done here. The harm that you've caused our community and continue to cause. Community corrections is the same. So prison is the only place that duly meets the purposes of sentencing in this matter. And therefore the sentence and judgment of the court is as follows. As to counts 1 and 4, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years in the Department of Corrections. Those sentences will be concurrent to each other. As to count 2, the judgment and sentence of the court is 3.5 years consecutive to counts 1 and 4. As it relates to the misdemeanor charges, count 8 is 120 days in the Mesa County Detention Facility, concurrent to count 9 and 10, which will be 6 months in the Mesa County Detention Facility, consecutive to the prison sentence. The reason those sentences are consecutive is because those sentences are, as the prosecution stated, directly related to what it is that you did here in our community, the damage you caused this community, the breach of your oath to the electorate in Mesa County. Your sentence will be followed by 3 years of parole. You have 2 days of pre-sentence confinement credit. Anything I missed? Anything else we need to address?
Judge, I think you missed a sentencing on count 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Count 6 is criminal impersonation. That's also consecutive. That's 15 months to the Department of Corrections.
And the cost
so it's 8.5 years total, plus the 6 months for a total of 9 years of incarceration.
So, folks, we've spent the better part of the day bringing you up to speed on how heroic Tina Peters is, and this really reminds me of Jesus. Jesus was innocent, was before Pontius Pilate, and the fact that he needed to be sacrificed, he had to be the scapegoat. The danger that he posed to the Pharisaical system, to the Romans, was the reason why he had to be crucified. And I tried to remind Tina when I talked with her that she is sharing in the highest honor by virtue of being factually innocent and having to undergo such a disgusting sentence where every lie was just, everything was just turned on its head. And so you've seen selection code, you've seen the experts, you've seen the findings of tens of thousands of records that were altered, deleted, destroyed, where there's no sense of confidence on what the hell happened in Mesa County and by extension, what's happened across the country. And for her courageous stand, over 9 years has been imposed on this Gold Star mother. I will say this, as someone who was a prosecutor for the better part of a decade, jail time to this degree, in the absence of a crime of violence, criminal history, I've never seen it before. This is just made out of whole cloth, which tells me that this judge has an allegiance to some criminal enterprise, the election cartel, and it's more about protecting the club. It's more about protecting the criminal element that oversees selections of politicians across the country, but of course in Colorado. And what Tina stood for was so dangerous that she had to be put behind bars. It's a shocking sentence. Any objectively neutral judge will look at that sentence and say this is beyond the pale. So at this point, we're going to put on the next film, and it's Let My People Go. And this film isn't primarily about Tina, but it's really about all of us. Many of the subject matter experts that you've heard from today are featured in this film. And whereas there have been terrific documentaries like Selection Code, Matt Thayer in particular has done a great job of telling the smaller stories of heroes. Let My People Go was effectively my effort in trying to bring it all together into one spot, input to output. And I'm convinced that by the time you see this, you're going to see just how noble Tina's actions were, because this is not a Mesa County problem. This is not a Colorado problem. This is a problem that faces every single American. And so let's learn about our system. Let's learn about how terrible it was, how terrible the treatment of the J6ers was, which now includes, by extension, Tina Peters. And we're going to have one small adjustment to the film. Typically, the film ends with a credits scene that is read by lovely J6 advocates at Freedom Corner, lamenting prisoner after prisoner that's still in the gulag. As everyone knows, there's a blanket pardon. So we are going to replace that credit scene with their release for a much more triumphant ending And then we'll come back because obviously we're not done yet. There's at least 6 J6 hostages that still haven't been released. And then there's Tina Peters. And so this is it for me for today. Enjoy Let My People Go. And when we return, we'll have Mark Cook and Joe Altman basically telling us about the road ahead. God bless.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Get ourselves a treat.
The following presentation has been rated P for propaganda.
Meet Chad. He's eager to participate in his civic duty by voting in the most secure, state-of-the-art democratic digital voting system ever.
Hi, I'm Chad, and I can't wait to vote today.
Chad begins by arriving at his local voting precinct. He is greeted by our very cheerful and friendly volunteers.
Hello, and welcome to River Valley Precinct 1.
Hi, I'm Chad, and I am really looking forward to voting today.
Our voting journey begins with our highly secure and accurate digital poll book. This is the detailed record of all registered voters in Chad's precinct and state, making it impossible for anyone but Chad to vote in our safe and secure election. After checking in with our fine volunteers, Chad is handed a new ballot and directed to a series of available voting booths. He will fill in ovals for his preferred candidates with our special marker.
Thank you.
In some fortunate polling places, there is an option to make all of the voting decisions on a completely digital device, much like a touchscreen tablet or a modern slot machine.
Wow, I voted.
Well, easy there, Tiger. Not quite yet. Next, you have to enter your ballot into our ultra-secure digital tabulation machine from Domination Systems Incorporated, the Dominator 5000.
That's amazing. What does it do?
The Dominator 5000 takes every ballot cast at this polling place and totals the results inside of the tabulator. Our award-winning staff will be standing by for all your needs to ensure that your ballot is safely and securely delivered.
That sounds incredible.
It doesn't just sound incredible, Chad. It is incredible. And that means you have officially voted. Congratulations!
Am I finished?
Well, you may be finished voting, Chad, but your vote has a long way to go. In fact, it may have a late night. After this polling place closes, the final tabulation is transferred via an ultra-secure ballot data delivery device.
Okay, I see.
One of our poll workers takes the data storage device and puts it into the county's central election management system. From the election management system, it is sent to the Secretary of State's office via a highly secure digital transmission.
So, is my vote delivered through the internet?
No, Chad. None of the machines hook up to the internet. They are protected by the air gap.
Wow, I had no idea my vote was so secure.
It sure is, Chad. It's not only secure, it's safe and effective. Now, you may be wondering how all of the TV stations can get the voting results so fast.
I sure do.
Well, after it leaves the Secretary of State's office, the vote totals are sent via that same highly secure digital transmission system. Then the results are resent out and transmitted back to the TV stations for election night reporting.
That makes a lot of sense.
So there you have it, Chad. That is how your vote is tabulated and processed in the most secure, state-of-the-art, democratic digital voting system ever.
I feel so great about voting.
But wait, Chad, there's more. Ensuring the sacredness of your vote comes with a fully backed guarantee from the U.S. government. Any misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation coming from domestic threats will be instantly eliminated, and any perpetrators will be removed to a safe and secure location.
Sounds like my democracy. No, our democracy is being protected. Not only can I vote safely and securely, I can make sure I'm safe and secure for other voters. Ouchie. Thank you.
Great job. You have successfully participated in the most safe and secure, state-of-the-art, democratic digital voting system ever.
I have a recurring dream about a theater and a movie that keeps the people asleep. A feed. I'm awake. They are not. What happened? A rigged election removed the most powerful political figure in the world.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace.
Followed by the greatest false flag in U.S. history to cover it up. This wasn't the first time the government lied to the American people.
What you will see is an accumulation of facts and disturbing patterns of behavior. There's weapons of mass destruction.
Nope, no weapons over there.
Weapons of mass destruction.
Maybe under here.
This wasn't the first time a U.S. president was removed from power, only to be replaced by power-hungry jackals, dangerous clowns, and cackling hyenas.
We've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe.
This wasn't the first time we saw pawns pay a price, or the innocent sacrificed for a narrative. Yes, we've seen this story before, but we've never experienced the all-in, go-for-broke nature of what led up to November 3rd, 2020, all at once.
Water pipe has broken in State Farm Arena. State Farm Arena is where they were counting the absentee ballots of Georgia's most populous county, and now the tabulation has stopped.
They've all stopped counting for the night?
What made all of this possible? The eviction of God from the home, our schools, from our universities.
Pray and act to end the sin of abortion.
And how are you?
My choice! My choice!
And yes, even the church. Just as a person can choose whether the Holy Spirit will lead him, so a nation can choose.
And our country needs a savior right now, and our country has a savior. And that's not me. That's somebody much higher up than me.
Just as a person can choose darkness over the light, a nation can do the same.
President Trump claims the election was stolen. The assertions range from constitutional arguments to sweeping conspiracy theories.
They need massive personnel now. Can you get the Maryland National Guard to come too?
And I cannot now in good conscience object to the certification of these electors. The violence, the lawlessness, and siege of the halls of Congress.
And I was shaken to the core.
And the Oscar goes to...
Believe in God or not, what we have witnessed is the demonic come to life in America. Faustian deals negotiated, signed, and sealed by oath-swearing politicians.
If I could make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in.
The president has put in place an organization
that contains the kind of database that no one has ever seen before in life. And that database will have information about everything on every individual.
The devil has called for delivery on 1,000 bargains struck. Pacts made with vanity seeking celebrities.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
Chief Commander.
On this earth?
They're in a world we can't see.
When the nation evicts the Holy Spirit, something else will come to inhabit our institutions. The spirit of Baal or Mammon replaced our love of God with a love of money. The spirit of Ishtar dulled our sense of duty and virtue by replacing it with an addiction to pleasure and comfort. And once our morality was compromised and we became lazy to our plight, the spirit Moloch lurked in the shadows to slaughter the unborn and traffic the innocent. But one spirit in particular opened the door for the others, the spirit of fear. This didn't happen out of the blue. We've been tested and studied like lab rats for generations. The Marxist engineers of society knew full well the power of social conformity and peer pressure. Take the ash line experiment. A volunteer is told that he is taking part in a visual perception test. What he doesn't know is that the other participants are actors, and he is the only person taking part in a real test, which is actually about group conformity. The actors have been told to match the wrong lines. The volunteer will be monitored to see if he gives the correct answer or if he goes along with the opinion of the group and gives the wrong answer. In the first test, the correct answer is 2.
1. 1. 1.
Two.
1.
In the second test, the correct answer is once again 2.
3. 3. 3. 3. 3.
The ash experiment has been repeated many times, with results supported again and again. Humans will conform even when we don't believe what other people are saying.
For you.
Your free call will begin momentarily. To continue your call today or to receive future MA calls,
Tina is surprising us right now with a call.
please have your card ready. This call is from a corrections facility and is subject to
Hold on, don't do it yet. Don't do it yet.
Okay. Go back to
We are working on getting Tina coming in here, so just hang tight, everybody. Everybody, give us 1 second. Just hang tight. This was a total surprise. So we interrupted the movie for a minute. Just stick with us for a second, all right? We appreciate you. All right, guys. So we're going to keep playing the movie for just a couple minutes. Within the next couple minutes, Tina just decided to surprise us and call us. So if we get her on, we'll cut into the movie again. We're going to keep going with Let My People Go. So just stick tight with us. And we're so grateful that you all are here with us.
Social engineering through fear could be seen in the lead up to the 2020 election over and over again.
I don't think people should be voting today. People dying.
I have to come down here today and risk my life.
Many Americans have wondered how the Germans could allow the atrocities of the Holocaust to happen right under their noses. Yet, Americans have been studied for years to see if they themselves could become instruments of death for other Americans. Psychologist Stanley Milgram looked at how humans responded to authority and how they were induced to obey unjust regimes and participate in atrocities. He set up an experiment. Volunteers were told they were taking part in scientific research to improve memory. Separated by a screen, the teacher would ask the learner questions in a word game and administer an electric shock when the answer was incorrect. He was told to increase the voltage with each wrong answer.
Answer. Wrong. 150 volts. Answer, horse.
Experiment. That's all. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please.
Continue, please. Go right on.
I refuse to go on. Let me out.
The experiment requires you continue, teacher. Please continue.
Participants didn't know that the learner was really an actor, and the so-called electric shocks harmless.
You're gonna get a shock. 180 volts.
I can't stand the pain. Let me out of
You
here.
can't stand it. I'm not gonna kill that man, there. I mean, who's gonna take the responsibility if anything happens to that gentleman?
I'm responsible for anything that happens here. Continue, please.
2/3 of the volunteers were prepared to administer a potentially fatal electric shock when encouraged to do so by what they perceived as a legitimate authority figure. In this case, a man in a white coat.
75 volts. I think something's happened to that boy there. I don't get no answer. He was hollering for less voltage. Can't you check in and see if he's all right, please?
Milgram's results revealed that decent American citizens were as capable of committing acts violating their own conscience, just as the Germans had done under the Nazis. Figures throughout history have tried to warn us about the peril to come. such as Soviet communist defector Yuri Bezmenov.
To change the perception of reality of every American, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. First one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. This is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students exposed to the ideology of the enemy. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. The United States is basically completed already. The next stage, of course, is crisis.
Birx reveals that she and Dr. Fauci were lying to the president and to the American people about their COVID protocols. She admits to making things up, altering COVID reports, and misinforming us in the name of public safety.
We've really worked on messaging to the American people about these 15 days to stop the spread.
And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely.
That is what the new normal is going to be.
How did the theft of the 2020 election happen? We've been demoralized. We've been destabilized. And COVID presented the crisis to bring it all about. And if you're looking for the most explicit sign of normalization, look no further than Joe Biden being sworn in. This is your new normal. Now you might be saying, okay, we get it. The government is bad. The media lies. Water is wet. But who exactly is the disheveled man I'm looking at? To answer your question, I suppose it depends on who you ask. My critics will tell you I'm a nobody from nowhere, a pseudo-academic, an election denier, whatever the hell that means, an existential threat to democracy. But it wasn't always that way. My name is David. Suffice it to say, there was a time I had a classroom and could teach students to discern truth from lies. But in the wake of an experimental jab, teaching students about the dangers of big pharma and holding the government accountable was now forbidden.
He must get vaccinated or get tested weekly and wear a mask in the classroom.
As you can see, I am not wearing a mask. Why is that?
Because you're 6 feet away?
No. Because I haven't lost my mind. That's why.
He has openly and notoriously and continuously undermined those policies.
Your rules and regulations have an effect on the legal environment. I teach consumer protection.
The first class of the semester.
The first class was consumer protection.
No, the first class
that I talked about had something to do with consumer protection. That's right.
It was the first class of the course for the semester.
Yes.
I posted my syllabi. I asked my students to review it before showing up to class. And then we started. And there was no greater teaching example on consumer protection than to talk about policies that are designed to scare the hell out of our students and deceive them about their safety if they put on a mask. That's a deceptive practice, and it violates federal law because we're telling our students that somehow their risk is mitigated by putting on that mask, and that is not true. What culpability or responsibility does this university bear for that? So yes, you may have a rule or regulation that says, Professor Clements, you can put a gun to that person's head and shoot them. And if you don't want to, you can leave. History's gonna judge us. And I guarantee you, it's not going to judge you all kindly.
You are calm and you're reasonable and you're articulate. They have to pull you off the stage. They absolutely have to.
And the day after receiving the most prestigious award my college has to offer.
Go.
Hi, Tina.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, everybody can hear you.
That's my people. I'm so grateful to all of you that are listening in today, and I'm very humbled and honored that you would take the time to just listen and speak out for me and support me. And I really want to. There's such a long list of people that I want to thank for your support. Of course, you, Joe, and Jared, and Apollo, and John Case, my attorneys, and Pat Sweeney, Bob Sinkar. There's too many people.
Mark Cook, who's sitting next to me.
Mark Cook, I've been with him. We've been together since the very beginning. Mark and I were down there when I got whisked away for protection and taken to Texas. That's where I first met Mark. Mark was involved before anybody else that I know of in this saga. Mark, thank you so much for hanging in there. You know, you're an unsung hero, and I'm very grateful for your persistence without any recognition along the way, you know. And there's so many people, though, that I would like to thank, that I'm just humbled and grateful for those of you that are doing the banners and the Free Tina yellow ribbons and just contacting your senators and your Congress people and making your voice heard and your efforts to get Polis to pardon me. But, you know, last night was a very, and anybody that I've forgotten, you know, you're not forgotten, trust me. Marcy, my dear, dear friend. I've gained so much more than I've lost through this. And you guys know, if you've just watched the election code and how much the volumes of loss and all this have been such a magnitude. But, you know, I was talking to my cellie today here at the jail, and, you know, for all I've lost, there's so much more that I've gained, and it's all of you. You're going to make me cry if I stay on this topic, but I really am. You're the wind beneath my wings. You're the fighters that are at my side, the men that have stood up and been real men, the women that have, and the men that have gone to their knees for prayers to right this wrong, not just against me, but against the American people. You know, your vote should count, and it's my honor to serve as a duty. I see it as a duty, just like my great Navy SEAL son served this country and my husband. But I wanted to tell you that last night, my legal rushed this up to me as soon as it was filed at 7 p.m. We have put in and filed an application for writ of habeas corpus. And what this will do, you know, the Lord willing, is get me released. They should have never gone after me. I was performing a federal duty, and as such, I had a guarantee by the United States Constitution, my rights under the First and the 14th Amendment, and my immunity from state prosecution for my compliance with my duty commanded by federal statute pursuant to the Supremacy Clause and the Privilege of Immunity Clause. If you want to look at this application for writ of habeas corpus, you can find it. We're going to get it up on my website, thetinapeters.us, but you can also, it was filed with the court here, I believe in Larimer County, Colorado. And so we'll have a judge here in Larimer County that will be looking at this, as well as the violations federally of what they've done. But, you know, as you know, the case arose from my performance of legal duties as the elected clerk and recorder of Mesa County and the chief election official for the county and the custodian of the county's voting systems according to Colorado law, and the perspective of federal law as an officer of election charged with ensuring compliance with federal requirements governing the election of federal officers. And you know that the 2020 election, of course, was a federal election. So this is addressing that the sentence that was put on me was based on my First Amendment. And the judge, and I'm sure if you haven't heard the tirade by the judge accusing me, it was my words that the reason they wouldn't give me bond. It was my words that I should be sentenced to 9 years in prison. And so that is against my First Amendment and the Sixth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, as far as the state had no right to indict me or prosecute me. So right now, this writ of habeas corpus, we're hoping and praying, if the courts finally do something right, is that it will release me on bail pending my appeal. In the meantime, also, the federal charges or the federal rights that I have under the Constitution. And you look at President Trump's executive orders. There's 4 executive orders that apply to me, and I apologize if we get cut off. I'll call back if I need to, but they only give you a certain amount of time on these calls. But one is, of course, we know the weaponization of federal government. I was raided by the Federal Bureau of Investigation November 16th of 2021, and of course we know Merrick Garland has been intimately involved in all this from the beginning. But we've got the weaponization there of the federal government, and of course the U.S. Constitution falls under the federal government, as well as the Supremacy Clause, that they cannot come after me for something that I did in the state. I made a choice to protect federal law, which was the preserving election records. But the other executive orders are declaring the cartels. And if you've looked on my website, you see the 17-minute video of Gary Burnson talking about his years, over 30 years as a CIA official that was going after cartels and such, and then he became a whistleblower. So you can listen to his, if they're not, they may be showing it on this during today. But how this stems back to the cartels, the Cartel del Sol in Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, and so I would encourage you to become knowledgeable about that. The other executive order would be concerning election interference, and as we know that those that have sought to stifle our First Amendment to speak out on the illegitimacy of our election systems and our election processes, it actually interferes with free, fair, and transparent elections. And so that is, that is another executive order that also applies to me in this case. And then there's one more, and I'm going to have to put my thinking cap on. We can't have paper clips in jail or file folders, so I've had to sort my things in a rather crude way. But there's one more executive order. Joe, do you remember what it was? And I'll.
You're talking about the executive order that's directly related to any sort of malfeasance in elections and persecution from the DOJ.
Well, there's executive orders that actually apply right to me. So this should be a federal matter because of their.
It's a federal election. I know we're talking about the Supremacy Clause, and there's a certain portion of that will be argued. But the executive order that he signed day one actually applies to you, and that's the one where it says that any government, any federal influence in an election that led to any unjust persecutions, that those will be covered under that particular EO.
Yes. So there's 4 of them that apply to me. Oh, freedom of speech. How can I forget that one? So basically, that's the 4th executive order that applies to me into my case, and that deals with. I was sent to prison for what I said about elections, and the judge made it very clear that he said prison is for folks that whether by by pen or by word of mouth. I think it goes that, so basically he was attacking my freedom of speech, and they cannot withhold your bond, which is what they've done twice. The local court, Judge Barrett, declined bond because it was too dangerous to the community because of my speech. And then the Court of Appeals just put denied. They didn't even say why. They just said based on what had been said. And that's a violation of the free speech clause in the United States Constitution. And, when I took an oath, Joe, when I took an oath when I was sworn in, actually I was sworn in twice. I was sworn in early, November 30th of 2018, and then I was sworn in again January 8th of 2019 because I took office early. And in that oath, I take an oath to affirm the United States Constitution and to follow all the laws also in the Colorado Constitution. And so I raised my right hand and I spoke that oath to follow the laws and affirm the United States Constitution and the Colorado Constitution. And so by doing that, I would have been, I could have been held liable, served. They could have charged me, and they should charge. They should charge these clerks that are not retaining these election records in every state. And quite well, you and Professor Clements and others, and thank you to him as well, know about the lesser magistrates, the doctrine of the lesser magistrate.
Matthew Twella.
Matthew Twella. So, what else? What else do you want me to talk about? But look that up. Look up this recent filing. It really tells the story. It's excellent. It's well written.
Yeah, I think we're going to cover that right after the showing and the movie showing. Right after that, we're gonna go through the filing. But Tina, I want people to understand where you are. Like that mentally that what we're doing on the outside is giving you strength, and that the prayers that you're getting, obviously the financial contributions that they can give you help to make sure the case can get pushed forward. So anything they can do to go to tinapeters.us, there's a donation button there as well.
Thank you so much. And I always leave that part out. Thank you for those that because this is so important to me, to my heart. When I was given the option twice to make this all go away, and everybody comes to a time in their life where they can make compromises and take the easy way out. But if you just stand up for what's right, you have 1 minute remaining. And there's going to be limitations. But in the jail, I've had 14 different cellmates since October 3rd. They've tried to add another 60 days on my sentence here at the jail. We're fighting that. But it's been quite the ordeal, I will have to say, and I'll talk more about that when we have more time. But the food, everything, my health has degraded because of it. It's been quite the journey in here. But there's others. Steve Bannon. I want to thank Steve Bannon, Navarro. Those, all the J6ers that have gone through all this, and they're still being persecuted, even and being denied release. And Nikki Whithoff, who lost her daughter. I'm so grateful to all of you guys for fighting. And
we love you.
We love you, Tina.
Love you. Yep. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
All right, we're gonna let you guys go back to the movie, but Mark, it's I got to talk to her for about a half hour before this, and just to get a feel for where she is, how she's feeling, what she's going through, and so I would just ask everybody to watch the movie. Let my people go to tinapeters.us, and just drop $5. Just drop $5, recur it so that she can, help continue to pay for the stuff that's going on collectively for her defense. and then just pray for her.
Yeah,
right?
This could be anyone, any of us. This could be. Thank God
Or
she's as courageous as she is, and she's doing this for all of us, for all the citizens in this country. So we need to do everything we can to support her. Not a single other person in this country, a clerk, is going through this right now, is being put through this right now. It is, the weight of this is all on Tina. So let's definitely pray for her all together and enjoy the rest of the film.
Yeah. God bless you guys. We'll see you soon. Right after this, we'll come back on.
We'll come back.
All right.
Was suspended. They photoshopped me out.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that. Look at, you can see the paper.
That used to be your face.
Yep. 2 months later, I was terminated. Now unemployed, political operatives set their sights on stripping me of my law license for merely commenting about the November 3rd election.
As a prosecutor, do you think there's enough information you've seen out there that we could actually, if we had serious prosecutors, we could start prosecuting crimes about the 2020 election?
In a word, yes. And this is coming from someone who's helped secure 8 first-degree murder convictions, helped take down a drug trafficking organization. I've maintained this for the past 2 years. I've never examined this much evidence about anything. So my critics jeer. Mr. Unemployed Professor, go and practice the law. Complaint after complaint was filed to strip me of my license. 5 complaints, 5 investigations. All this for refusing a jab that hurts, maims, and kills more than it helps.
I don't mean to brag, I don't care, but I want you to know, double vaxxed, booster, clearly, Jesus loves me the most. Seriously. So nice, so nice.
All this for refusing the narrative over a clearly rigged 2020 election. So why continue the path I'm on? Because the truth is the truth. And when you see it, you can't unsee it. Welcome to my neighborhood. I'm a trailer park kid that came from nothing, got his doctorate, and did some special things. I'm a gray-haired punk rocker that used to play in dive bars until the government said I couldn't. We live a simple life. I'd like to get back to it. This window is down, not because I want it to be, but I've got an electrical short someplace. This is on the to-do list. We've got a lot of work that we'd like to get to today. Lavish swimming pool. Only the best stainless steel appliances. Sometimes you gotta make things match what you got there. I'm a husband to a bride I adore. A father to beautiful children who, in the midst of so much uncertainty created by their father, still haven't lost their spark, their joy. I'm a sinner saved by the blood of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, the King. Since January 6th, all 3 of my children sleep together in our room on a pile of mattresses. As I travel, they keep watch over one another. We say our nightly prayers. I wake up 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, stepping over bodies. These are the 3 that are in rotation right now that many people see me wear. This one I had to retire just recently because a hole needs to get elbow patches. That's another thing that we're gonna have to fix. So I interview experts, attorneys, fact witnesses, victims, wherever I can find them out of my garage. partner with my wife to oversee canvasses and audits.
A lot of investigation into our 2020 election. We found a lot of anomalies.
We investigate, report, help write articles, and shout from the rooftops about the stolen election wherever we can, and plead with those that are free to support those that are not. Over 200 evidentiary presentations in 47 states. Add up the number of podcasts, interviews, radio shows, phone calls, and consultations over the last 3 years, and the number easily exceeds 1,000. I've spoken to Alaskan natives, New Yorkers in Times Square.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, Professor David Clements here at the Trump Tower.
Spoken to packed auditoriums and rooms with as few as 6 people, where half the elderly audience fell asleep during my presentation. I've slept in places where my legs were an hour behind my head. And I find myself in a paradox of sorts. Every day, I wake up absolutely convinced we the people are going to win our country back. I have zero doubts. At the same time, I know I haven't reached enough people, that I haven't done enough, and that we're running out of time. Look no further than the 1,000 J6 families that have been devastated by a weaponized government. Dawn raids, doors kicked in, husbands pulled out of bed at gunpoint.
Shut your mouth, get in line, just behave or pay the fine. They're pulling on your backbone and taking out your spine. They want you weak, don't speak, don't question, don't think. Keep staring at
Stop after stop, city after city. But some places are more special than others.
Shush. Oh Jesus, what happened to us?
The fact that I'm sitting here across from so many people across the country in our past have converged here, and they'll converge in Washington, D.C., they'll converge in all these different places. I hope you can see that God is at work through all of this. And the right people have shown up on the scene, and we are dominating the court of public opinion. Dominating. It's not even close.
As I stepped into the Capitol and saw real, okay, yes, there really is broken glass. This really did happen. It was at that point I realized they set us up. I knew it was a setup. I knew that this was something that they had effectively done to make the Trump movement, the MAGA movement, the Trump supporters, the American people look bad. I knew that. But I didn't think that that plan included me personally. A whole line of officers just let me walk right in. There was officers everywhere, present, it was a total controlled situation. I was just in a state of prayer as I walked through the Capitol praying. I was very grieved. At some point just almost crying, and I probably did cry a couple times.
You have family?
Yes, sir. A wife and 3 children.
Have you ever been in a cell before?
No. It's a totally new experience. Gentlemen came down in suits and ties to come and put me in the chains and bring me up, and unnecessarily, they totally rattle you. What I read in there, just the way they were, it seemed like they were ashamed of what they were doing. They were doing something that was wrong to an American citizen.
Yeah, for a sentence, he sentenced me to 12 months in prison, and then after that, there'll be another year of parole.
My son has never been in trouble his whole life. Now finds himself with 2 felonies, no rights, and been locked up for 2.5 years. But now over 900 days in, I can say I've been scared for his safety every day. He found a sick mouse and he did a little surgery on it with items he had there. It had a bot fly. So he did his surgery, removed the fly, cleaned it up, kept the wound clean, and the guys loved it. They called it MAGA Mouse, and they were all excited, and the guards found out. and everybody was scared that they were going to kill the mouse, like, you know, in the Green Mile. I don't know if you ever saw that.
Yeah.
So they started worrying, and they managed to release the mouse in time. But, you know, he saved its life. It went around as a story. He's just very loving and caring. I lost my husband in 2018, and I don't remember a lot of that time. I kind of checked out. My kids thought, you know, it might kill me. I thought it might kill me. But, you know, when this happened and someone takes your child from you, when you think that you've kind of lost everything, it really puts it into perspective. I still have my children. This completely brought me back to life. I had something to fight for.
The next thing that's got to fall are these failed, corrupt institutions. We've got to evict the people there, and that's why I work mostly on elections and the machines, because I desperately want someone that's gone on record that said, if elected, you can expect a pardon for all the J6ers. And by all, I mean there's some that don't deserve it, but those are the unindicted Fed co-conspirators. Those are the federal agents. Those people should be tried for treason. But all of you factually innocent, God-fearing, lovely people, you don't deserve the hell that's been thrust upon you. And when God Almighty sits and takes that judgment seat, it's over. So do what you can to improve the terrain until there is freedom.
They told me that I had 8 strokes, but one of them was a bad stroke, and I think that's probably the one that affects me more. We've been unjustly charged with something that we didn't do. My youngest son, Isaac, and Aaron, my stepson, they were both trying to administer care to somebody, and they've been charged with worse crimes than what I've been charged with. Somebody sprayed me with something that was very toxic to my eyes. They were forcing us to the opening. Doors flew open. I kind of had to sit somewhere because I couldn't see. We are gonna go to court in Washington, D.C. that's coming up February. I'm 64 years old. I've never experienced anything like this in my life, and I'm really dumbfounded and astounded that I'm facing something like this.
I put my SIMS card back in my phone. 2 unmarked cars pull in, surround me at the recycling center, and so they got me all in there, and that was a lot of fun. I'd never done the whole get naked and, you know, lift your whatever. I'd never done that before. That was really weird, but there's about 100 guys out there, all just taking breaks, talking to their families, making their phone calls. This guy stands up all the way across the room, another inmate, and he's just like, you know, Zach Martin. He's like, is there Zach Martin in here? And did you just get arrested? He's like, were you at the Capitol? And they'd seen it on or heard it on the radio or something. And I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, that's me. And then he just high fives me, and like all these prisoners are like at the table, like right next to her, are like reaching over the table, like shake my hand. I mean, it was the best trip to jail you could ever have, really.
20 years from now, I hope that we come here and gather on the other side of victory. God bless you all. Thank you.
You know, on January 6, 2021, when the United States government murdered my child, they took so much more from me than just my daughter, because it shattered my belief in what this country stands for.
When I was growing up, we were a country of greatness, and now we're starting to fall away, and I can't believe that my country is doing this.
Since this January, they open up for people out here to go in to visit.
Have you gone in to visit?
Every Friday.
Every Friday?
Every Friday.
So over my shoulder is Freedom Corner, and it's become a very, very hallowed place in the sense that there was a time where our J6ers were on this side of the prison. So come on over here, over to the wall. And as we sing the national anthem at the corner every night without fail, and they sing the national anthem, and inside the gulag over here, the prisoners sing along. And a lot of times we can do jail calls and connect. And we know that they hear us because they're able to flash the lights. And through these windows, you'll see the lights come on and off.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
And that was something we would look forward to. And at some point, the warden or whoever the officials are wanted to rob them of that joy, and they moved them away from the corner. So we're not able to connect the same way. Special place, though. Look around you. This is where the swamp wants our J6ers. There's still a disconnect with most Americans that don't associate what happened on November 3rd, 2020 with January 6th. But the reality is everyone that's rotting in there right now is in there because of what happened on November 3rd. Coming to Freedom Corner will put pep in your step on counting the cost and truly asking yourself, am I doing enough? And uniformly, the answer is no. And the reason that you know that the answer is no is because John Mellis, Jake Lang, Ryan Samsel, they're in there right now. So my travels, they really don't mean anything in comparison to what they're going through.
Although I should say I'm not sure whether Lord...
So many J6ers locked away by a weaponized government.
Did you have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters inside the Capitol on January the 6th prior to the doors being open?
Again, I had to be very careful.
It should be a no.
So I'm going to make the assumption that there was more than one, more than 5, more than 10, and that you're ducking the question.
I just can't speak to that here, but I'm happy to get the court filing that...
Look, it's been 2 years.
But how do you change that government when our politicians are selected rather than elected? When everyone is too scared to talk about the slave master that made it all possible? In the simplest of terms, we use proprietary machines that use programs to steal, shuffle, dilute, and plunder our most valuable property interest, our votes. And our votes are our voices. So while the J6ers wear real chains, we continue to wear invisible ones. Oh, how I dream of breaking through the feed that keeps us asleep, to change the movie we've been watching, to expose the lies one by one. What if I could change the feed? I can see it now. I'm on my way. Awake, America. Awake.
Welcome to another episode of Break That Feed, Election Edition. Here's Chad, a naive, well-meaning voter who has no clue about elections. Chad is under the feed, unable to think for himself.
Hey, is that true?
Seeking to break that feed is Professor Clements, who believes the machines are easily subverted and should be eliminated. Assisting Professor Clements is Earl, River Valley's audiovisual technician and janitor, who will help separate fact from fiction with a playlist ready to go on his handy-dandy video cart. And they will face off against the River Valley election staff and representatives of Domination Systems Incorporated. They'll do whatever they can to keep Chad blissfully ignorant about any problems facing our election systems. Will Professor Clements have what it takes to break that feed? The contestants will be moving through a series of election stations. As Team Domination's claims are put to the test, our audience will provide pass-fail grades. And at the end of the show, Chad will have to make his decision about our elections. Will he stay comfortably numb, or will he break free from the feed? First up, we have Betty. She is one of the sweet volunteers that check in voters with fully digital e-poll books.
I am really looking forward to voting today. Let me grab my ID card.
Oh, that's not necessary. Our poll books provide an up-to-date list of everyone who has shown up across the state thus far, making it impossible for anyone else to get your ballot. All I need is your last name.
Betty, how do you compile a real-time list of who has shown up across the state? Wouldn't you need an internet connection and remote access capability?
Our Domination election vendors have assured us that our machines do not hook up to the internet.
Well, that's the start of round one, and Betty starts us off with 3 amazing claims. Use of the e-poll books are safe even without voter ID, there is no internet connection, and no remote access capability. What say you, Professor?
Let's get started.
All right, here we go.
So in the case of the electronic poll books, the legitimate connection to the network is to verify 2 things: that the person presenting themselves to vote is a registered voter and has not already voted in this election.
Dallas County spent $4 million to buy 4,200 of these new electronic polling books from the same company that makes the county's voting machines. While these voting machines aren't connected to the internet, the polling books, which has voters' information, are.
The polling books that we'll be using are fully compatible with our rigorous security system.
What we saw in Dallas was that about 15 minutes before the polls closed, there was no one in line, and the count of people who had checked in started increasing.
They just jumped again. All the numbers are jumping. Sitting here, we're doing nothing, and our numbers are just going. I jumped. The last time I
And the worker noticed that said, "Hey, what's going on here? The number's going up, and we haven't checked in any more voters."
I'm now at 817. I'm 1,089 now. Just jumped 9 times.
There was a command coming into that poll book to say, check in this voter.
Dr. Doherty is correct. Experts are finding dedicated modems that directly connect with the e-poll books to relay real-time data. It's not just Dallas, where e-poll books are being taken over remotely. During a Georgia Senate investigative hearing, a poll worker describes how her poll book was taken over by Dominion Voting.
I understood that the voting system was separated from the world by an air gap, that they're not connected to the internet. What I thought I heard you say is that you were able to contact Dominion, they were able to fix the problem. That indicates to me that somehow they're able to communicate with the device that you have.
Yes, sir, they were. I had to give them permission to take over my poll pad so that they could reprogram it.
CISA teamed with states across the country to implement connectivity to AT&T's FirstNet network. Curiously, just after rampant fraud in Georgia's elections was exposed, AT&T's central office in Nashville, which served the region, was destroyed in a Christmas Day bombing. Finally, if you have a voting convenience center, by law, it has to be hooked to the internet.
Well, let's check in with our audience on Team Domination's claims thus far. Safe even without voter ID? No internet connection? And no remote access capability? All right, a rough start, Betty. It makes you wonder why we're even using electronic poll books.
There is a much more nefarious reason as to why they are being used.
As people are voting, all I really need to know is who's showing up. So the internet-connected poll books tell me that. So if I have access to the voter registration database and those e-poll books, I can model the election. I know how many votes I need to inject.
You see people that are stuffing ballots into drop boxes across your state. Did anyone think to ask, where did that mule get the information to stuff a particular drop box in a particular precinct with a certain number of ballots for a certain candidate? They're not going to these drop boxes blindly. There's a candidate that ran for office in Santa Fe. Her name's Catherine Clark, and she was getting her own copy of poll book data throughout Election Day. Morning, midday, afternoon, until the close of the polls on Election Day. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she received a very curiously worded email from the Secretary of State that here is another set of poll book data just for you. And when you look at the digital record, you see that in the county that she ran for office, where over 70% of the ballots were accounted for, that number went to 0 for 12 minutes. Right after receiving an email at 3:27 p.m. In other counties, we saw gains of 20% of the vote in 12 minutes. Catherine Clark wasn't just a candidate on a ballot in Santa Fe. She was also an official of the Democrat Party. She was also a political operative that ran campaigns for other candidates throughout the state of New Mexico. And she was receiving poll book data for all 33 counties. So when you couple that with what you saw in 2,000 Mules, it presents a very compelling picture of manipulation.
Well, Betty, let's see if you can restore confidence with the voters at the next station.
Since we've checked Chad in, I will now hand him a paper ballot with anti-counterfeit measures. I'm also handing him a special black felt tip marker so he can fill out his voting sections with ease. Chad can rest easy knowing that the only one that is going to fill out and submit the ballot is him.
Impressive!
Next video, please.
There were many problems discovered during the Maricopa audit. So in the first place, the Senate subpoenaed the ballots, and the Board of Supervisors delayed 5 months before they delivered the ballots. Out of 1,600 something boxes, all but about 50, the seals were missing or had been broken. There was no chain of custody on them. Dominion has a very specific requirement for ballot paper to be used in a Dominion scanner. So we're talking about something that's 4 or 5 times thicker than an ordinary sheet of paper. It has to be manufactured by the Roland Paper Company in Canada, and it has to have an infrared fluorescent watermark on it. Inside the scanner, there's an infrared light and a detector to make sure that the ballot that's been inserted is not counterfeit. But when the citizen auditors actually got to look at the ballots, They found 9 or 10 different kinds of paper, most of which came from Staples and Office Max. You say, well, how is this possible that they scanned 2 million ballots and didn't detect and reject the counterfeit paper? It's very simple. There's a configuration setting to turn the detector off. So basically, the machine was set not to check whether the paper being inserted was counterfeit paper. And you can count counterfeit ballots as many times as you want and get the same numbers. But that doesn't mean that they were legitimate ballots, because they weren't.
Acceptance of counterfeit ballots wasn't just relegated to Dominion tabulators in Arizona. In Alabama, a citizen went across the street and printed a ballot image on notebook paper. The machine accepted and tabulated the votes on every single ballot.
So in other words, you can make 500 copies of one ballot and send them through.
Just send them through.
So this is why we need to be watching to make sure.
Betty, those tabulators are gobbling those fake ballots like they were at an early bird Chinese buffet. And it looks like our audience has seen enough. On to the remaining claims.
In these tabulators also exists a printer. So while you're scanning, if you happen to have empty ovals, the machine can fill out your ballot. Now you notice that some things are circled, but if you just look at the image on a screen, you can't tell that there's anything wrong here. But when we put our fingers on this physical ballot, we noticed a couple things. That these 2 ballot ovals were filled out by the machine. And the only reason why we caught this is that when you use a ballpoint pen, you can feel the indentations. Now, isn't it curious that every rhino, Democrat, and election worker says, don't use a ballpoint pen, use a felt tip pen. Make sure that you use black ink only. And why are they saying that? Because that's what's in the cartridge. And if you use blue ink on a ballpoint pen, you'll be able to see the difference. Here, during one of 8 county audits, Aaron confronts an election administrator with ballot after ballot being filled out by machine and hand.
So here's 7 more.
The administrator would do nothing with the evidence presented.
Most nice. I think we need to stop. I think you need to do your job.
The audience has spoken. Chad, what will you do?
I don't feel great about my ballot going through one of those machines.
Chad, while this won't solve all your problems, why don't you use this blue ballpoint pen? It will at least make it harder for bad actors to cheat.
Give that blue pen to me.
All right, while Chad is filling out his ballot, we'll head over to the next station. Betty has tagged out, and replacing her is Heinrich Kummer, a domination machine expert who is standing by the Dominator 5000 tabulator.
Chad, there's no remote access capability with the Dominator 5000. That means no modems, no chipsets, no need for networks like Verizon, AT&T, or Sprint. It's impossible to flip votes and make sure that at the end of election night, we perform a little audit called a canvas.
What wireless chipset / modem does the hardware have?
We support a variety.
Verizon, AT&T, or Sprint, assuming all?
Yeah, all networks. Currently in Chicago and Cook County, we work with Verizon to secure that network.
Voting machines are not connected to the internet. This is something that you hear all the time in the U.S. from election officials. Unfortunately, it's not actually true. And many new voting machines come with 4G wireless modems so that they can be connected to the internet from the polling place in order to upload the results faster.
Whoa, that didn't take long. And you look and sound just like the guy on the video we just played.
That guy's name was Eric, E-R-I-C. My name is Heinrich, and that guy is talking about Dominion voting systems. I work for Domination Voting Systems. They sound similar, but are very different. See, take a look at the logos. Now, I'll admit that video didn't help Team Domination, but no vote switching is happening.
We'll see about that. Nation-state vulnerability expert Jeff Lenberg, who had top national security clearances at Sandia Labs over a 31-year career, was called to inspect both Dominion and ES&S machines in Michigan after 7,000 votes belonging to Trump were awarded to Biden. Here's what he had to say.
Our team documented in interim external access to the EMS by an anonymous user, okay, with no credentials. That means they had full access to all of that software that was on. If they want to download that software, figure out how to subvert it, get back in, make changes, they can do anything they want to. This system was subverted. And the reason is that these indices that shifted had the effect of Biden's votes being thrown away, Trump's totals being awarded to Biden, and Jorgensen's totals being awarded to Trump.
After gaining access to a forensic image of the Dominion election management system in Mesa County, Colorado, IT experts demonstrate how easy it is to switch tens of thousands of votes from Trump to Biden in seconds by simply changing the index number next to each candidate's name.
This is a backdoor utility called SQL Server Management Studio that is actually installed on the image of the voting system.
So is it certified?
It is not on the list of certified software. What I'm going to do first, I'm just going to pull up the presidential results in Mesa County for that election. And here they are. You can see Biden has 31,000, Trump has 56,000. Okay. So I'm going to come up here now, and I'm going to make a quick change. Change that.
You change that to a 2.
Yep. I'm changing Trump to a 1.
Okay.
And then I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to rerun the report. And there you go. Biden, 56,000, Trump, 31,000. So I just flipped the results of the election using a tool that's actually built in to the voting system. And what I did is not even logged. There's no trace of what I just did now. For some reason, the logging of activities by a user that has the password are not retained.
In Pennsylvania on live TV, Trump had 1,690,589 votes, while Biden had 1,252,537 votes. The time was approximately 11:08 Eastern Standard Time. The next interval report shows Trump's votes decreasing to 1,670,631, and Biden's votes increasing to 1,272,495. The time is approximately 11:09 p.m. Live on CNN, exactly 19,958 votes were switched from Trump to Biden. This means Trump lost 39,916 votes. During the 2021 election in California, 351,000 votes in favor of recalling Governor Gavin Newsom were deleted live on air.
Impossible to flip votes? Survey says fail.
Again, that's Dominion. I work for Domination. And as I mentioned earlier, we do a canvas where we will compare the tabulator printout tape with the computer results. So for example, if you were to load 7 ballots right here, right now, let's say 1 for an independent candidate, 2 for Biden, and 4 for Trump, everything would match perfectly.
Let's put that claim to the test.
So this first ballot is for Jorgensen. Yeah, this ballot is for Biden. Next ballot is for Biden. The next ballot is for Trump. 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 And that's the 7th one. Okay, we finished our election. We've done 7, so now we're going to close the polls. Now, while it's printing this, I will point out the modification that we made. What we did is for the presidential race, we swapped Biden and Trump votes. We did not change the senatorial race, and we swapped the congressional race. So that's what we're looking for. What we see is Joe Biden got 4, Donald Trump got 2, and Joe Jorgensen got 1. So you'll notice Biden and Trump votes are swapped. In the presidential race, what you notice now is Joe Biden has 4, Donald Trump has 2, Joe Jorgensen has 1. So what you see is the results now match the Tate printout here. So when you do the canvass, they will match. But they're not correct. They don't match the ballots.
You have to be kidding me.
Fail! 3 stations down, and it's as if the entire atmosphere has changed at River Valley. The machines and ballots, this very gymnasium has lost much of its luster. But the show must go on. Chad, please feed your ballot into the Dominator 5000, though I'm unsure what good it will do. Next up, we have John Fastos, CEO of Domination Systems.
I see that I'm losing you, Chad. Time to call in the boss. And Mr. Fastos. Mr. Fastos, I hate to bother you, but it appears we are losing one of our customers.
Did you tell him that domination systems are, by design, meant to be used as closed systems that are not networked, meaning they are not connected to the internet?
I tried to...
did you show Chad my 60 Minutes interview that makes me look really sympathetic?
People have been put into danger. Their families have been put into danger. Their lives have been upended, and all because of lies.
I haven't had the time, boss. This David and Earl keep countering all our vendor-approved talking points.
It doesn't matter to me. Chad, I will concede that voter fraud occasionally happens from time to time. And kudos to the experts that have demonstrated a few votes being switched in a handful of locations across the country. Don't want to let a few minor examples spoil your perception of our elections. There is no widespread election fraud. There are no computer algorithms, and Domination is one of many vendors. The election process is highly decentralized with checks and balances, with transmission of sensitive data being protected by the air gap. The amount of systemic fraud being suggested by Professor Clements runs contrary to the Department of Homeland Security's assertion that the 2020 election
was the most secure in U.S. history.
The Department of Homeland Security are the good guys. They protect us from cyber attacks.
All right, the stage is set for Station 4. No widespread fraud through computer algorithms. The voting system is highly decentralized and protected by the air gap. Professor, the ball is in your court.
One of the most vital election records to analyze in determining whether systemic election fraud is present is called a cast vote record summary. Experts will study the record to see if the sequence of votes being cast by voters reflects a natural pattern, and whether it adheres to the law of large numbers. The law of large numbers governs scientific polling and many quality control practices.
Maricopa County has over 2 million registered voters. Someone's running for office, they do not make 2 million phone calls and say, do you mind telling me who you plan to vote for? They make 400 phone calls at random. Candidate says, well, I want a more accurate poll. Okay, call 1,000 people. You don't have to call 2 million people because the sample is random. It doesn't matter which 1,000 you pick, as long as there was no pattern to the way you picked it. One of the citizen auditors gave an interview, and she said the box of ballots that I went through to inspect was 7 Biden, 1 Trump, 7 Biden, 1 Trump, 7 Biden, 1 Trump, 7 Biden, 1 Trump. People do not line up that way at a polling place.
Transfer that concept to elections. An election is a poll. The ballot that you're marking shows your preference for a certain candidate. So you would expect to see within the CVR the same phenomena that you see in polling, which is some variability in the beginning and then a flat line. Instead, what we're finding is a spike for a predetermined candidate and a linear drive towards a predetermined set point.
And I looked at the curve and I said, that's a PID controller. So what's a PID controller? Well, it's proportional integral derivative. It is the simplest closed-loop feedback system. That graph reminded me very much of an airplane coming in for a landing when the runway is completely fogged in. Then the pilot pushes a button that says Cat 3 Auto Land, and the plane gets the beacon and says, where's the start of the runway? Aim for it at a 3-degree glide slope. And there's a strong gust of wind, and it bumps the plane's nose up. Did the computer know there was going to be a strong gust of wind to bump the nose up? No. But it knows it's not on a 3-degree glide slope, and if it continues this direction, it's not going to land at the start of the runway. And it says, decrease attitude and get back on the 3-degree slope to hit the start of the runway. Let me put two races side by side, which are completely different in every respect. So 2 different counties, Pima County, Maricopa County. 2 different machines, ES&S and Dominion. 2 different races. We'll take county sheriff and president. That means 2 different pools of voters. 2 big peaks, 2-to-1 slope, 25% of the way, there was a little bump, and it tracked on down. In Pima County, 16 of the 17 races were won by the Democrat. 1 race was won by the Republican with exactly the same curve. But what this tells me is that at the bottom, all of the election software is the same.
In fact, over 400 cast vote records have been analyzed in over 300 counties across the country, and we're finding the same phenomena. A spike for a predetermined candidate, a linear drive towards a predetermined set point that violates the law of large numbers, that is predictive and therefore impossible. How is it that Congress routinely holds a meager 25% approval rating, yet the candidates win election after election? It appears all have booked a flight on the PID Express. Destination victory is all but guaranteed when you use the proprietary black boxes. We have seen the PID control in the cast vote records across the country, and voters want examination of those records in their respective counties. Despite federal law requiring production of this vital record, clerks across the country are refusing to produce them to the public. In some cases, the records are being tampered with or destroyed. But another source of data has emerged proving the use of a PID control, and the algorithm is seen in all 50 states. Election night reporting data from a company known as Seidel. Look at Trump and divide his votes by Biden's votes. You have a Trump to Biden ratio. And when you do this, a picture will leap out at you. Think of your thermostat. You want to set your temperature in your house to 70 degrees. So you crank that furnace. So look, it's going to get to that set point. And what happens is over time, it reaches the set point, it's got to make a correction and come back. It's got to stay at 70 degrees. So you can actually hear your air condition come on and off, right? Now let's look at elections. This is the Trump to Biden ratio when we're looking at election night in Georgia. What you need to know here is that that set point means victory for Biden. If Trump gets above it, he wins. But if it comes back to that set point, he loses. So we see Biden vote injections, and then we see an impossible arrangement of data throughout election night. So what's going on right here is to maintain this set point, just like you want to maintain that 70 degrees in your home, they have to have 50-50 ratios. So when you have a batch of votes that come in from election night reporting, guess what the ratio was? 50-50.
But we got to keep it there. We got to maintain the set point. So the next batch of votes comes in. It's 50-50, 50-50, 50-50. How many batch sets in a row do you think happen in Georgia? 55 batch sets in a row at 50-50 to maintain that flat line to bring it in. Wow. But over time, you need to drive down with greater precision to make sure that you definitely get the set point. And so what happens is over time, we saw over 90 batch sets of votes where Trump got 49.9% versus 50.1% from Biden. Wow. In a row, over 90 reports from this societal data that we were able to monitor in a row. Folks, you can't out-cheat or out-vote the machines. It's gonna find its set point. It's pretty horrific. Would we all agree that elections are supposed to be additive processes? So each interval report, you would expect to see more votes, not deletions. More votes, not deletions. Well, look at this real-time video of the Edison reports. You got total votes at the top, you got in-person votes, and then only have mail-in votes. And look how it pauses, and there's oscillation and deletions. This is the algorithm trying to figure out the math problem that is you. And if I let this video play to its completion, you'll find out it wasn't just Pennsylvania. We've got 3 counties in North Carolina. We got 3 counties in Georgia. And guess what? In Georgia, we know for a fact that CITL directly contracts with the state to get that data. So you should not see any deletions. You should see no oscillation.
Once they've put everything on the internet, cloud-based software, and the canvas is complete, they take that USB drive, which has read-write capability, and they put it back in their county EMS computer. Our Secretary of State calls this protecting the air gap, because there's that gap, right? You use the USB to move the data over. But this is the opposite of protecting an air gap. By using a USB that other people have handled that isn't actually secure, and you're downloading data onto a computer that supposedly holds the official election results, it's a farce.
All right, so you just handed me a USB drive. Okay, I'm just going to do this really quick. You're going to lose my audio here for a minute. So here's my hand, right? Plugging it in.
So you just plugged in the USB drive?
I'll keep my hands up here off the keyboard.
And I'll keep my hands up here.
Watch the screen. So this is running another backdoor utility, a second one that is on the voting system, pre-installed. It actually just ran some database commands using that second backdoor utility that's on the system. And now I'm going to press the execute button. Okay. So I'm clicking my mouse. And notice that the elections flipped again. So Biden now has 31 and Trump has 56, the way it was originally.
If a election worker wants to tell me that our machines are not hooked up to the internet, it's stored away behind a locked door, it's placed there under armed guard, and there's no chip modem devices, then I can concede, for the sake of argument, that perhaps that machine wasn't hacked. And that could be the truth. But if I get a cast vote record summary from those tabulators, and I see an impossible arrangement of votes, that tells me that it was subverted a different way, because it was subverted. So pick your poison. Was it because a vendor subverted your election file? Or are you using a reconciliation process with integrated software that has backfilled and overwritten your data?
We shouldn't have to listen to a bunch of election deniers. Look, here's a story about this professor. The trusted Washington Post says he spreads myths. He's a myth spreader right here in print, in the news. Since when do we not trust the news?
Heinrich or Eric, whatever your name is, I'm glad you wanted to discuss my credibility, because there's a witness that overheard you during a meeting leading up to the 2020 election. His name is Joe Altman, a tech CEO and system architect expert.
Eric Coomer is the Director of Strategy and Security for Dominion Voting Systems. He is a shareholder. He does own the patents for adjudication. Now keep in mind, I had no idea that Dominion ran 50% of the vote of the American people. Now, I wasn't looking for Eric Coomer. I wasn't looking for Dominion. But God was. So then this kid came to me from Antifa, and I became the #1 target for Antifa. They hated me. But then the next time we had a meeting, he showed up and he's like, listen, he's like, well, I can get you on a call. All those guys that are journalists out there, they're actually not journalists, they're Antifa activists. That's how we got to the call, and him saying that, hey, don't worry about it, Trump's not gonna win, I made sure of it. That was in September of 2020, before the election. It seemed impossible. Like, how could someone be that evil? Right? He's got a Church of Satan, the Screaming Pope tattoo on his arm. He wrote a story about how he raped, abused his wife at the time, and then published it with the email address. He posted the Antifa manifesto on his Facebook page. He posted things like that were anti-police, anti-Trump, anti-American rhetoric, put up stuff like F the USA, kill pigs. This guy is responsible for 50% of the vote of the American people.
I don't have to listen to this garbage.
So you had a little accident down there, huh?
No.
Okay, there are tons of witnesses down there described you to a T. So you can either be honest about it or you can stick to your story.
Not sure what you're asking about. I've been under a lot of stress. I hit the building and I panicked. Okay.
Now for Mr. Paulos's last claim.
That's Fastos, as in Faustian bargain.
Right, Faustos. Earl, play the next video. The notion that we use a decentralized system with a multitude of vendors that impose various checks and balances on one another, like grinding gears, is unfortunately a myth. The election system is actually more like the Ferris wheel Heinrich nearly crashed into. Elegant, streamlined, and interconnected. And there are three things that power the election system: Albert sensors, FirstNet, and integrated software. All 50 states have entered into agreements with the Center for Internet Security, a private organization with virtually no oversight that has partnered with the Department of Homeland Security to deploy Albert sensors. These are computers that reside behind county and precinct firewalls under the auspices of protecting state elections from cyber threats. The agreements provide CIS with everything needed to monitor all aspects of elections real time. Second, AT&T's FirstNet cellular network, along with other telecom giants, provide direct connections for that monitoring behind those same county and precinct firewalls. Those direct connections exploded across the United States after Barack Obama's administration designated elections as part of the nation's critical infrastructure, which leads me to the third thing that powers the Ferris wheel of integration. Third-party corporate vendors utilizing all-inclusive software connected to the internet that can modify or change all the election data that the Albert sensors and FirstNet allow you to monitor. The big players are BPro, Knowink, 10X, VR Systems, Electionware, and several others. But don't let the different names and logos fool you. They all share similar functional capabilities. Here is how the election rigging process works. First, money is donated to campaigns and political action committees, non-governmental organizations. However, investigators are also finding money subsidized off the backs of the taxpayer, being funneled overseas through entities like FTX, only to be laundered back to political campaigns through unwitting U.S. citizens whose personal identifying information is stolen to accomplish the laundering operation. The next module every integrated software provider has direct access to is voter registration. Voter rolls are inflated at strategic times and act like a credit line to the swamp candidates. During the early voting period, and even on election day, metrics are provided through the integrated software's absentee ballot tracking and the e-pollbook modules. With this information, adjustments inflating the voter rolls is happening right before elections. Ballots can be printed and even pre-filled ahead of time, many of which are produced out of thin air, or picked up at NGO headquarters by ballot mules. The mules will strategically deliver illegal, fraudulent ballots to drop boxes paid for by Mark Zuckerberg, most of which have no surveillance cameras. Election workers retrieve the ballots from the drop boxes and run them through the tabulators. In the event that voter turnout wildly exceeds the predictions or modeling of bad actors, the tabulators can be hacked, or the integrated software used in the states can simply overwrite the tabulated results. To accomplish the needed correction, state election officials will be told to stop counting. The election reporting system will be rebooted to create new set points. Once losing candidates will emerge victorious. And during the dark hours of the night, and in the days following the election, fraudulent ballots will be brought in until they more or less match the digital manipulation. Delayed reporting of the official results will now be asserted as the new normal. Now you might be saying, nice theory. Do you have proof? Well, let's take it from the top. Remember the campaign finance module and claims of money laundering? Let's start there.
FEC data shows that some senior citizens across the U.S. have been donating thousands of times per year. Some of these individuals' names and addresses are attached to over $200,000 in contributions.
You've had occasion to do some investigation that many of us have seen thanks to James O'Keefe.
We started looking at the donations that were coming in to the different campaigns and the different candidates.
The FEC records indicate that you donated $32,000, 3,000 different contributions people made at this address in your name. Are you aware of that?
No, stop f***ing with me.
Whoa.
It is fragmented so that it falls below large donation values that are usually more scrutinized. And the bizarre nature of these donations caught our attention. Sometimes twice per day, going to so many different campaigns, upwards of 800 different campaigns, and many of them not in their own states.
You did donate to ActBlue, right?
Yes, once in a while I donate $5 or so dollars or something like that during election year.
What about $18,850?
I doubt that.
Not that many donations.
No, I don't think so.
You're listed as someone who's given over 31,000 individual contributions to various causes for a total of $230,000 using your name in this address.
No, that's not us.
18,672 different contributions that total an amount of $170,000.221.
No. And it's almost as if you need some sort of software, some sort of structure in place to be able to even understand the way that everything is going on.
Usually, there is a vestige of, yeah, I did donate to ActBlue, like once, or yeah, I've done it a couple times. So I think that really corroborates what you're saying, Peter.
On October 9th, 2021, we had this particular Smurf unwittingly show that there's 183 transactions in this person's name for over $4,000 on that particular day. But the bigger picture, I think, is when you look at the pattern on the chart over time, and you can see again that is not human behavior. This is a computer algorithm that's spreading up or divvying up, whether it's $5, $10, $50 million amongst tens of thousands of Smurfs across the country.
The next module every integrated software provider has direct access to is voter registration.
The most startling thing was that was the primary of 2022. We started in June, and we were getting daily updates because that list of people that request mail-in ballots, for example, gets updated on a daily basis. And as we're going through this list of addresses, a road jumps out at me because it was local to my town called Red Belly Road. I looked at it, it just jumped off the page at me. I went, looked at Zillow, couldn't find it. Couldn't find it in Google, couldn't find it in any of the tax appraiser records. And then we were like, what's going on here? Where'd this road come from? So we went and looked to see who was currently at that road, because we had the current voter rolls, and we noticed that 37 people at that month, in that month that we were looking at. Lo and behold, everything came back as 12th Street. And then when we looked up 12th Street, all these people existed. Their deeds matched, the addresses matched, everything was in Google, everything. So it was like, okay, how did these people go from 12th Street now to a fake address? And out of those 37 people, 5 of them requested a mail-in ballot. As we're looking through this, we get the new disc for August. We check the new disc again for these same voter IDs. Now everybody's been switched back to 12th Street. So if you're following the timeline, they were 12th Street in the 2020 election. They switched to Red Belly Road somewhere around June. They requested 5 mail-in ballots that showed delivered. Why on earth would they show these ballots as being delivered to a fictitious address? And then right in time for the official results of the election, they were switched back to 12th Street. We always thought that the voter rolls were static, kind of like a piece of sheet of paper that you're just appending new records. We didn't think that older records were being manipulated in real time during the election. That example of Red Belly Road was what we call an address flipper. That in our mind is identity theft, because we actually went and had affidavits on everybody on that street right after the election. No one knew what we were talking about. No one asked for their address to be changed, and more importantly, nobody on that street asked for a mail-in ballot. So the other ones that we saw was the insertions. Insertions was basically you would see somebody that was previously marked inactive in another county. They would be reactivated and slipped into a new county, and sometimes their birth date would change, sometimes their name would change, and in most cases their party changed. So we were seeing them slip these new people into new counties, and then per the supervisor election, if they're looking at that person, they would just think that this is a new person that just moved into the state. They had no idea that they were previously marked inactive in another county. And then the last one is probably the most troubling is deletions. For example, Palm Beach County had 53,000 people removed from the voter rolls for a month, and then they came back in December. So they were just deleted for 1 month, and then the next disc that we got, they were put back. And this was Trump's county during the election. I am to believe that you passed in a mail-in ballot in October, and you were deleted in November from the voter rolls? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
So the first pattern I looked at is our Secretary of State publishes how many people are registered in every county and every precinct on a monthly basis. So I started by plotting that, and I found that all of the counties would change by approximately the same percentage every month. This enormous buildup in registrations in every county, and they're all going together in unison, all 33 of them. And then I plotted how many people were being registered by day for each county. They had this perfect weekly repeating pattern. So I just knew that isn't real, that you cannot have 8 people show up every Tuesday in Doña Ana County to register, and 6 of them are going to be Democrats, and 1 will be a Republican, and 1 will be a declined to state. That's just not how people do things, especially not in 2020 when everything was shut down.
If you think about like a dashboard where you can watch a vote happening in real time, somebody could sit there and easily figure out, okay, my candidate needs to have X amount of votes. I have all of the things I need to fabricate that. I have all the vote rolls, I have all the mail-in ballot rolls that I can clearly just turn on, fabricate whatever result I need, and then that is essentially given as the official tabulated result, basically from their website.
Now for the absentee ballot tracking module that provides the metrics needed to create fraudulent ballots. Here, Jesse Morgan, a subcontractor with the U.S. Postal Service, describes what he found.
I know I saw ballots with return addresses filled out, thousands of them, thousands, loaded onto my trailer in New York and headed for Pennsylvania. I got to thinking and wondered why I was driving complete ballots from New York to Pennsylvania. In total, I saw 24 gaylords, or large cardboard containers of ballots loaded into my trailer. They were complete ballots.
Jesse's observations took place on October 25th, 2020, during early voting, because bad actors could monitor the number of ballots coming in through ballot tracking software.
teams across state lines could easily produce hundreds of thousands of fraudulent ballots and inject them into Pennsylvania's elections, affecting the outcome. Now, tracking absentee ballots during early voting is all well and good, but what if a bad actor needs to make last-minute adjustments on Election Day? Here's where the electronic poll books come in. We've already seen commands to check in voters that were not physically present.
Sitting here, we're doing nothing, and our numbers are still.
But how did they vote? Here's an example of a poll worker filling out ballots while an election was ongoing. The process is simple. Track who's shown up, check real voters in digitally who have not shown up, and then create and fill out a ballot to match the digital subversion.
This lady is marking the ballots. I filmed her a half hour ago doing 6, and she's still working at it. Let's stamp it, received, and let's fill in our 6 blanks. All at the top of the tickets on each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's a security guard right there who's watching her. Disgusting.
We've already addressed the cast vote records and the subversion of tabulators that led to an impossible arrangement of votes. Just no integrated software such as TotalVote allows bad actors to overwrite tabulated results once they are transmitted from the county on their internet-connected election management systems. But what about real voter turnout, wildly exceeding the bad actors' predictive modeling and the algorithms used? What then? Election officials will instruct workers to stop counting, and the media will begin to shape public perception.
Election workers in Allegheny County are back to work after pausing counting overnight.
Butler County had to press pause on counting ballots.
Nevada, meanwhile, has stopped counting votes until 9 a.m. on Thursday.
Good morning, Heather. They did have to press pause overnight. They will be back in a few short hours, expected to resume counting around 8:30 this morning.
Fulton County is now going to stop counting at 10:30 p.m. and will resume their count at tomorrow morning.
They basically stopped counting tonight. They're going to start counting again in a few hours. It's already tomorrow morning, right?
Here's where it gets really bizarre. At Fulton County, most populous county, it is Atlanta, they just stopped counting at 10:30 p.m. They stopped counting their absentee ballots. They said they'd pick it up in the morning.
So everyone stopped counting. Now it's time to reboot, create new set points, and gather ballots in the dark of night while observers are sent home to again match the digital subversion. This thing where we've got on election night, we look at the cumulative votes of competing candidates. This is Trump versus Biden. Now, you'll see here the winning candidate at some point is Trump, and he's winning handedly in Wisconsin. And then all of a sudden, you see this massive injection for the losing candidate. That would be Biden. This is what has become known as the F curve or the fraud curve. And it's become meme-worthy. This is basically the banner. This is the flag that is flown by all the fraudsters out there. We saw the same F curve in all of the swing states.
I told them how the Georgia runoff election for the 2 senators was going to go. I gave them the model. Republicans are winning. Guess what happened? System went down, came back up, and it flipped. I went to Washington, D.C. on January 4th, 2021, and I met with counsel for Pompeo. Now, how much surprise do you think was on his face? None.
Ruby Freeman, about early in the morning, when the woman took when the whole gang took the stuff out from under the table, right? For some reason, they put it in 3 times each ballot, and I don't know why.
All right, so what we're looking at here are 2 different batches of votes. Scanner 5162, batch 234, image 59, and scanner 5162, batch 235, image 19. And what you can see is that, like on this vote right here, we've got this exact same little tail. Here's the next one that shows, you can see Republican is written there, Republicans written there. This is ballot 61, this is ballot number 2, and then each one of them even has this little dot in the Fannie Willis.
Okay, and do you have more of those?
We have the entire batch. There's 62 images in here total, and I didn't even get a chance to go through all of them.
Do you know Do you know who those ballots, do you know who they were made out to? Do you know who they were voting for?
No, not specifically.
Did you ever check?
We did what I described to you earlier.
No. Did you ever check the ballots that were scammed by Ruby Freeman, a known political operative balloteer? Did you ever check who those votes were for?
We looked into that situation that you described.
No, they were 100% for Biden. 100%. There wasn't a Trump vote in the whole group.
They also create phony ballots, and that's a real problem. That's my opinion. But they create a lot of phony ballots.
All that's left in the cheat is to now delay reporting, with the media creating a new perception, namely that it is perfectly reasonable to get results days and days after an election was held.
Polls have closed. We should get our first batch of voting numbers in about an hour. That'll be the bulk of the early vote. That should favor Democrats. As the night goes on, we'll get numbers from today's vote. That should favor Republicans. If these races are really as close as people think, we may not be able to even guess who won until we know how many votes were actually cast.
Report card from the audience? Fail!
This is quite sad indeed. This audience appears to be one big election-denying group of conspiracy theorists. The truth remains, however, that not one court has ruled in favor of any of these election fraud conspiracies. Moreover, we've paid independent testing agencies to refute everything. The professors' experts have said, and finally, laws are on the books to protect the public from election fraud.
Bold talk, Mr. Faustus. Professor, your response.
And the 65 Project stands for the 65 cases that were filed that the radical left deemed to be without merit. And all of them were dismissed. But it's now an out lie. There are about 90 lawsuits that you can actually find that were filed either by Trump, the RNC, or the GOP. There were 30 that were set for merit hearings. Out of the 30, Trump, the RNC, and the GOP prevailed in 22 out of those 30 cases.
The top 5 vendors of voting systems in the United States are using computers and components that are manufactured overseas. For the most part, they're manufactured in the People's Republic of China. In China, in particular, they advance persistent threats. Some of them are massive organizations. I'm talking about organizations with 12,000 or more people. They have whole campuses. They're larger than, many U.S. universities, larger than many U.S. defense organizations. And they are solely focused on the exploitation and penetration and infiltration of U.S. and Western technology. We've had numerous supply chain compromises of critical national security systems in the last 8 years. Not one time has the Election Assistance Commission put out any kind of a warning. They still have not warned all the election officials, nor the public, nor notified Congress that these issues were happening. Instead, they have allowed us to use them in election after election, certifying the elections, and they pretended everything was okay.
The Threat System Management Office basically simulates threat. We basically played bad guy. I went and talked to, at the time it was Wiley Labs. They said, hey, we want you to do an independent assessment of our testing procedures that we have and evaluate it. So they said, we're going to provide your report up to the EAC to show that you've assessed us and where we stand and all that. So in order to do that, I, of course, first have to see, well, what are you testing to? What are the standards, the requirements? The very first thing I found is the VVSGs were inadequate. I always refer to them as they weren't standards, they were substandard because they are not sufficient. These are systems that if you were looking at an overall industry organization, these would be your critical systems, just like the ones that process your credit card payments. After I've hacked into a system, I write the report. I would say for your normal, what's referred to as a kiddie scripter, which knows about hacking tools and knows how to use some of the tools, but has no basic knowledge of systems really well. And this is people who can just watch a few YouTubes on Kali Linux or something like that and get into these systems.
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most difficult, how easy is it to hack into these systems?
So, as foreign adversaries, you're talking about advanced persistent threat level players. So, can I go to a 0.5 instead of a 1 as the lowest, since that's not a 0?
When you do the financials for a major corporation, what an auditor does is what they do is they go in and they look at the systems, and there's a lot of work that's done there. You got to make sure there's no gaps, no way that this system is going to come up and generate the wrong number. Across the country, when you've got systems that are in use in these elections and you can't look at them, we can't even have access to them. I mean, it's beyond belief. Any of those things in front of a board, they'd say to management, the CEO, get it fixed right now, and that's it. It's not an if, it needs to be fixed right now. And if there's a system that bad, get rid of it. We don't want it. If you don't have support for the numbers, find it or make the adjustments. You're putting us at huge risk here. And the same with the processes. If you've got processes where people are able to do things behind closed doors and you're not letting the auditor see that, that needs to be addressed right now. Who's going to be fired? That's the way it is. And so when you compare that to this election of 2020, absolutely it was stolen because it never should have been certified.
What I'm saying is nobody's following the federal law, including the vendors. There's really 3 laws that apply. There's the National Voter Registration Act, there's the Help America Vote Act, and now there's FISMA, which is the Federal Information Security Management Act, that applies because it was declared as critical national infrastructure. There's a tremendous error rate in the voter registration rolls. People that are looking at material compliance issues from New Mexico and Arizona to New York and Pennsylvania, they're all finding gross inaccuracies.
As a co-author of the Help America Vote Act, have you observed material compliance with the act over the past 20 years?
No, not at all. And the certifiers certify anyway.
Now we come to the end of the show. The professor has clearly carried the day with our audience, but what about you, Chad? Do you believe our elections are safe and secure? To symbolize the choice you have to make, Mr. Faustus will present you with a black pill. Take the pill, and you'll forget everything that transpired today. You'll have no worries over defective machines or rigged elections. You'll continue to receive your regularly scheduled programming. Reject the pill, however, and you'll have to live with the consequences of that choice. You'll have to face a world that is in chaos. Chad, will you break that feed?
I'll never take that black pill.
Someday when the war is finally won, after all the damage has been done, you will look around and have to ask yourself, did you wake up with the lions or did you just stay asleep? Someday when the truth has been revealed, after all the effort to be healed, you will see the wounded everywhere you go. So wake up with the lions, don't let yourself stay asleep. Wake up to the crossfire, wake up from the lies, wake up from the fear that's covering up your eyes. Wake up from the hate and wake up to the cries. Wake up as a warrior fighting for what's right.
I'm sorry to interrupt this happy ending. What's that, Rube?
You need to send them home. Tell them we had a water main break.
Water main break?
Yeah, tell them it's not safe to be here.
We need to evacuate the building. You'll have to tabulate votes with no observers while everyone else goes home. Everyone except Chad, you stay right there. Oh, and Chad, you heard the announcer. You rejected my black pill. That means you have to live with the consequences. By your choice, you become a purveyor of malinformation. You are a threat to democracy, a threat to our narrative. Nurse, give him his medicine.
Ouchie.
Director Ray, we've got to dispose of these listless vessels. Take the professor far, far away from here. And we need you to put Chad with the other domestic terrorists and insurrectionists.
Does anyone notice that the election rigging Biden administration never goes after the riggers, but only after those that want to catch and expose the rigging dogs? They are rigging dogs. They are horrible cheaters and liars.
And to get calls all hours of the night and have to constantly look over your shoulder every time you get off a plane or into an Uber.
Push me. Push me.
We won't quit. Even if you kill me, I will come back and haunt you.
You might walk up to someone's door who has a gun in your face, and they would do America proud to blow your brains out.
They will never shut me up. They'll kill me first. I have not yet begun to fight.
The FBI came after me and took my phone. They surrounded me at a Hardee's.
If you arrest me, I can call my lawyer. But if you don't arrest me, I can't call my lawyer and you can steal my livelihood here?
Eric Coomer did this directly to me. And I made one statement about him. Didn't say nothing for a whole year. Then you guys come up and serve me papers in Colorado. When you say lumpy pillows, now you're in. You got that? They sued my pillow under the premise that I'm doing this to make representing my pillow to make money for my pillow. As I'm getting canceled every day, retailers, shopping channels, just getting destroyed. This is a big lie. You're a lying lawyer. You're an evil, evil man.
What exactly did you do wrong to be treated like a dangerous criminal by your government that you pay for?
Well, we don't know because the warrant doesn't say.
Well, we're considering here how to rewrite this so it's not going to throw us all in jail.
Who's threatening you with jail time? That's our point.
I vote aye under duress. I found out today that I have no choice but to vote aye or I'll be arrested and charged with a felony.
Former advisor Peter Navarro is at this hour in federal custody and about to make a court appearance.
Already facing a dizzying crossroads of nearly unprecedented legal and political challenges, Donald Trump's trail of criminal indictments has grown longer. The Georgia case marking the fourth indictment of the ex-president since the end of March.
Over the last few days, we have seen mugshots released as the 19 defendants in the Fulton County case have started turning themselves in for booking. We have never before had a mugshot of a United States president, current or former, but now we do.
While today we are announcing charges against these 16 defendants, this remains an ongoing investigation, and our department has not ruled out potential charges against additional defendants. I look forward to presenting the evidence in court and to a swift, speedy, and deliberate resolution that best serves the interests of justice.
I'm letting you know that as we get close to the end here, I would much rather treat your Mr. Lindbergh as a witness as opposed to a suspect. I find it a bit offensive that you would think that this whole thing for me is politically motivated.
Jeff Lindbergh served this country for 31 years with the highest national security clearances. So yeah, you can be offended, but I know the man, and I know what you guys are putting him through. Jake, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor. Good morning, brother.
Hey, how are you doing?
Just trying to maintain the resolve around here and keep everybody moving forward with hope in their hearts. So I've been detained indefinitely, nearly 3 years into my incarceration, waiting for a trial. And now they have started to arrest my star witnesses.
You have 1 minute remaining.
You know, like baton death march says out of the unit. And I got thrown up against the wall, punched in the gut. It was an act of psychological warfare that you do to prisoners of war. We didn't know where we were going, why they were moving us. It was like the crack of dawn.
Thank you for using Global Telling. Global Telling.
Professor, the event's about ready to start. People are starting to show up. Is everything all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was just daydreaming. I'm ready to start whenever you are.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. America, have you awakened? Do you see the new slave trade, where the slaver's whip was relinquished in favor of a computer program that can achieve the same outcome? Or the use of pain to silence a man's voice was merely replaced by distractions and an obsession with comfort and pleasure? America, we are at war, and half of you are still asleep and unaware of it. Now you might ask, do you have any hope, Mr. Unemployed Professor? I do. Not because of my efforts, but because I believe in a mighty God, and I believe in the American patriot. So while our country is led by oath breakers, remind yourself that God is the ultimate covenant keeper. So here's where I end my small part in this very large drama. I offer these words of counsel. First, when a nation rebels against God and falls into decline, God has a condition that must be performed before restoration can occur, namely the repentance of that nation. Second, real restoration requires action from the church to do its part, especially in the satanic realm of politics, by always seeking a place of interposition to stand between godless tyrants and the victims of their tyranny, with a willingness to sacrifice everything as Christ sacrificed for us. And the good news is that the historical actions of Abraham Lincoln, Moses, and the warrior Gideon have already shown us the way. America, here is your prescription.
So I'd like to introduce you to Professor David Clements.
If my people, who are called by my name, humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. I think Abraham Lincoln was in a very similar time in history that we are now. He issued the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, no one would tell you that in 1863 that anyone was truly free. By faith, he proclaimed a state of reality that had not yet occurred. But he saw real bondage, real chains. And there were so many laws on the books that made it okay to discipline your slaves, to whip your slaves. The nation was fractured, and the divisions were deepening because the true church, the ecclesia, were also proclaiming in their own way that this is wrong. They took a step forward. They kept taking steps forward until we hit an inflection point. A crisis that led us to war. So 4 months later, a lesser-known proclamation went out from Lincoln.
It was a day of national repentance, of prayer, of fasting, of humiliation, a day of humility. A lot of people don't know that that was one of the proclamations, but just 18 months later, after that proclamation, and a national leader kept the covenant, God moved swiftly, and a miraculous vote was achieved just 18 months later, which led to the abolishment of slavery. And unfortunately, sleepy Joe Biden can't make this work because he's not legitimate. He's a usurper. So I'm going to ask you all to pray and call on those that were robbed of their rightful places because of inaccurate weights and measures, because of divers weights being applied to the scales of justice, that you pray, reach out to them any way that you can, and call them to set forth a day of national repentance. That means, yes, Donald Trump needs to be called for this very, very specific, solemn occasion. But if he does, and if we follow through as a nation, you're going to see something that you've never seen before. Victory. Real victory. Not the fake thing that we've been seeing over the past 30 years. The veil's been torn. We see just how demonic our culture is. We see it. And now that we see it, and now that we see the chains, we see the machines, they see what we're doing to our children. Many of you are hopeless. Do not be hopeless. Just meet God's conditions. So I pray for that day where we have soon a national call for repentance. Now, this might be a controversial statement for some of you, but God is not in control. God is sovereign. But if God exercised his control right now, in this moment, in this season, you would not have the cheating that you're seeing, usurpers taking hold of offices. In God's infinite wisdom, he established Christ as the head of his church and believers as the body of Christ. We are the hands and feet. He has delegated control to you. So everything that we see that we hate, it's not God's fault. It's my fault. It's your fault. It's the body's fault. You don't like stolen elections? Don't blame God. You don't like abortion? Don't you dare blame God. We have not done our part. In our country, we've established a representative democracy, a republic, which means that you all comprise what is known as we the people. And to be we the people, you have to be a people of self-governance, meaning you have to be masters of all affairs in your lives. And there is a place where you get to participate in this experiment. Moses did not part the Red Sea. God did. But Moses was an instrument. And what did Moses do time in and time out? He showed up to this place called the gap. It's a place of interposition. It's a place where you will be hurt, where you will be slandered, where you will see lawfare if you've gotten the attention of the devil. And the devil's into the slave trade, folks. But you stand there. That's what Moses did. He knew that God had a picture of freedom, and slavery was incompatible with God's character. Pharaoh, on the other hand, believed in slavery. So Moses proclaimed to him, "Let my people go." And he had to say it more than once. because he had to keep going back and standing in front of Pharaoh. So I want you to envision yourselves as many Moseses showing up and confronting many Pharaohs. Now, the good news is that God doesn't need everyone, which leads me to Gideon. Gideon had tens of thousands of warriors. They were inspired. They were ready to do battle. God said, if they see all of the might of your warriors, they're going to forget to do something, which is acknowledge me, give me glory. So let's have a test. I want you to see how people drink water. How do your warriors drink water? Bring them to the river. Do they get down and lap the water like a dog? Or do they keep their eyes up? Do they keep situational awareness? Do they bring the water to their mouth? I can work with that kind of warrior. How many made the cut? 300. It was enough. So here, in your backyard, almost imagine as if you're looking over a map, you've got your county, election workers, canvassing boards, clerks that have broken their trust with you. You will surround them. Can you find 300 of God's warriors surrounding the 10 feckless usurpers to show up and proclaim truth, fight for your kids, fight for their voices, fight for your own voice, and don't do so in incremental fashion. Do not die on the altar of civility, but become an abolitionist and stay there, expose them, and see your power. 300 against 10, I like those odds. And now think of 3,000 counties, 300 deep in every county, surrounding their feckless politicians. That's your red wave. It's you. You are the red wave. You are the Red Sea. God won't part it the way that he did before because he has delegated his authority to the body of Christ to move. And when you move, you are unstoppable.
Please state your name.
David Clements, slave. That's what I am to this system. And you're giving people 2 minutes to address a national crisis.
I'm going to take the time because this is reporting a crime, and the law enforcement actually needs to hear this.
70% of your constituents believe these machines are rigged.
Sir,
you're out of order. I'm not out of order. You're out of order. He finished an hour. He finished. Next speaker, please. Next speaker. Next speaker, please.
I'm the next speaker. I'm going to render my time.
We don't transfer time here. How many folks here will afford me more time?
You've got about 30 minutes, I'd say.
You are violating my civil rights.
You are resisting.
I'm not resisting. I'm just strong.
What they do to one of us, they do to all of us. Stand with the tyrants or stand with the people.
This is a battle of good and evil. You can sit as lords over us. And I hope that anybody that's running for a position in politics would get it through their heads that when they're elected, they're not gods over us. And there will come a day when you will sit before a higher judge.
Every single one of us who's a poll worker right now is making fun of you.
You cannot say that this went well. Those are lost votes.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I watched you go through 17 proclamations, and you did not tell that they did not clap or participate, and you deny us our First Amendment right. I hold you in contempt.
concerted efforts to make sure that certain people get elected.
There's something wrong with our system.
Do the right thing.
Defund the machines.
This is not a request. This is a statement that we expect you to carry out.
We're done with this. It's over. No more.
If you support the ultimate elected, please stand up.
We are talking about our kids.
I hear they've all resigned. I
tell you what, I will freaking do whatever position you want me to do.
We need to have a vote. Okay, say your name.
Angelica, I, Tiffany Sanders. I, Stacey Andrews.
I believe.
I, Anastasia.
Okay, that's unanimous.
I don't understand why we can't count our own ballots at our precinct level.
Today, I am here to overturn the money changers table because the trust of the citizens of this county has been betrayed. Every citizen has standing to request the same.
God's graced me with the ability to baptize 3 Gen 6 brothers.
Jake, what did you use to perform the baptism?
Baptisms were done with good old-fashioned sink water that's connected to the toilet. They want to give their whole heart over and hold nothing back from God, and pour the water over their head and go give them a big bear hug, and everyone claps their hands and gives them a bunch of hugs, and then they start their walk towards heaven.
If Donald Trump's providential, aren't you providential? Ask yourself why you're here.
We are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people.
Christ conquered everything that you could ever be afraid of. He saved you for a place where there are no tears, where there's joy, where there are no dominion machines, where the slave trader is out of business because Satan is the chief architect of that. And we've been told he's under our feet. Not only will we win, but I will spend the rest of whatever years I have on this earth with my wife, with my children, praising God. And I will do everything I can to keep the memory alive of what God did. And I will teach my son, I will teach my daughter, and I will lift them up and raise them in the Lord. And I'll encourage them and admonish them, you better keep this alive, keep the memory alive, because I don't want to go back to hell. All that I have, all that I am, is yours, Lord, King, Jesus. You will not be able to contain the power that works through your life from that moment on. So be the Red Sea, meet God's conditions, and you will have the opportunity to declare, proclaim here and abroad. Let my people go.
Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
So this is January 6th, and these are the hostages, approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
And all of the people that are on that order must be released by the end of the day by law.
Can't miss today.
Martin Luther King is looking down upon us with gratitude and encouragement that we would say, let our people go! DC Gulag! Lord, you are the Lord of hosts. You are the God of gods. You are the one that upholds us with your mighty hand.
Well, if my kids were here, that would be my number one desire, of course. But they're not, so just breathing this fresh air and being with all you guys is good enough for me.
I did 3.5 years of hard time. It was an honor to do time in this regard. As it says in the Bible, if you're going to suffer, don't do it because you're a murderer or a thief. Do it because you're a Christian. And that's exactly what I think is happening here. It's in my blood as an airborne ranger not to leave anybody behind. So that's why I'm here. I got people back there, and I hope that soon they let my people go.
This is what happens when the American people come together and elect a great president. And now the exposure, that sunlight, is going to end down, raining down freedom on our protected people that are hostages, and they're going to come out heroes.
My son was assaulted by a lieutenant and 5 other guards last night. He was assaulted, punched. He was sitting in the middle of the quad, waiting to get processed and go out. Came in, they handcuffed him, they wrenched his wrist, put him behind him, they punched him, from what I understand. They threw him physically into his cell, and that's where he was for the rest of the night.
I did 45 months, 45, then it's about 1.5 years of that at the DC Gulag in solitary confinement. So we stood up for what we believed in, and I do believe it was the right thing. And we lost so much. If you don't believe in God, after what you just witnessed this past couple of years, I don't know what to tell you, man, because, it's very clear whose side God's on.
Just 4 years and 4 days is nothing compared to the sacrifice Ashley Babbitt made, and Roseanne Boylan, and Kevin Greason, and Benjamin Phillips. They gave the full measure. They died on the steps of the Capitol for the things that we represent. Our stories would have been left into the back pages of history if it wasn't for this First Amendment right that we stood for at the Capitol. You guys gave us a voice when Fox News and CNN and MSNBC and the Post, Washington Post, and all these garbage outlets turned our back on us. You guys gave us a voice, and we appreciate you guys that have stood by our side so much.
That's right,
It's not the end of, our duties here, but it's really the beginning. It's America's seen for 4 years just criminalizing patriots for standing for what is right.
This is actual, real, tangible freedom prayed for thousands of nights that we're seeing from an impossible situation, from a situation that looked dead. In despair, God created resurrection power. He created resurrection power, my brother and me right here. I love you guys so much.
Promises made, promises kept.
All right. Well, we actually, I was going to give you an update of what was happening with Tina and where she's been, but she's going to give it herself because I have her on the phone again. We have another surprise call from Tina Peters, who is currently in jail. Tina, you have the mic.
Hi, Joe. Hey, thank you all so much for all that you're doing. I just have a few minutes, but I was going to tell you that from October 3rd, when I was sentenced after that vile diatribe by Judge Barrett that you can listen to on the website, I was escorted down to what I call the dungeons in Mesa County, from the courthouse handcuffed in the in the room, in the courtroom, and led down to the jail. Interestingly enough, we're having to file motions because I was supposed to be released from there January 31st, and here I still sit in jail. And so we're fighting that. But when it came time to vote, let me just say, when it came time to vote, they said because I was serving a county jail time that I could vote because I hadn't begun serving my sentence, my felony sentence. Well, lo and behold, on December 3rd, after I'd been in 2 months, 60 days, which was excruciating because the deputies in Mesa County were very abusive. And I can go into that. But 60 days after, I was informed that instead they had lengthened my sentence 60 more days. That at any time had I been out for 60 days pursuing my case. But that's not what the judge said. The judge, in fact, said they're going to take her away. So what do you want to do? And so I was incarcerated on October 3rd. And then the court date was changed to December 3rd, which meant I wouldn't get out of jail and to go to the DOC, Department of Corrections, until April 1st. So that's one of the things they've done. The deputies in Mesa were horrible. Obviously, they already had a bias because, we know that the Mesa County Sheriff at one time said he served at the pleasure of the DA. So they were all clued into me and my case in a very biased way. So they made my life a living hell. I was shoulder checked by one of the inmates, which, if you know what that means, basically they just kind of slammed into my arm with their shoulder to create quite a bruise and almost knocked me down the stairs. There was only these metal stairs, you don't want to fall down them, let me just say this. And I was about a third of the way down when she was coming up, and she did that. I turned around, and all this was on video, and I complained about this to the deputy, but they did nothing. And then there was another time, some other instances that happened, and the deputies did nothing, where I was bullied by inmates. But the deputies were really bad. When I got I demanded to see the videos, the reports, that sort of thing. And one time they wrote me up because they thought that my attorney, get this, was smuggling me in makeup. Because in jail, you cannot wear makeup. Yeah, I know, right? So it was written in there that watch her when she comes back from visiting her attorney, make sure she doesn't have makeup on. So they raided my cell. One time they raided my cell within 2 days of each other. And it was obvious I was targeted there. Because I had asked for videos, and they made us pay for them. I've asked for videos and transcripts of everything. They woke me up one morning and said, "Peters, pack your things, you're leaving." And I said, "Where am I going?" And they said, "You're going to booking." And I had spent hell in booking. I mean, I had been there much longer than I should have been and watched girls go out of it. I'd been in there with, at one time, 12 women, all our little thin mattresses touching each other, and one toilet in the whole booking cell. So I said, "No, I'm not going back to booking. You call my attorney." "No, I'm going to call my attorney." And they said, "Well, the phones aren't on." I said, "You turn them on, and we'll call my attorney." And I was adamant I was not leaving that cell. And pretty soon he comes in up and he says, "I should have told you, you're going to go to Larimer." And I said, "Okay, then I'll go." So they took me to Larimer. I hadn't seen a blade of grass, a tree, anything, and I could see it through the grate of this what was like a dog catcher truck. It was a Ford 350 that it had a modified back end that had 3 places for 3 inmates to sit on one side inside, and on the other side, it was separated by a locked door, but on the other side was for 3 inmates, so they could carry men and women in the same vehicle. I sat on the floor. Of course, I'm in handcuffs and such, and I sat on the floor and could look out the window once we got on I-25 going north towards Larimer, and I could see snow. I could see, grass. I could see trees, and it was kind of emotional because you don't realize how much those things mean to you, and they really do to me. As people that know me know I love the outdoors. And so we get to the facility, and I am in the facility at 11:15 in the morning, and they did a body scan. They were suspicious that I was carrying in drugs. I wonder where they got that idea from. And so they did a body scan of me. They said they put me in a dry cell, which means it didn't have water or a toilet, for 2 hours. They said, we'll come back in 2 hours. 2 hours came. They did a body scan again. They said, it's still there. I said, can I see it? No, you can't see it. Put me back in the cell for another 2 hours, came out, and then they took me for a strip search, something that nobody wants to have to go through, very demeaning. And then they put me back in and then took me out again later and did another strip search. I didn't get into my cell until 11 o'clock that night, a holding cell or a intake cell. I was there for a couple of weeks until they put me in general population. So I was in with women that were going through withdrawals and that sort of thing, and some that were very mentally unstable. But I have to say that Larimer County Jail has been better in the fact that we're locked down more, but the deputies are fair. It's jail, so there are a lot of rules that you have to obey, a lot of strict rules. They take your food all the time. They still go through your cells, but it's not targeted to one person like it was with me. And so I've been in Larimer County Jail since December 18th, and so I should have been out here January 31st. Now, I do know that there's a lot of girls who were supposed to go to DOC, and they haven't taken them yet. And one of the people told me that one of the people that work here said if you were in the men's pod, you would get to go, but the women's prison is crowded. They don't have room. So I sit here. We're looking to...
You didn't identify as a man at that point? I mean,
No, they have a special separate pod in DOC, which is, they call it DDUB. It's the Denver Women's Prison. There's two prisons for women. One is in Denver and one is in Pueblo, Buena Vista. And the Buena Vista one is a little more minimum security type of thing. But they do have a pod for just transvestites. And evidently there's...
You have 1 minute remaining.
Well, because we have 1 minute remaining, I won't get into all that. But it's something that I never want anybody out there to have to experience. It's very dehumanizing, and so I'll just leave it at that. But, Joe, what else? Food's horrible, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, the food, I've gotten a chance to see the food. It doesn't look very appetizing. We actually have a picture up on the screen of you holding your birthday cake with chocolate and so, yeah, holding good food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I spent not my birthday, but I spent Thanksgiving, Christmas, my anniversary that I, would have had with my husband had they not killed him in here so far. So I'd like to be out before spring, hopefully sooner than later. And they're going to cut us off in just a minute.
Thank you for using Global Telling.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of finish. Every time that I talk to Tina, the same thing comes up, and that is she pushes towards just a result. She's the most read on every document that comes through the court. They just filed a new appeal yesterday that should get her out of jail. But over the last 4 months, I've spent a lot of time talking to Tina and working on getting more information so we can get her out. That Mark, can you turn that speaker down, please? In there, Apollo. It's like an echo. It's no secret that I come through the front door and I don't believe that you should follow the processes of the courthouse. I don't believe that a rotted apparatus is ever going to end up doing good for Tina, or anyone for that matter. And so I have a much more stern or aggressive way that I would attack what's going on in the courtroom. And when Tina was going into trial, I will tell you that I said, Tina, you have to testify. And she's like, I wanted to testify. And everybody says, well, we don't want you to testify. We want you to stay off the stand. And the problem with that is that you always lose if you play from behind. If you always lose if someone can't hear your side. And you've heard judges say, or lawyers say, well, I don't think that you should testify. We should, just leave it. It's preponderance of the evidence. But recognizing that they had thousands of articles that were written about Tina that were negative. Should call him back. What do I talk about with Dan Rubenstein? I'd love to talk about him. No, I'll talk about it. Just tell me what it is. Just text it to me. Yeah? Oh yeah, I know about that. I was going to talk about that. All right, good. I get to go a little saucy because Tina says I'm allowed to get a little aggressive.
A little aggressive.
She just gave me the open door.
No, she did not.
They had appeal, which is a habeas corpus appeal yesterday that was filed, and we're going to talk a little bit about that later. But I told Tina that she had to testify, and she didn't. And she was convicted. And when I asked the attorneys the simple questions, and nothing against her attorneys because her attorneys play within that legal system, they said, "Well, we hope that we had won the jury." And I go, "You've got to be kidding me! Hope is not a strategy. You don't ever." Tina is like the nail in the coffin. Well, they wouldn't. They said that she couldn't talk about why she did what she did, and I kept thinking to myself, why? What's going to stop her from talking about it? You mean the judge is going to say objection? So you're going to have it on the record that Tina was trying to tell what was happening in Mesa County and that they were stealing your voice, and the judge can be objection. At least you had the objections up there. But they took the path of least resistance. Now, after Tina was found guilty, before she was actually sentenced, I said we should file grievances against the judge. And everyone said, they all came back out and said, no, we don't want to piss off the judge. We want to keep the judge on our side, and we want to just, fall on the sword in front of the judge. And I go, look, you don't capitulate to evil ever. You don't stand on the side of evil ever. You don't wait and watch and say, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to just hope that the judge, we can just get in his good graces. You can't get in the good graces of a person that literally denied you a defense the entire time. And I know we've talked about everything having to do with, the evidence, like the essence of the evidence in Mesa County. And we're going to talk about the fourth report that Jeff O'Donnell did. And in that fourth report, it's like I think Dr. Doherty said it's the report that it's the data that keeps giving. It keeps giving. And in actuality, that's true. It does keep giving. But the reality of it is that they have punished Tina as a symbol of everything that's been done across the country. And so when the attorneys came out and called Tina, and Tina called me and said, Joe, you can't say anything bad about the judge. We have to literally just hope that the judge does well. And I was like, that judge is not going to do anything for you. This is an entire kangaroo court. He denied you your ability to have any defenses. 41 denied motions. 41. Just so you know, the number of motions that would be denied in a case for a murder case would probably never exceed 10. 41 motions were denied by this judge, and she was forbode from talking about the circumstances that led to the crimes they said she committed. It's a miscarriage of justice against Tina. And we don't even have to talk about any of the data related to Mesa County or anyone else, and we will talk about it. But what we should be talking about is the fact that the system itself is rotted absolutely to the core. And Tina deserves a fair day in court, not the kabuki theater that she got from Dan Rubenstein or this deviant judge that we find out later is actually a deviant. When we talk about Dan Rubenstein, he was promised an appointment with the DOJ. Nobody knows that. Nobody talks about it. And everyone wants to talk about contributions. Mark, there's no greater contribution that you could tell me about than the one where you'd have to spend 4 months in jail getting abused by the guards and by the people that are there. In a place that she didn't belong, that she doesn't belong, with a system that we say is the most fair and equitable in the world. And if we look at just the fundamentals of the difference between one court and another, we look at how President Trump handled the corruption inside the courts. Never once did he capitulate to evil. Never once did he bow down. Matter of fact, he said, if I'm going to go to jail, I'm going to go to jail saying and doing the right thing. I'm going to unequivocally speak truth. And I'm going to speak truth to those people who are evil and evildoers. And so there's a serious problem with what has happened to Tina. But there's even a bigger problem with what the court has been allowed to do. And that people like Jared Polis and Phil Weiser and the DOJ that is rotted to the core was able to crawl into the state of Colorado, not respect the sovereignty of this state, and dictate a sentence against a Gold Star mom who has done nothing but serve her community and unselfishly serve the people in this country. I rest my case. That's the reality of what we deal with. And that's what this whole event today is about. Is that, yes, there's mountains of evidence of fraud. And you're going to hear from Ed Solomon. You're going to hear from Ed Doherty. You're going to hear from Clay. And we're going to go through this process. But at the end of the day, we have to remember that there should be an action item that comes from this. That every person that's listening to this, and there are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that are listening right now, that your job is going to be to pick up that phone, to clog the phones of the governor, to clog the phones of Phil Weiser, to clog the phones of the Secretary of State and say, how dare you? To call Dan Rubenstein's office, to make sure that the court understands, to file grievances and complaints for a system that literally betrayed and turned its back on an American. And an American that gave up so much to get to the place where we are right now. So no, I'm not the guy that wants to walk and be very soft and subtle about things that are happening in our community. Because if it's not Tina, it could be any one of us. And if we don't protect Tina, then don't expect anybody else to protect you. Don't expect the system to protect you. Don't expect justice to ever be served. And they say that eventually justice is served. How long does a 69-year-old Gold Star mom have? If the average life expectancy is 77, she gets out in what, 2 years, 3 years? We should be okay with that? I'm not okay with that. And I'm not okay with the sacrifice that none of us have been willing or had to be willing to make up until this point. She became the person that got the most punishment. And it shouldn't be the way it is. So I appeal to President Trump, and I appeal to Pam Bondi, and I appeal to the federal system itself that we have to right this wrong, and we can't wait. There is no time to wait. That's what I had to say, Mark.
Yeah, I think that's beautifully said. That's exactly what needs to happen.
And I didn't even violate anything. I didn't. We had all these rules that they told me. I was like, I'm out. There's no rules.
But you weren't. You did great.
I stayed within the rules.
You did.
All
right. Well, sounds good. We do have a little bit of time here, and I wanted to give some people some opportunity to show a few things that we hadn't been able to show yet. But we have learned so much more as time has gone on, and a lot of this does connect somewhat to Tina. Hopefully I'm still online. So I want to let everyone show these images here.
You have a couple more people that are here that are going to drop in, and you also have some special words of support that are coming from a couple of really special people in this state, both Scott Bottoms and Ken DeGraff.
We do, and I think we've got a few people here on the Zoom. We wanted, I think, Ed Solomon.
But we have somebody else we can put in my spot, because I think that there's a few other people on here that can come sit in my spot. I want the experts to talk. I said my piece. Walter, it's great to see you. It's great to see all of you guys on here. And Doug, great to see you. Clay, Ed, Mark.
Joe, if it wasn't for you, I never would have looked at Proposition B.
Proposition B. What's Proposition B?
The tax raise in Colorado.
Yeah,
you're the one that told me to look at it.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I think you're all amazing people. You're amazing men and women, because there's some women that have done some great things. But I do think that we have to set down our swords together, and we have to make a decision on what we're willing to sacrifice in order to get Tina out and to do the right thing and to not let them gaslight us any longer. So with that said, I think Dr. Frank's in here as well. He can come up in my spot, or if there's someone else that wants to step in it. God bless you, gentlemen. All right. Huh?
Are you out?
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay.
I'm gonna go talk to Tina.
Okay.
All right.
See you later. Okay, sounds good. So, Doc Frank, do you want to go over some of the stuff that you got on the screen here?
I brought it up because of a comment that Clay was making.
Okay.
It's not directly connected to Tina, though. So I think that we need to focus on Tina. I would say,
let's do that.
I would say the graph that you're showing shows the turnout in every state, the voting turnout versus who's registered to vote. And we were talking about Wyoming, and you'll notice in the graph across the bottom of the axis is the percentage of the voting age people that are registered, and the vertical axis is the percentage who voted, of voting age people. It's not versus the voter rolls. And you notice that there's this dot all the way to the left, middle of the screen, just past that little green area. That's Wyoming. They have the cleanest voter rolls. And I would say, and this is relevant to Tina, that in my journeys around the country, I've met with about 24 secretaries of states. There's only one that is actually really doing good work, if you ask me, and that's Chuck Gray in Wyoming. He's a good guy. He's fighting hard. I've met with several. I'm in Ohio. The Frank LaRose, the Secretary of State in Ohio, is a snake. But the reason that I guess it's connected to Tina is because in her state, Secretary of State's total snake. And this is connected to Tina. You guys might have all heard that the Secretary of State actually accidentally released the password for like 30 of the counties in the state of Colorado. And that's the Secretary of State. And I would say, and you want to put somebody in jail, that's the person to put in jail right there. Except I would have to concede the secretaries of states that I've met with in this country are clueless about their own elections. The people who are supposed to be in charge of our elections don't even know how they work. When I meet with them in person, a lot of time I spend most of my time just teaching them how their own elections work.
And it's not their fault necessarily that they don't know how they work.
Exactly.
They are set up to fail. The systems are so complex, they're not trained properly, and they're not cybersecurity experts either, and they're not computer experts. So they're expected to
So why are we using a system like this?
Exactly. Yeah. It's not fair to them.
We should be running it local. Exactly. I'm sorry, I'll shut up. But it came up while we were having our offline discussion about Wyoming. I just thought you'd like to see that graph. I put that up on my social media. You're welcome to it. But it just shows that there's a great deal of problem in all of the states. It's not just, earlier, Mark, you said one of the things we need to emphasize on our program today is that this is a national emergency. And I love that phrase. You're dead on correct.
National state of emergency. Yeah.
There isn't a single state where the elections are okay. People think, well, Trump won here, so everything's okay. Wrong. God bless it that we won this election, but I think it's a reprieve. It's a temporary reprieve. We got lucky, or providential, I think is more accurate. Yeah. God gave us one last chance. We have to take back our elections, and we have 1 year to do it because the primaries are in a year, and that's where the real election happens. So I'll shut up then. But anyway, that's what that graph was about, my brother.
Okay. Well, sounds good. I appreciate it. And real quick, how can they find you on social media to find this graph and others that you've done?
I'm on X. I'm on. Look for Follow the Data with Dr. Frank or Dr. Frank Models on X. DRFRA.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, I'm going to tag him because I've already screen captured this because I'm going to steal it and post it as soon as we're done here. It's going up on X because I'm pointing out Alabama.
Yeah. What's interesting about it, what surprises people about it is to see that every voter roll in the whole country is dirty. Why is that the case? Because every voter roll in the country is now centrally controlled. And that goes back to federal. And Sean made a brilliant comment earlier today, Sean Smith. It's supposed to be this elections are supposed to be controlled by the states. But what has happened is because the states took money from the federal government, NVRA, HAVA, they have to comply with federal requirements. And guess what? All this stuff centralizes our elections and puts it out of the control of the local people and puts it in control of nefarious actors, because I think you were the one who said it. It's an ecosystem of Mark, you had a great phrase. It's an ecosystem of corruption.
Yeah, ecosystem of manipulation. And
yes,
it does. That's the problem with it is our country, it was decentralized for a reason. Our country was set up decentralized to make sure that the power was always in the hands of the citizens, the people. The government works for the people. The government is supposed to serve the people. The government is supposed to be made up of by the people. And what has happened is our elections have been taken from us in a way that is counter to a decentralized form. In fact, our elections originally, they were designed to be decentralized to ensure that they always resulted in a decentralized form of government as well. And what has happened is certain entities, and some on purpose and some by accident because they didn't see enough ahead, they have allowed our election system to be centralized in various ways. And some people say, no, it's totally decentralized. Every county does their own thing, or every state does their own thing. When you use the same system in multiple places, it's the same thing as centralizing it. It's a centralized system that, I guess for all intents and purposes, is identifying as a decentralized system, but it's still a centralized system. And so when you centralize the election system, the government follows. So that's why we have ended up with a very centralized form of government, whether it's at the state level or at the federal level. And we can't have true freedom if the government has that kind of control. So what we have to do to fix this is we have to decentralize our election system so then our government will also end up following and end up decentralized yet again.
Well said.
So that's where we're at. So we got some work to do. Now, I want to send a message real quick to the people that are doubting this, the people that think we're all crazy or we're all conspiracy theorists and election deniers suffering from election denialism and all this garbage. The fact of the matter is I looked at this with very open eyes, and whatever the facts showed me is what I was going to believe. And I have looked at this every possible way from every different angle, from county after county, state after state. Citizens, my fellow citizens, we have a problem. We have a massive problem. And the only people that would think we don't have a problem are those that haven't looked at it. Open your eyes, unbury your head from the sand, and look at and deal with the problem that we've got. This has nothing to do with Democrats or Republicans or black or white or gay or straight or Jewish or Christian. We are all, the people of the United States have been conned. We have been played by people that have created this system that allows them to manipulate the results of our elections and control the outcomes in various ways, in many different ways. In fact, they don't do the same thing everywhere, but it's a toolbox to manipulate the outcome. And so when you have fake elections, you end up with fake results, and fake results on our elections result in fake freedom. Our freedom is a facade of freedom if we do not have election systems that 100% accurately and verifiably reflect the will of the people. Our election system is a tool to measure our will. If someone else has control of that tool, then our will is not being measured and we don't have true freedom. So that's what all this is about. Tina, thank God for her courageousness and her willingness to look into the system that so many others were afraid to look into. And then for her to find out what she found and to stand up courageously and shout it from the rooftop like she's done, in spite of being attacked and persecuted like she has been. She's not doing this for her, like that disgusting demon judge claimed. She's doing this for the good of all the citizens in this country to bring the truth out. And you show me one other person that is absolutely that courageous as a clerk. There are definitely plenty of other courageous people, but man, she is absolutely incredible and amazing. And I'm so honored to know her and to be a part of this. And I absolutely will do everything possible to bring the truth out and force people to see the truth, because that woman should not be spending another second where she's at. So I'm sorry about that little diatribe. I had to get that out there. We do have about 15 minutes left, and I do want to get into Ed Solomon's graphs. He's an incredible mathematician, statistician. He sees things natively that most of us can't see. He's got a gift. He's got a tremendous gift. I've talked to a lot of people. I've worked with a lot of people over the past 4 years around the country. And I think anyone that has met Ed and had the opportunity to listen to him and work with him has realized what an absolutely brilliant man this is. I wish I had these kind of gifts. And the biggest challenge is to take what he sees naturally as I would say a statistical artist, being able to see what he sees in things and turn it into something that the rest of us can understand. So what I've tried to do is I've tried to take some of his graphs, and we're just going to make it really simple. We've got some Mesa stuff. We're going to show you some real Colorado stuff and stuff that stands out so obviously that anyone can understand it. But I'm going to let him jump in, and I'm going to pull these graphs up. And Ed, you talk about them, explain them. I'll zoom in and kind of move them around for you. And let's dive in. So, Ed Solomon, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I'm about to blow the horn of Jericho. We're knocking down the walls of that prison, okay, around Tina Peters. I'm going to show you today is incontrovertible proof that there's a PID controller manipulating the election. There's no wiggle room. There's no defense. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no demographic or geographic arguments. And you don't even need a math education to understand what you're about to see. So let's look at El Paso County real quick. You can zoom in bottom right.
I'll zoom in there, and then can we get this up on the screen, Apollo?
Yep, just 1 second.
Cool, thank you.
So Joe Altman had asked me to look at how people voted on Proposition B in Colorado in the 2020 election.
And so everyone knows Proposition B, it's a proposition to raise property taxes. That's all it is.
Double them.
Double them. We're basically voting to double our property taxes. That's what Proposition B is.
So when I initially looked at Proposition B, I didn't see anything wrong because I only looked at the yes versus no ratio. Okay, and it was a flat trajectory. It wasn't something that was increasing or decreasing over time, at least not majorly. And I told Joe, I said, listen, I don't think there's anything wrong here. I have to move on back to Nevada or some other state. This is a waste of my time. And Joe said, no, there has to be something wrong with this. So what I did was I split it into Trump and Biden voters. So I took the cast vote record and I partitioned into two sets, Trump voters and Biden voters. And I asked, how did they vote on Proposition B over time? So you see the dark red line on that graph? That is the cumulative percentage of Trump voters in El Paso County and how they voted on the proposition. So that means that red line says they voted 65 to 55% no.
Right there.
The pink line under it is the immediate share of the batch. So you can see that the pink line is a little lower than the cumulative line because that's just how cumulative percentages work versus their instantaneous share. And we see that Republicans go from, when I say Republican, I mean a Trump voter. They go from 65% down to 50% at the very end of the election against Proposition B. Now, is it strange? Yeah, but it's not damning enough yet to draw any conclusions. Now, at the bottom in blue, you see how Democrats voted on it. So Democrats are Biden voters in the cast vote record. They stay pretty stable at 34, 33% no throughout the election. Okay? And now let's go look at Mesa. Okay?
Okay, so we're going to take a look at Mesa. Let me go ahead and fix this here. Boom.
So far there's red flags, but there's nothing alarming. Well, nothing that I could go to court and win on yet, right? Now, Mesa looks much more normal, actually, when it comes to the ballot propositions. We see that Republicans voted 55 to 50% no throughout the election, and Democrats voted 32% no. In general, there's a pretty large difference between how Democrats and Republicans voted on raising property taxes, which is expected. So let's go to Jefferson County. Now, the y-axis here is in logarithms, so I'll just convert it. The pink line here is the percentage of no voters, again, for Republicans. That's approximately 63% no in the pink line there.
So basically, that means that 63% of Republicans voted no to raise their property taxes.
Correct. Then the blue line, that again converts to 31 or 32%.
And the blue line represents what?
The percentage of Democrat voters. So that logarithm converts to 31 or 32%.
Okay, so 31 to 32% of Democrat voters voted not. Is that correct? Voted not to raise taxes?
Correct.
Okay. So less Democrats voted to raise taxes.
Right. So, but that's expected. It's a partisan issue. Republicans are very likely to oppose a tax raise, and Democrats are not. Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. So I get that. There'd be a disparity between Democrats and Republicans in how they voted about a particular issue like raising taxes. For instance, Democrats might want to raise taxes so there's more money for something that the taxes get raised for, and Republicans might not want taxes raised because they want to pay less taxes. That makes sense to me. Okay.
And you go to any county in Colorado except Arapahoe, and Arapahoe is the focus here, but it's very important for Tina's case.
Okay,
that's what you'll see.
So we've seen that here in Jefferson County. So we see a difference between how the Democrats vote on it and how the Democrats at the bottom and how the Republicans vote. That I would understand that Democrats and Republicans are probably going to vote differently about things. We see the same thing in Mesa County, and we see the same thing in El Paso County. Now let's pull up. I'll move to Arapahoe County, and we're looking at Democrats versus Republicans on the same exact issue to raise their property taxes. Go ahead, Ed.
So what you're seeing here is the impossible. I call this the Horn of Jericho. So what you're looking at is the x-axis. I'll tell you what that is. It says the percentage of ballots counted, ordered as processed. So there's 320,000 ballots in Mesa County. So when you're at 50% on the x-axis, that means 160,000-ish ballots have been counted, okay? So what I'm doing is I'm at any point in the cast vote record, I'm taking the last 10,000 ballots cast at or before that moment. I'm splitting them into Trump and Biden voters, and I'm asking, how did they vote on this proposition? Well, instead of getting a 30 to 40% difference in how Democrats and Republicans voted on it, I get zero difference. Not only that, it's not like the average difference is zero. There's no difference at all at any moment in time. So if you look at 10% of the ballots counted, that peak there, it says that both Democrats and Republicans voted exactly 49% no. And then that bottom peak at 50% of the ballots counted, it says that Democrats and Republicans both voted exactly 36% no for that batch of ballots. And this is the order in which this is what the state certified to be true and correct. The cast vote record is the sole source of tabulations in which they certify an election. And this made it past their risk limiting audit.
So basically what you're saying is we've got groups of Democrats and Republicans, and let's say this group of Democrats votes a particular percentage at a particular time, that the group of Republicans also vote that exact same percentage at exactly that same time?
The same time. It's exactly, that's their data.
Even though the percentages are going up and down over time, the Democrat and the Republicans are tracking with that. So they're always voting in exactly the same percentage, regardless of whether they're Democrats or Republicans.
Perfect logic.
So when the Democrat goes up, the Republican goes up. And then all of a sudden, the Democrat goes down, the Republicans also go down. They're always voting in unison. It's almost like there isn't even two different parties.
Mark, that means that the percentage has already been reached and the PID controller is keeping the relative percentage the same. In other words, it's already reached what the target value was, so it can't let one get more than the other. It's converged, so it ain't going to change anymore.
Well, possibly, but it's converged from the very beginning. So that's the interesting
this is
thing.
the last 5%, he said.
We got to remember it's a statewide proposition. So they're rigging all of Arapahoe against all of Colorado.
Possible they hit their target with all the other counties, and then Arapahoe they tried to just keep the same, so they didn't push it one way or another. Is that what we're thinking?
It's already reached the right value, and it's being controlled.
You
got to make it look close.
Yeah, and regardless of the intent, I mean, we're guessing on why this might be, but the takeaway that I see on this is we have a county that is completely standing out from all the other counties here, and it is. And that sticks out to me. You know, one of these things is not like the others. And what I'll do is let me zoom out here. Because I remember playing that game as a kid. I learned a lot with that. Thank you, Sesame Street. So check this out. We've got in Mesa County, the Democrats vote different than the Republicans. Not a shocker. I would expect that. In El Paso County,
about 30% difference.
Yeah, Democrats versus Republicans, they vote different from each other in El Paso County as well. That makes sense to me. Same thing here, right? This is Jefferson County. That happens to be my county, and I would expect Democrats to vote differently than Republicans on this exact same issue. But then we get to Arapahoe, and in Arapahoe County, all the Democrats vote exactly the same way as all the Republicans. I guess they all got together before the election and agreed to all vote exactly the same, regardless of
at every moment in time.
At every moment in time. I mean, that's impossible.
Any batch of 10,000 consecutive ballots anywhere, every and any, it's exactly the same.
I would think the election officials in Arapahoe County would be very curious about this. And they should be able to look at this, right? They should be able to pull this data up. Of course they could. If they wanted to, they should pull this up and determine exactly how this happened.
Now, can I say one thing? So for Tina Peters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this might not be Mesa County, but it's the same state in the same year. And it made it, this election in Arapahoe County made it pass their risk limiting audit, which they say is the gold standard of election integrity. And they say that's why Tina Peters is wrong and should be in prison. Because the risk limiting audits can't fail. They'll always detect fraud. Well, how did the Horn of Jericho make it past the risk limiting audit?
That's true, because they tell us the risk limiting audit, if it's right, then everything is right in the elections. And so people, if you don't understand what a risk limiting audit is, here's what a risk limiting audit is. They say, we're going to just check a little bit of the ballots, and if we check this little bit and it comes out right, we're going to assume that the rest of the ballots are fine. How does that limit the risk, right?
Well,
You're only checking this much.
I watched their risk limiting audit in 2020 in Arapahoe County. They have the whole video up, okay? And I noticed two problems. When the citizen volunteers walk in, the citizen volunteers are not allowed to select which ballots they're going to audit. That's problem number one.
Oh, let me dive into that real quick on the problem number one. Here's what they do in Colorado. And this is something that Mesa County has to deal with too. And they explained this to me when I was talking to the Mesa County Election Department right after all this happened. What they do is they take the CVR, they create a cast vote record. So that what that means is they go to their voting system and they export a file that lists all of the ballots and all the choices on all the ballots. And they send that file to the Secretary of State. Then the Secretary of State says, oh, well, we run that file through a piece of software that's open source and you can find on GitHub. So that makes it totally fine, of course. I'm joking. And we, in that software, picks random ballots within that CVR in order to check. And then with that software, we tell the county exactly what ballots to check. So basically what we're doing is, yeah, go ahead, Clay. You see that? I think Clay just got it.
Software cannot make random.
Of course it can.
It's pseudo-random. You got enough people on this panel that can testify to that.
Even if they actually...
It's pseudo-random. It's not random.
We know. Even if they use the pseudo-random, they clearly don't do that. So basically what they're doing is they're saying, give us all your ballots and how everyone voted on those ballots. And then we'll just tell you, quote, wink, wink, it's random. We'll tell you exactly which ones to check in your risk limiting audit. So if I was a bad actor and I happen to work at the Secretary of State's office and I have convinced people that if they check certain ballots that I tell them to check and they come out right, then they can assume that everything else is fine. I could pick exactly which ballots I didn't manipulate and tell them to just check those. Here's the equivalent. Let's say you've got a bunch of people working at the grocery store and each one's on a cash register. And at the end of the day, of course, you want to check the money in each register. But what if I came in there and said, well, we're only going to check one register and I will tell you which register to check. And I happen to know what the balance is, all that. And let's say one of my buddies works at Register 3 and is siphoning some cash out of Register 3. Well, I'm not going to tell you to check Register 3. I'm going to tell you to check Register 5. And then you're going to check Register 5. Everything's going to come out fine on Register 5. And I'm going to say, okay, you checked 5. We're just going to assume all the other registers are fine. And there's our risk limiting audit. And that's how that works, at least in Colorado, and I think it works.
But you know what the beauty of it is, Mark? You know what the beauty is? We can speculate all day. Doesn't matter. That's a rigged election.
Absolutely.
And it made it past the risk limiting audit.
Without any question, if it makes it past the risk limiting audit, the risk limiting audit is garbage. And all these clerks are being told that risk limiting audits are some magical gold standard of auditing, and that if it passes the RLA, the risk limiting audit, then everything you're doing is fine, nothing to see here. And that is an outright lie. A risk limiting audit only limits the risk of someone getting caught for manipulating an election. It's actually a risk-enhancing audit. That's what it is, a risk-enhancing audit identifying as a risk-limiting audit. It's a trans audit. And so I figured I'd relate that to something everyone gets.
Mark, let me make one more comment about this, if I could. One of the things we run into all the time across the country is people say, what are you worried about, Dr. Frank? Trump won. Why are you worried about it? The election's fine. People, and the beautiful thing about Ed Solomon's work here is he's looked down ballot. And there's a lot of issues that are manipulated down ballot. People have no idea. I have found more cheating in local school board races and city council races, because you know why? Those are tight races with small number of ballots, and it only takes a few to tilt them in one way or another. So everybody's always thinking, when they talk about fraud, they always think about Trump versus Biden or Trump versus Kamala. No, there's all this down ballot stuff, and here's a beautiful example of down ballot manipulation. There's no question Ed has the horn. There's no question about it. Go ahead.
And I back Dr. Frank up on that, because that's exactly right. In all the states and all the counties I've examined, on the municipal side, and remember, that's what got Tina Peters' ears perked, was the Grand Junction municipal election. It wasn't a general election.
Right.
And I'm telling you, because guess what? You win the county and you get your people selected. Who runs the elections?
Yes.
The counties do.
Yes.
So I'm right there with you, Dr. Frank. What I want to say is, like Ed said, and I saw this when I first stepped into this before the federal case with Walter's graph. If, as a person who's worked in a security operations center where you're monitoring the infrastructure and the network and you're watching things, if I got to the 30%, if this was a security panel, we're looking at a replica, and Ed's chart, if I got to the 30% mark, they're telling people, hey, grab system images, because we're going to grab exactly like Tina. We're going to get a snapshot in time and back it up, and we're going to grab the network traffic logs, and I'm going to start capturing network traffic, because we're going to monitor, because that's an anomaly. That's impossible. It can't exist without an outside influence, period. End of story. And any tech person will tell you that.
You want some more about Arapahoe and risk limiting audits?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know who the former clerk and recorder was for Arapahoe County? Colorado County Clerk's Executive Director, Matt Crane.
I know that name. It's familiar.
You do. He's the Executive Director for Colorado County Clerks Association, and he's an employee of Lafayette Group, a fellow to Ryan Macias. That's why he brought Ryan Macias to talk to the Colorado County Clerks 2021 Summer Symposium, where Ryan told the clerks that his organization was going to discredit the Maricopa audit report before it was released.
Are you saying this whole thing's
talk about
incestuous?
risk limiting audits for a minute. The actual, father of risk limiting audits, of course, is Philip Stark, the econometric statistician from UC Berkeley. And he's disavowed the way that they're used because, of course, they can't detect fraud at all. They were never going to detect fraud. They're an adaptation of an industrial sampling technique used for munitions error detection and manufacturing problem detection during World War II. They were adapted, and they're only valid to the extent that they're valid for determining whether you have machine error, not fraud. They can't possibly detect fraud. They're only valid to the extent that the sampling is randomized. And the only guarantee you have of randomization is a random seed and then properly constructed software. Now, there is open source software, which supposedly is the basis, the Colorado RLA or Corliss software. But go look at who built that software. Democracy Works built that software. Literally random people with names like Tank 142. That's who built that software. And the only security testing of that software has been conducted by a Canadian company called Security Compass that employed engineers who matriculated from Sharif University in Tehran and then were allowed to immigrate to Canada for the purpose of them joining Security Compass. Now, even with all of that, we have no guarantee that the software that's actually used or the hardware it's used on has been tested by anybody or secured by anybody, because that's all kept completely opaque. And it only gets worse from there. The Secretary of State is required under her own, literally her own administrative code, ECCR 15051, she is required to use a random seed that is generated by the rolling of 20 sequential 10-sided rolls of a single 10-sided die. And instead what they do is they roll 20 separate 10-sided die, which for all we know are the 7 die, the 3 die, the 5 die, the 8 die. You know what I'm saying?
It's all a joke. It's smoke and mirrors.
The whole thing from start to finish is so corrupt beyond belief. And the best part, my favorite part, is the Secretary of State has literally been video recording these random seeds every election. They're proof of her own violation of 8 CCR 15051, which is a misdemeanor. Every single time they do it, and every state using it, is a misdemeanor, and the evidence for it is on her own website. But our Attorney General is Phil Weiser, and none of our district attorneys have a spine amongst them. I don't know if together they could form up and put their vertebrae together and make a single spine that they could use, but we haven't seen any evidence of it. So, yeah, there are some problems with the risk limiting audits. Also, by the way, Matt Crane, and most people don't know this, back when he was just an assistant in the elections department in Denver, he was also moonlighting as an employee for the company, and I think it was Wyatt, which was the IB&V, or Independent Verification and Validation contractor that was supposed to be doing the security verification of SCORE, the Colorado statewide, or the statewide Colorado registration election system. In other words, our voter roll system that's also the repository for all the signatures that are used for, verification, authentication of the mail-in and drop box ballots. So Matt Crane, Joe Hoff brought him up the other day. He just kind of lucked into him. It's kind of like running into George Soros and then thinking, I wonder if this guy's involved. He's involved. So, yeah, you're on the right trail, Ed.
Well, I wanted to thank you, but I wanted to point out one thing in Mesa County. Can you pull up the Mesa County graph?
Absolutely.
So I just want people to see the absurdity of what Jeff O'Donnell is talking about with the Mesa County pattern. So you guys already saw parallel motion in Arapahoe. You know this stuff's all rigged. So what you see here, you see that the white line? Well, I know one is beige. The colors don't work very well here, but anyway, there's a shallow white line going from 50 to 65%. Can you highlight that real quick for the viewers?
Absolutely. Let me get a circle here.
On the left at 50%, on the right at 65.
Got it.
Right.
This one right here.
You got it.
So basically, it starts right here, this right there, and ends right here.
Yep.
Now, that's the cumulative percentage of Trump versus Biden. Okay? It's going from 50 to 65%. That's cumulative. That's important.
Explain what cumulative means to people that don't understand normal math terms.
So cumulative would mean every time I get a batch, I combine it with all the previous batches.
So it's like a running total, kind of, right?
Correct. If I just keep adding the ballots from start to finish, that's
People
all
need
that.
to know that they run them in batches, and so every batch then gets added into the average.
Into the previous batch. Yeah.
In a fair, let's say, so Trump has 65% of the vote. If this was truly a fair election, you would have a flat line at 65%, waving up and down.
Right. So basically, how I look at that and explain that is that if you took an average of the first, let's say, 1,000 ballots, and you got that average, let's say the average like 60%. Then you looked at the middle 1,000, you would expect that middle 1,000 to be about the same, about 60%. And then the last 1,000, you'd also expect to be about 60%. So if you looked at the average from start to finish, it should be pretty much a flat horizontal line all the way across.
But here's the thing. You see that pink line, the magenta line? That's Trump's percentage of each incoming batch. And that goes from 50% up to 80%. So at the start of the election, yes, he's getting 50% of the ballots, and at the end of the election, he's getting 75, 80% of the incoming votes. That is the amount of force, the amount of mathematical persuasion it takes to make a cumulative percentage of the shallower one move like that.
So how could that happen in real life? Let's say people were getting ready to vote.
It doesn't happen. We rarely have the horn of Jericho. I'm going to tell you how it happens in a rigged election.
How could it possibly happen? How I look at it is if everyone got together before voting and said, okay, everyone, we're going to sort ourselves. We're going to get ourselves in order before we walk
Democrats
through that
vote
door.
first, Republicans vote later.
Right. We're going to actually
But
make
here's the
sure
thing.
that
The cast vote record, it's not when people voted. It's when their votes were counted at central tabulation.
Which is random
This is
anyway,
long after they voted.
Right? So it's after they voted. So it's random by the time it gets there. It'd almost be like the county would have to take all those ballots and they'd have to pre-sort them and put all the Democrats in the beginning and then all the Republicans at the end.
And here's the thing. It's not just a county thing. In every precinct, even the most left-leaning precincts, Trump's cumulative percentage is increasing throughout the whole election. All 400 precincts, Trump's cumulative percentage is increasing the whole election.
There's just no way that this could happen in real life.
That's what their own data says.
Yeah, and
that's what their own data says.
And this is the big secret. This is why they freaked out when people started asking for cast vote records. This is why they've stopped people from being able to access this information, because when we are able to look at this information, it's as clear as day. And I don't care what party you're in, data is data. I've had a very left-leaning mathematician look at it, and they've come to exactly the same conclusion. There's no way that this could happen organically. And I think Ed would even say that he's not, you're not conservative, are you, Ed?
No, in fact, I grew up in a family of Democrats. In fact, you guys would probably not agree with me on half the things I would say politically, but none of that matters when we have rigged elections. And I didn't leave the left left me. It went into the loony bin. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I think some of the right has gone there too.
Doc Doherty has had the same right. So Doc Doherty and Draza both said, both saw the PID controller immediately, right? And this is what happens. Like human brains are a recognition engine, but you have to already know what you're looking at, right? You have to have the pattern. Once you have the pattern, you recognize the pattern. This is why, you can far beyond your ability to visually resolve an object. If it's a friend of yours or somebody you know, you'll know them, even though you can't visually resolve the image of them, because there's their gait, there's their shape, there's the motion of their upper body. There's so many factors, and your brain just immediately recognizes that. People who know PID controllers, when I saw the pattern the first time, I recognized it because I've looked at literal control systems for platforms. For satellites are dominated by momentum. Aircraft are dominated by aerodynamic forces, but also pilot forces. You can go back to 1992 and you can see the the crash of the F-22 prototype at Edwards. That was my first exposure, was seeing, you know, a poor control system implementation that failed to dampen pilot-induced oscillation, and that you know, beautiful $75 million jet porpoised above the runway and then slammed into it and destroyed itself. Doc Doherty saw it right away. Draza saw it right away. If you know what a PID controller at work looks like with damping, you know, over damping, under damping, etc., you know, the input of the process variable, you recognize the pattern right away, and you know without
the other way, turn it around.
It cannot possibly be a natural pattern. You know without a doubt. But most people they don't have the pattern in their head already. That's why most people can look at it, including election officials, and think literally nothing. Literally nothing. There's no trigger for the pattern to be recognized. You see it because you think mathematically. Doc Doherty thinks mathematically, but also knows PID controllers. Draza knows PID controllers, and I know control systems. But most people don't have that built in. You have to explain it to them, and in a way that is, you know, relatable.
Now, can we look at Jefferson County now? Because it's actually parallel motion there, but not in the red and blue lines.
Maybe.
Top right.
I'm trying.
Way to go, Mark.
We'll see. We'll get there. I got to turn some stuff off. There we go. Okay. Jefferson County. Here we go. And I'm preparing some videos.
The reason this graph is in...
We're going to show some of those support videos next. Go ahead, Ed.
The reason this graph is in logarithms, I'm taking the logarithm of the direct vote ratio, is because that's the only way you can see the parallel motion between the green and the orange line. If you do this in percentages, which are bounded from 0 to 100%, you get a very curved, highly eccentric curve. But over the logarithms, which in physics is called rapidity, I don't know why that's in our elections, but that's how they're rigging it, okay? You can see the parallel motion. So the green line is if you took all the people who voted yes on Proposition B, and you said what percentage of them voted for Trump, that's what the green line is. The orange line is if you took all the people that voted no on Proposition B, what percentage of them voted for Trump? And Trump's total share of the vote of the combined yes and no vote on the proposition has to exist between those. Do you guys see the problem with the orange and the green line? If I were to superimpose them on each other, there's almost no difference between them.
The reason why the logarithm works, Ed, is because they're using a differential equation. A PID controller uses a differential equation, which guess what? It's a logarithm. It's an exponential function. That's why it matches here. And people who don't understand math wouldn't understand that.
Well, thank you for answering the question why I have the equations of physics, which is rapidity, which you only see in space-time Lorentz transformations in our elections. Thank you.
I'm a physicist and I love transforms, so
okay.
That's why it works. Okay.
That's all I have to show you guys today. They called me on 1 minute to prepare. I wasn't even knowing I was going to come on today. I was actually watching the show when I got called. I was like, what? Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Good to see you, Ed.
And Sean, thank you. Professor Doherty. And, of course, Mark, thank you most of all.
Hey, thank you for jumping on.
I'll smell you later, bro.
All right. Sounds good. We're going to wrap this up here in a second. We do have some great, wonderful citizens. We got a couple of state reps from Colorado and a couple citizens from Texas that send in some videos of support for Tina. So I'd love to cue these up. Let's see here. I'll do my best. I'll call for, how about Lori Gallagher out of Texas? She's just one of the most incredible fighters I've ever seen. Wonderful patriot, wonderful citizen. She's so courageous. She puts so much time into everything that she does. She's shown up to commissioner meeting after commissioner meeting. She has helped people learn how to hand count ballots throughout the state. She never gives up. She puts absolutely every bit of her heart and soul into everything she does. She's amazing. So she sent in a video to support Tina. So we'll start with this one here, and then I'll introduce the next one. So Apollo, go ahead and roll that one.
She's down in Williamson County.
Howdy. This is Lori Gallagher in Williamson County, Texas, Raleigh, Texas. And I stand today in support of Tina Peters and call on the governor of Colorado to pardon this American hero. In November of 2020, all across Texas, the electronic voting systems catastrophically failed, and Texans submitted Public Information Act requests and performed the largest citizen audit of election records in Texas history. This happened in all 50 states. This was the largest citizen audit in U.S. history, all across the nation. And what we found were updates and upgrades and vendors modifying, election administrators committing perjury and lying and hiding the system vulnerabilities and defects present all across this nation. Tina Peters is an American hero. She stood when our election administrator refused to tell the truth to the people. She stood and did the courageous thing and preserved the records. It was under her constitutional duty to preserve those records when we have evidence all across the nation, software updates and upgrades. We're wiping systems clean and rolling back protective counters. Tina Peters is a hero, and I call on the people of the United States to stand for Tina and call for her release. Thank you, Tina, for everything you did. We love you. We're going to see you soon.
Lori Gallagher, Wilco, her husband ran for a county judge, and they had a huge audit afterwards. Her effort, we talk about Tina Peters' sacrifice, and I'm not comparing the two, but I'm wanting you to realize, Lori, she sold pieces of property to pay to host events down there, and it cost her family $30,000 she paid in fines because she questioned the integrity of the elections in Wilco. That's why I know her so well. I immediately knew who she was when you talked about her. She also is an American hero. Yeehaw.
She absolutely is. And you can find her work at tallytexas.org. And the next person I met in Texas, he was Commissioner Rich Paces. Just an absolutely amazing person, amazing patriot as well. He happens to be a commissioner, and he was open enough to listen and look at the data. And when he listened and he looked, he saw the problems, and he really put every bit of effort forward to bring that discussion to his county and open up the minds and the hearts of the not only citizens but other commissioners there as well. He put on a great big event to try to bring attention to the problems in the election system and the solutions. Absolutely amazing person, and I want to show you what he's put together for Tina as well. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rich Paces, Kirk County Commissioner Precinct 2, right here in the beautiful Texas Hill Country. I've been pushing for election integrity for several years now, and in August of 2023, I hosted a special town hall meeting on election integrity and brought in several of today's featured speakers, including Dr. Dougherty and Mark Cook. But you know, the star of the show was Tina Peters, who told our audience of over 400 her story. In fact, she stayed right here with my wife and I, and we were blessed to get to know her on a personal basis. So it's extremely distressing to see how the corrupt Secretary of State and judge in Colorado have destroyed her life and now have her locked up on false charges. All Tina did was her job, but it exposed their election fraud and corruption. So I hope that everyone will get behind Tina to expose the truth, set her free, and restore her losses. It's Jenna Griswold that should be investigated and prosecuted. I'm so happy to see today's program and hope to see much more, as the truth about stolen elections will set us all free. Thank you.
An amazing guy. I tell you, I wish there was a commissioner like that everywhere across the country. And I've run into a few that are now starting to finally open their eyes and see what the truth really is. And we got to face it. We have to fix this. And we're not just doing this for us. We have to do this for our kids. We got to do this for all our future generations. We cannot hand over our country to future generations that have a facade of freedom. We can't do that to them. We have to fix this. We have no choice but to fix this for our kids and our grandkids. And so the next is Representative Ken DeGraff from Colorado here. And absolutely huge fighter for election integrity. He's not shy. He's willing to say all the tough words and stand up and fight as a representative of the people of Colorado. Absolutely amazing person, and I'm honored to know him. And he sent a great message in as well. So here we go, Ken DeGraff.
Greetings to the former free state of Colorado. And thank you, Tina Peters, for your courage in exposing the lies of the system that has put a bunch of leftist ideologues in charge of Colorado. Tina, you are not just a Gold Star mom, but a shining star in your own right. Thank you for your courage in standing firm for election integrity. In fairness, securing the system and certifying it is impossible, so the best Jenna can do is smoke and mirrors and respond with extreme vengeance for anyone looking behind the curtain. It's security theater, the illusion of security for the benefit of those who want to believe. Even her deputy can only muster a gaslight certification of substantially complies, which means he knows it's not compliant, but won't tell you why, if he knows why. The BIOS breach gave an undeniable proof of how vulnerable the system has been and continues to be. What looks to be non-existent password control and flagrant destruction of audit-necessary records, all highlighted by the release of over 600 BIOS passwords for months, possibly years. The keys to the kingdom, as described by the Attorney General's team, who should have been investigating rather than defending the Secretary of State. Tina, Colorado, America, and the world owe you a big debt of gratitude for being willing to get your hands dirty, stand firm in the face of Democrat skeezery and their kangaroo court conviction. God bless you, Tina Peters, and God bless the United States of America.
So those are a couple videos we had sent in, or 4 videos we had sent in, and there are a lot more. Unfortunately, I just couldn't squeeze them all in here, but we'll definitely make sure that they're on the website. And now we've got some special gifts here. We've got some pastors that have decided to show up, and if we can bring them on screen here, and I don't even know who all do we have. I can't see that.
I believe it's Pastor Philip, Pastor Ralph Rebat, and myself.
Fantastic. Is there room to get us all up here? Or if you need to pop a few of us off, you can do that, Apollo. And I'd like to know, we got a few more minutes. I'd really love to hear if the pastors could introduce themselves. And I would love to hear what your thoughts are on, the state of this country, elections in general, Tina Peters, and what path you see we have, as citizens of this country. How do we heal this? How do we fix this in your eyes? And anyone can hop on board first, and we'll put you up on screen.
They're all too humble to take the lead.
They're too humble. All right. Who will go first?
I just saw Leon unmuted. Go, Brother Benjamin.
Oh, is Leon here?
All right. God bless you all. To God be all the glory. We give honor to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And this is something that is right down our track. We were just at the White House yesterday with President Donald J. Trump and launching the executive order, launching the Office of Faith in the White House. Pastor Paula White Kane is leading that effort. And I'm telling you, it is far time that the church rise up and speak truth unto power. And myself being a former candidate for Congress, running for Congress in 2020, we saw the battle of what was going on with ballots, and all of a sudden, extra dump of votes coming in the middle of the night. So it's things like that make you want to fight, but you have to fight with the knowledge, with the wisdom. And that's why I thank God for Dr. Frank and Mark Cook and many of you that are on here, that we began to navigate and begin to strategize on how to break this stuff down, what really happened in 2020. And Tina Peters, all she was doing her job. She was doing what she was supposed to be doing, and again, this is an injustice that has to be corrected, and an attempt to silence us in this season, I believe, has backfired because 75 million people said we want change. And change is already happening, but we gotta keep it now. We gotta keep the momentum. We gotta keep it. And the work that the election integrity team is doing right now is essential. And my prayers, my heart goes out to Tina. I've talked with her. She's been on my podcast, and her story should be just blown up, magnified right now as the consequence of doing the right thing. And as we're seeing the freedom, and this is Black History Month, and MLK Jr. said, "I have a dream," but this was like black and white getting together, not being separated. And I'm not ashamed of the gospel of the kingdom of Jesus Christ. This is the hour that we have to unite, come together, and not only pray, but then hear from heaven, as 2 Chronicles says, 7:14. If my people who are called by my name, we got to humble ourselves. That means we got to act. We can't act like we know everything. We got to humble ourselves, and then we have to pray and say, God, what happened? Show us, illuminate, enlighten us. So humble ourselves, pray, and then seek His face. That means we want your wisdom, not what's in your hand, but we want what's in your head. And then turn from our wicked ways, because once we seek His face, don't be acting like you're innocent. All of us have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And we have to come to God and say, Lord, we have messed this thing up. We have allowed things to go too far. We have allowed people to get away with this. And even in my own heart, Lord, I have been guilty. Lord, just like Daniel prayed, save us, Lord. Help us, get us out of this mess. We have made a mess of this, and we need your help. We are turning from our wicked ways. And then he said, I hear from heaven. Woo! Hear from heaven, not from the Supreme Court, not from SCOTUS. Come on, somebody. Not from the city council, not from the governor's office, not from the mayor, not from the committee. Come on. No, I'll hear from heaven, forgive their sin. The word sin there means rebellion. Forgive their rebellion and then heal the land. This is what we're praying for. For Tina is a part of the healing of the land. Her deliverance, her getting out, being set free is a part of the forgiveness of our sins. We take on, we bear burdens. Every man must bear their own cross, but we take on burdens, and the burden of Tina being there, that's why I showed up tonight. That's why we're here. We're not there, but we are, as a body of Christ, when one suffers, we all suffer. When one rejoices, so we want to get where now we're all suffering because she's suffering. But then we want to get to the point where she's rejoicing so that we can all rejoice. And her rejoicing is getting out of bondage, getting out of the house of bondage, getting out of prison, getting out. And that's why I believe we're here to push and to force the momentum. I feel the Holy Ghost right now. I feel like speaking in tongues. Hiya. I'm telling you, forcing the momentum, brethren and sisters that are here right now. This is what has to happen. When I was at the White House yesterday, I felt it. No matter what that president has taken and gone under, the attacks and everything, when you bring people around you that are willing to take a hit, come on, y'all. With all of us, Mark, my God, I'm praying for you, Mark. Mark, my God, the work you've done, it is dangerous.
Thank you.
We have to cover each other in prayer. Dr. Frank somehow to beat you up all the time. I mean, these pastors, we're taking a risk by coming out and speaking up. So I cover each other in prayer. Father God, I thank you right now. Lord, bless Tina right now. She's taking a hit for the team. She's taking a hit for the team. But Father, this is not just any old team. This is a righteous team. This is a patriotic team. This is Team USA. And Father, we ask for favor right now, and mercy, and yes, your grace, your empowerment, that Father, you will send angels, just like you did Peter. Lord, the chains in the prison doors, oh God, oh God, such a great deliverance that it will shock. It will shock, God, the media. It will shock the deep state, the left, the shadow government that is now becoming not a shadow, because let there be light. Lord, we thank you for the glory coming down to Tina right now. The enemy calls his assignment to be canceled in the name of Jesus. And Father, we praise you for this victory. Lord, we ask for a prophet's reward. Tina has blessed so many in the body of Christ. She has prayed with so many. She has opened up her heart to so many in the church. So, Father, give her a prophet's reward, that you will cause increase and multiplication and deliverance to come to her, to come to her aid, to come to her rescue. We thank you for it now. It's in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. In Jesus' name, amen, amen, amen. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Thanks for allowing me to share. I could go on for another couple of hours, but you know how you do, you give a preacher a mic, it's hard to shut them up. But I'm going to shut up right now and get out of the way. But thanks for allowing me to share, Mark and team. God bless you all.
Dude, thank you. Thank you, Leon. All right, Pastor Bernadette Smith, I will let you kind of lead the rest of the pastors here, and then I just need the last 2 minutes to give everyone a call to action.
Thank you, Mark. What a pleasure it is to be here, and thank you for inviting me. You know, I was thinking about all of this regarding Tina and much more. Presently, right now, my husband and I pastor Eternal Word Church, and I'm actually running for co-chair to run the Michigan GOP in the state of Michigan. So we're on the front lines, but you know, I thought about Tina Peters, and we've been in deep prayer for her. This did not catch our Heavenly Father by surprise. It did not. And the Lord has given us the authority to bring his kingdom on earth regarding her. And we do take authority, and we bind every evil spirit, every evil person, every evil plan of the devil that he has against her, and we send it to the pit of hell where it belongs. I'm reminded of in the book of Daniel, when the Lord said, I see what's in the darkness. He said, but I am light. And I want us to know and to be encouraged that I know God is ministering to Tina right now, giving her supernatural strength and stamina and wisdom and comfort while she's there. And I thank God she will be released because we take the authority. Now, I'll come back, but we have Pastor Ralph Rebant and we have Pastor Philip Smith on the line with us, Mark, today. And I don't know which one of the brothers want to go first, but Pastor Ralph, why don't you give your title? He is actually Michigan's pastor in the state of Michigan. Ralph, will you go ahead, and then I'll have Pastor Philip go after you.
Sure, Bernadette, thank you. You're very kind. I was a pastor for 35 years in Michigan. We planted a church, and in 2022, I retired to run for governor of Michigan. One of the things that I was big on was the election integrity issue, because I was at the TCF Center in Detroit when they were putting pizza boxes on the windows. I'm sure you all remember that during COVID. No one could get in, but I did because I have a police badge, and I got in to see the corruption that was going on. So I continued that fight, and I still am to this day. In fact, after Trump won, I got a text message from Craig Mauger from the Detroit News, and he said, do you still believe that the election was rigged? And I said, well, in 2020 I do, but not right now, because we had too many people on with their eyes on what was going on. And that was part of our mission the last 2 years, not only to energize the church, but also to make sure that we had solid eyes, honest eyes, watching those weights and balances, as the writer of Proverbs tells us about. So, yeah, Tina's story is incredible. People should not be locked up for this, and just for doing her job. So anyway, I'm still in the fight. We're here with Pat Callback in the fight. We're here with Patrice Johnson, others on the national level as well. And Bernadette, thank you for letting me get on. And if I could just say about a minute prayer, I'd love to do that. And
Please,
that would
Pastor Ross.
wrap up my time. Thanks. Lord God, I just pray this evening that you would comfort Tina with a comfort that she's never had before. And I pray that by your Spirit, you would bring a peace that passes all understanding. And somehow, Lord God, we know that you are the God of all power and all miracles. And if, as we sit here and pray, Lord, if it would be your good pleasure to not only comfort her, but Lord, just like the first century church did not believe that you could release Peter from prison. And then he knocks at the door and Rhoda is just shocked and she runs back and forgets all about that they were praying for this very thing. We ask, Lord, that somehow, whether it's through angelic intermediaries or whether it's through President Trump writing a pardon, whatever it would be, Lord, we just pray that she would know that we have not abandoned her or forgotten her, but Lord, that she would have a peace in her heart, knowing that you as her heavenly Father care about her and knowing that we as her brothers and sisters in Christ love her as well. And so may she know tonight as she lays her head on her pillow that she is not forgotten. And we'll give you thanks in the mighty name of King Jesus. Amen and amen.
Amen.
Pastor Philip, are you on?
Oh, hit the mic.
The unmute button.
Mute button on the very lower left.
Very bottom. Touch the mic. There it is.
Okay. All right. Well, praise the Lord. We are so excited and thankful to the Lord to be here this evening. And we're thankful to God for, freedom comes from God. And that's the freedom that we've enjoyed in America down through the years is because God was with us. But when a nation forgets God, it creates a vacuum. And when that vacuum is created, devils, demons, and evil spirits come in to fill that vacuum. And so I thank God that the people of God got back to praying and believing God for our elections. And it turned this election cycle around. And I'm so grateful and thankful to the Lord for that because it takes it takes spiritual power to cause the freedom that we need to operate in and be free. And as soon as that vacuum is created, then these devils, demons, and evil spirits, they come in and you start seeing freedoms being destroyed. You start seeing bondages coming in place. And so God, we just thank you for Tina Peters. We surround her with faith and with love. And we thank you, Lord God, that she is getting set free because as we, the nation, has turned our hearts back toward God, hallelujah, we thank you, Lord God, that she is going to be free because your people have, hallelujah, become free in Christ Jesus because we've turned our heart toward him. As you said in your word, if my people that are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sin and heal their land. Lord, we thank you that you open doors that no man can shut. You shut doors that no man can open. We thank you, Lord God, for surrounding Doge with protections and safety. We thank you, Lord God, the judges that have tried to block things will be overturned in the name of Jesus. And we thank you for the blessing of the Lord being upon this nation. We thank you for it. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Mark,
Thank you so much.
I heard the Spirit of the Lord say to me the other day that he will right this ship. He will this thing will be made right. And I tell you, there's going to be an explosion in the realm of the Spirit. And no demon in hell will stop what God is about to do. So Tina will help lead the pack, and all of you guys that are on this call. And Mark, you have been such a fighter. You've been on the front line as many of the other ones have, but I've watched you close up. You've been on the front line, and God is with us. He said he will never leave us. He will never forsake us. He's not a liar. We will win this battle. And Tina will help lead. She's already leading the pack. So I thank God for what he's doing and what he's going to do. So I'm truly excited about eradicating the devil and all of his schemes, plans, and tricks that he has up his sleeve. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you all so much for your wonderful words and prayers. We are going to do this all together. There's no other way about it. I'm very excited. And speaking of that, the call to action. I've got a screen here I'd like to share. If you could throw that up, Apollo. This is the contact information for the office of the governor, Jared Polis. And what I would like is for every single person to contact the governor at his office, including by email and phone, all of the above, and you let him know that he needs to release Tina Peters. That is the right thing to do. We have no choice. If we're going to heal this nation, he can start that. If he wants to be the hero, he can start that right now. He can start the healing process. And so thank you all my great, amazing guests, my fellow patriots, my meddling kids, my fellow meddling kids, as Pat Colbeck likes to call us. We're making the difference. And thank you for all our wonderful streaming partners as well. This wouldn't have been what it was without you. And there's going to be more. We are going to have a cyber tech deep dive. We're going to do a legal tech deep dive. And then we're going to do a spiritual deep dive also, all around Tina Peters. So in the next 3 to 4 weeks, be watching. We're going to dive in a lot deeper. So thank you all. God bless you all. I love you all. Have a wonderful evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right.
God bless.
God bless
Bye-bye.
you.